clear and compelling vision of transforming school education in alignment with NEP 2020. His insights into curriculum reform, learning, teaching materials, and addressing diverse learner needs offered us a practical roadmap for future-ready classrooms. Day one truly empowered us with vision, purpose, and practical strategies. This was followed by a powerful and engaging session by Dr. Swati Lodha, Director MET, who beautifully connected NEP 2020 and SDG4 with the evolving role of teachers. Her real-life perspectives, holistic approach, and emphasis on personal and professional excellence reminded us that transformation in education begins with transformation within the educator. We then gained a deeper global and environmental perspective from Dr. Sangeeta V. Sharma, who highlighted the importance of education for sustainable development and climate action. Her session inspired us to integrate sustainability across subjects and nurture responsible, future-conscious learners. The day concluded with an engaging and refreshing session by Professor Arnab Bhattacharya, Director HBCSE TIFR, who challenged us to rethink pedagogy by shifting from knowledge delivery to facilitation. His emphasis on curiosity, inquiry, and experiential learning encouraged us to move from textbook-centric to experience-centric classrooms. Day one truly empowered us with vision, purpose, and practical strategies. As we step into day two, let us carry forward these insights, reflect deeper, and continue our collective journey towards shaping meaningful and transformative education. With this momentum, let us now begin day two of the conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our exploration of technology-enabled education, it is my privilege to introduce Ms. Archana Rane, Scientist F and Head of Educational Technology Department, CDAC, Mumbai. Ma'am, may we please have you on stage? I request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar to extend a green welcome to Ms. Archana Rane to mark the beginning of her session. With over 22 years of experience in educational technology, Ms. Rane has been closely associated with several national flagship initiatives such as Vidya Akash, OLabs, and CBSE's Safal project. I humbly request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar to extend a green welcome to Ms. Archana Rane. Today, ma'am will address us on expanding the boundaries of classrooms using virtual labs, offering valuable insights into making learning more experiential.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. It was nice to know about the enriching sessions that you had on day one. So today I'll be touching upon this topic of virtual labs, expanding the boundaries of classroom using virtual labs. Okay, so I belong to CDAC Mumbai. Anyone aware about CDAC? Center for Development of Advanced Computing. So we are under the we are an autonomous body under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. In short, we are CDAC was set up for the first supercomputer in India. Okay, to develop the first supercomputer, that is Param, in India. That's where CDAC was set up. Thereafter, many R&D institutes eventually were merged into CDAC, and one of that was NCST, National Center for Software Technology, which had come out from TIFR, and NCST was the place where the first email in this country was sent. ERNET was there. So NCST later got merged into CDAC. Now CDAC is functional through 12 units, 12 centers all over India, and each of the centers have focus on various areas, technology areas like cyber security, high performance computing, language computing. Educational technology is one of our interest areas, which is there in our group in CDAC Mumbai. The name of the group is Educational Technology Unit. And yeah, okay, fine. Thank you so much. So, Educational Technology Unit. I'll be talking later, after the talk, I'll also tell about some of the initiatives of educational technology which may be of interest to you, and we also have a exhibition set up, so you can go there and watch some of our other, know more about our other initiatives, okay? So let's start with today's session, which is expanding the boundaries of classrooms using virtual labs. So what we'll be briefly covering is labs in education, introducing the concepts of virtual labs. I'm sure every one of you know about virtual labs, possibly are also using it in your schools. Then we'll touch upon pedagogical significance of virtual labs in teaching learning. Past 2 weeks, I was a part of 2 master trainer sessions. I was conducting the sessions at NCRT. These was for master trainers from various SCRTs all over India, and there the idea was to tell them about what is the pedagogical significance of virtual labs in teaching learning various subjects, including science, mathematics, and so on. So I'll also share about OLabs experience, which is there, and how you can use it, and then how you can integrate virtual labs beyond just in a laboratory or in a computer lab, how you can integrate it. And we'll also touch upon virtual labs for non-conventional subjects. Okay, before we start, there is this is a scenario that is put up here. So there is a car there, stationary car. There is a helium balloon tied on the floor of the car. And now I want you all to guess what happens if the car moves forward. Does the balloon move forward or backward? How many things backward? How many think it moves forward? Few people. How many think it will not move at all? What if the car goes to the left? Where will the balloon go? Which direction? If it goes to the right direction, where does the balloon go? Left direction. Okay, suppose and there is some physics behind this, surely. If I had just taught you about this physics, maybe you would have forgotten, or the students would have forgotten. But now if I tell, when I show this, I play this, suppose I start the car and I show it how it's happening, what's happening, maybe the student will actually, right now all of you got engaged into this, isn't it? You all got engaged into this particular problem. You all, some people also gave the reasoning that why it is happening, okay? So the idea is that when you are involving the students into the concept, in a particular concept, you are getting it working, practically you are demonstrating something, and you sparkle discussion. Let's not keep this stationary. Don't play it. Just let the discussions happen, and thereafter play and show it to them. Okay, so answer for this is, when the car moves forward, it moves forward. When the car moves backward, it moves backward. When it moves to the left, it moves to the left. When it moves to the right, it goes to the right. And when it goes in a constant speed, it remains still. Now, there is physics behind that. I think you know better about it. I'm not a physics teacher. you can think about it. And so that is, this was a very interesting example of how you can actually engage the learners by showing something practically, okay? And there I come to the recommendation of NEP 2020. I think all of you may be knowing about it, regarding curriculum and pedagogy in schools, that there are these 4 key aspects where NEP is recommending for pedagogy in schools. Learning should be holistic, it should be integrated, it should be enjoyable, and it should be engaging. That's very important aspects, and some of these technologies and pedagogical principles we can follow for doing that. Now, labs in education is a very, very integral part of any school. Science laboratories are not something new. When I was in school, or many of us were in school, we have gone to science laboratories, physics labs, chemistry labs, and we have conducted experiments. And it is a very, very important part of any school curriculum, because of the hands-on feel of the lessons that are learned when the teacher is teaching in the classroom. So if Ohm's law is being taught or Hooke's law is being taught, I go to the laboratory and I actually try it out, I take up the observation. The focus on experiment is a key paradigm in science. The idea is that the students learn by doing science, okay? And we are involving the students so they'll understand the concepts better. That is the intention, main intention behind that. However, there are, as we all know, that there are limitations of physical labs. Though all the schools, even urban schools, have very equipped labs, still the practice time is very, very limited in most of the places. The raw material is costly, so you cannot get a lot of that, the consumable items, you cannot buy for those many students. That's the issue. Limited access is there, and that too often in groups or in pairs. Okay, 2-3 students together are doing a particular experiment. Now, not all the activities can also be done in the physical lab. For example, how will you show that the gravity changes? Then how are you going to measure it? How will you do that setup in the lab? How are you going to simulate that in the setup? Dangerous reactions, when there is a big class involved or even kids involved, dangerous reactions which may end up into something explosive, which may harm the students or the setup, those are very, very difficult to be carried out in the laboratory. Time-taking tasks, suppose something takes 6 months, for example, life cycle of a mosquito, for example. How can you demonstrate that in a classroom in a lab setup? So, and the support for the young students, so with special needs, how are practical labs available for them? So that's where the concept of virtual labs comes into picture and is implemented and is one of the pedagogically recommended strategy for practically applying the concepts and learning the concepts. So virtual labs, when you say there are 2 types of labs, there are also remote labs where you can remotely access the experiment. Then there are virtual labs which are simulation-based labs. So you have a simulation which simulates the actual lab, and then you can change the values and you can carry out the complete experiment, you can take the observations and so on. And so that's virtual lab, and we'll be focusing on virtual labs in this session. So now, again, for virtual labs, there is a recommendation in NEP 2020, which is being completely followed by NCERT. I was glad to know that Director NCERT was here yesterday. The virtual labs project is in collaboration with NCERT, and they are taking a lot of efforts in validating the labs, making sure that teachers are trained to use that, integrating that on the existing Diksha platform. So what is the NEP 2020 recommendation? That the existing platforms will be leveraged by creating virtual labs. Now these virtual labs are integrated into Diksha. Diksha platform is used widely by many states. Freely the students can use it. And these virtual labs are also free of cost. You don't need any registration fees. You can go ahead and use it. This is the NCERT's and Ministry of Electronic Information Technologies virtual labs. So virtual labs, why the concept of virtual lab? Long back, there was this project of virtual labs for higher education, for higher education, for engineering students. The virtual labs were set up by all the IITs. And that time this idea came up as, can we do a similar thing for schools also? So the idea for schools was that simulations can be developed for the various laboratories, and with the boundaries, of course, of the technology. And then the availability can be made for the students. Students can access it over the internet or on any kind of devices. So the simulation is the main part of the virtual labs and can be a very, very powerful instructional device as well. That's where the theme of this talk is, that a virtual lab can also be used as a very good instructional device. We'll discuss further on that. Now, when it comes to virtual labs, there is the first question that comes up is this a replacement of a physical lab? Of course not. It can never be. No technology can ever be a replacement of the physical lab. Real life experience or real life lab is extremely important. It's extremely important the student get a feel of it, carry out the experiment. However, it can amplify that experience by providing more avenues, by providing more options, more affordances of expanding the boundaries of that particular lab. So we can expand the boundaries of classrooms with virtual labs by getting it into the our classrooms. We can use it while teaching. As mentioned in NEP, that now it needs to be integrated. Learning needs to be integrated. It's not that theory has to be in classroom, practical has to be in labs. Bring the practical aspects into your classroom as well, and take theory inside the labs as well. Refer to theory when you're doing the practicals. So we need to go with an integrated approach, and virtual labs can allow us do that. So it's very important that we take away this point, that virtual labs should be seen as only amplifiers and not replacement of any kind of physical lab. Here I would like to introduce the online labs, which I think some of you may be already using it. OLabs, it's already hosted on olabs.edu.in, and we have put up a lot of 2D and 3D simulations which are aligned to NCERT curriculum, and this can be accessed not only on the internet but also in an offline version, and the Android app is also available. Now 512 labs are also available on the Diksha platform. Now, when I talk about OLabs or any lab or a virtual lab, what is included in that? What is included in that lab? It's not just a simulation. It's not just only a simulation. So a simulation is something like this. This is a simulator for Ohm's law. And you can see that all the equipments can be seen, and the wiring can be done by the student. The parameters can be changed. Parameters here can be seen as the length, what is the diameter of the wire, and the rheostat settings. All these things can be changed. Resistance can be changed, and the student can observe. If you look at the Ohm's law lab on our website or on Diksha platform, you can see that you can also take observations. You can also, there is an observation table which is provided. So the simulator is only one part of it, but this is the most important part, because that is kind of the workbench which the student will be using in the lab to carry out the experiment, or you will be using it in the classroom to, to demonstrate something or discuss a particular concept. So apart from the core simulator, also the things in OLabs is the theory is also given. As I mentioned, integrated approach. So related to Ohm's law, what is the theory? What are the definitions? What are the concepts that the student needs to know? Can be referred in the theory part of that particular lab. Understanding the process, how the process has to be executed, how the procedure has to be done, how the readings have to be done, so that you can verify certain things or test certain concepts. That is also very important. That should be given as a procedure. Then the auxiliary requirements, so that it becomes like a proper lab, a virtual version of the lab. That is taking measurements, plotting the graphs, recording. That also is an important part of any virtual lab. And thereafter, whether the student has understood that particular concept, not for evaluation, but for self-evaluation of the student. The student themselves just test, okay, have I understood it, this particular concept, okay? So for that, some review questions, some viva voce questions. I think CBSE has a exam as well, or multiple choice question exam or quiz for the labs. Now the OLabs started way back in 2011, and we started only with 30 labs, 50 physics, 50 chemistry. That was just to see that whether a concept like virtual labs will work for schools. And thereafter we went to develop 173 more labs, and we hosted it on NKN. 5-year rollout project was there, where we physically trained many teachers. Maybe we might have trained your school teachers as well. Pandemic, again, there was CBSE circular to endorsing the use of OLabs, because there was nothing was available to the student. They couldn't access the laboratories. So in that case, just for that time, teachers were encouraged, schools were encouraged to use OLabs. So the demand for OLabs was enhanced a lot. There were many hits at that time. And then in 2021, a new project started with 500 more labs and OLabs for some subjects which conventionally do not have labs. So this is how a OLab looks like. Or a virtual labs looks like. It's now called virtual labs. It's integrated into Diksha now. And this is how it looks like. You can see that there is a simulator here. Then there is a theory. If you click on the theory tab, then you can see the theory. There is procedure, which lists out how you can carry out this experiment. Animation is just a demonstration of it. And in viva voce, there are some 4-5 questions which get auto-evaluated related to this particular lab. Okay. So now OLabs, as I mentioned, it's not just one simulation. It provides a complete ecosystem for the lab. And how it is easy, or maybe I would say, as teachers, you may be always having this confusion, or rather concern, I would say, that is a particular content or is a particular system suitable for my kids, for my students? Is it suitable for their age? Is it as per the academic convention? Then virtual labs or OLabs is completely aligned to NCERT curriculum, and it is also vetted by the NCERT. CIET NCERT is vetting each and every lab, only then it becomes a part of Diksha. It's also endorsed by CBSE through 3 circulars, and important part of OLabs is it goes beyond videos or animations. There is a high level of interactivity for the learner, so that learner can get engaged into it. It's not just a passive listening of what is being given. However fancy a particular content may be, unless the learner gets involved in it, we will not get the intended results. That's why, to engage the learners, high level of interactivity is given to the student. Many options are given, affordances are given, guidance is given as to how you can change it and see the effect and the observations. So it's also available in Hindi, Marathi, Malayalam, English. About 673 labs are there. Okay. That is about OLabs. Now, I want to touch upon one more aspect, is that when we were when virtual labs was getting ready, so that time we got a lot of feedback from teachers like you, who said that there is a lot of content already available for science. However, for many dry subjects like social sciences, for example, there is very, very little content which is available, and students generally find it quite boring, some of this topic, or very, very difficult to remember or to apply it. So can there be something like OLabs for these subjects? So these were the 3 subjects which we expanded on later. One is mathematics, labs for mathematics, labs for social sciences, and labs for languages. So for mathematics, in mathematics, the concern is that there are many abstract concepts. The student find it very difficult to apply that A, B, X, Y, Z to real life. At least in science, they can find some connections. But in mathematics, it's too abstract for them. It is too abstract for them to visualize 3D shapes, to see how it works or what is inside it, how do we rotate it, and how do we do the other operations which are required on it, algebraic identities, etc. So for that, there are several labs, or I would say interactive activities have been developed, where now the lab, instead of a simulation in case of science, the lab is now a workbench where the student can draw geometrical shapes for a particular identity and manipulate it. If it requires 2D, 3D objects, then those 2D, 3D objects are shown. It can be manipulated if required. It can be cut, or it can be superimposed, depending on whatever is the type of activity. For example, we have an activity that midpoint, the quadrilateral formed by midpoint of any quadrilateral is a parallelogram. Okay. So for that, you can draw any quadrilateral and then join the midpoints and see whether the identity is true for any type of quadrilateral. Okay. Similarly, if there is any identity for triangle, then any type of triangle can be chosen by the learner, can be drawn on the workbench, and then verified whether the identity is really working for this type of triangle as well. How does this help? This helps the student understand that beyond the textbook diagram, yeah, it is for all the different type of combinations of that geometrical figure. This particular identity will also work. So in such a way, we have given number of activities. Do check it out. Maths teachers can check it out. There are for 3D objects, we have also given 360-degree rotations, so they can manipulate it and check it. Another subject for which there was a lot of demand for virtual labs, and you can actually use it. I would suggest that not only in laboratory, but this can be largely used in classrooms. Okay, so that is for social sciences. So now social sciences has already, there is a lot of vast syllabus. Last week when I was taking the session for social sciences, I had asked the teachers that what are the teaching learning challenges that you faced when you are teaching social sciences. So one of the things was the syllabus is vast. Second was that students find it very boring. They don't get engaged, or they are not motivated to study social sciences. Okay, and some of the concepts are difficult to remember. I mean, they do go for rote memorization. Okay, so for that, can we have certain kind of interactive activities where the student can actually relate to the facts? Student can understand certain geographical phenomenon. For example, how do tides occur? Okay, how does an eclipse occur? Can we see it with, we see a diagram in the textbook. Can we have a 3D view of it? Can we see all types of eclipse in one particular interactive activity? Can we see how day and night occurs in different parts of the globe by, observing that throughout the day what happens when the sun changes, as we are revolving around the sun? What's happening? So in this way, the student will be able to relate to these facts by seeing the geographical phenomenon as an interactive simulation on an interactive activity. Then we have also put up interactive timelines for history, particularly interactive maps. So these maps are from NCERT, and we have made it interactive. So for example, you want to know source and destinations of the major rivers in India. Where does Ganga drain eventually? Okay, from where does it origin? Where does it drain? Which sea does it go? Okay, which path does it take? Can we see that? Okay, can we see how its tributaries are getting formed? And all this will be interactive. Then similarly, we can also see the different type of vegetations in India. So with one map, you can do a lot of interactive activities. With this interactive map, you can there is a facility of we are allowing to superimposing the political map as well on physical map of India. So you can actually see that which state it's happening. Okay. So there are many such, this is at the bottom left, you can see there is one activity for latitude and longitude, finding the latitude and longitude of a particular place. So in this way, virtual lab concept, so this is just some examples, this is not an exhaustive thing, but this is kind of a proof of concept that the concept of labs, or you can say the virtual labs, which was kind of being seen as being limited to science subjects, can also be adopted to subjects such as social sciences or maths. Now we also have, before I go to this one, we also have labs in languages. Now you would say that what has language to do with lab? So in language, if you look at the hard spots, which is the grammar, okay, many grammar related topics are hard spots for students. So can we have certain interactive activities which will engage the learners? Can we give them a lot of practice exercises where they can learn possibly tense conversion? And we give them remedial feedback on that. Automatic feedback is given. Oh no, you have chosen the incorrect, form of the word or the verb, okay? And this inflection is wrong, and this is what you can do. For tense conversion, what you have done, what is right, what is wrong. So that is also possible, and it can be seen one level that we have done for not only for English, but for Hindi and Sanskrit as well. For teaching Hindi and Sanskrit, not the literature, but the various hard spots such as pronunciation, using automatic speech recognition, for a different type of grammar such as adjectives, visheshan, prakar, everything. So for all of these things, we do have labs. So the concept of these labs or interactive activities can also be taken to languages. Okay, now when we go and show this to other in states, they are also telling us that, okay, now in Maharashtra is saying, why don't you develop Marathi language learning labs? Why don't you do that? Because that's extremely important for our students, specifically for hard spots, etc. So we can see that virtual labs can also the concept can be extended to non-conventional subjects. And immersive experience, which is the latest, the emerging technologies are now into this virtual lab space. You can find many such labs, even internationally, many virtual labs are available, which provide you gamified approach, wherein the lab is now, you can enter into the lab as if you were inside it. You go and wear the lab coat, you go and conduct the experiment as a VR or virtual reality format. We have also provided certain VR labs. However, the VR labs and AR labs, or whatever are the technologies, has to be chosen with a pinch of salt. Only if it's relevant for the concept, for the topic, it should be chosen and it should be given to the students. And one more example is augmenting the textbooks. So in the textbook, there is a diagram of, say, a pyramid. So can we augment over that textbook diagram using that as a marker, and then go and do an interaction with that pyramid? What is inside it? What are the ways inside it? What's its architecture? Similarly, if it's Taj Mahal, a photograph is there, which is printed on the textbook. Can we augment that? And we can do an interaction with it. So there are many possibilities as such that kind of you're augmenting the existing textbook. In VR, you are entering inside the solar system. Why not just go and see Earth from the perspective of a different planet? So there are many such options which are there. Now the next, when we do virtual labs sessions for the teachers, one of the questions that teachers always ask is that our lesson plans are already there, done. We already have a lab activity plan in place. How do we use virtual labs? How do you want us to use virtual labs, or how do you recommend us to use virtual labs? So here are some of the options in which you can use virtual labs. Say for example, before going to the physical lab, in case of science, you can use virtual labs just to give them, set the context of it, or give them an idea about it, and get them familiar with the experimental setup. So it can be kind of a preparatory ground before we go to the lab. After the physical lab, and after the physical lab, now physical lab provide limited options because of the resource constraint, or it's a very limited time. So maybe they can come back to the school and they can actually reflect on what happened in the lab, what if we had chosen this parameter, what if we had changed this value, and you discuss that in the class and give them as a homework that in virtual labs, go and try out these values and show me the report tomorrow. Okay, so you can use it as a reflection or as a homework activity with specific scenarios can be given to the student. This again can be done in the classroom. Okay, after the physical lab, as an instructional device, we highly recommend this, that while teaching particular concepts, you can actually, it's like explaining concepts like Hooke's law, focus length of a lens, etc. It's hard to explain it without a lab setup. Generally, our teachers work very, very hard by using the, blackboard and use it. I think some of you are, where there is facility of smart board, I think teachers are also using some kind of diagrams or some animations to explain it. Why not use virtual labs there? You can interact with it, you can play with it, and you can do the settings and show them how it works. You can use a complete simulation. So, and then you can call certain students and you can tell them to change the parameters and encourage them to try it out on their own. With active learning strategies as well, this is also highly recommended in classroom setup. Like for example, the car example which I just gave at the start of the presentation, okay? So suppose you had a simulator for it. Why not just stop it and ask the students that whoever thinks that the balloon will move forward, raise your hands. They form a group. Whoever doesn't feel that, they form a group, okay? And then you ask these two groups the reasons why they feel like that. Is it just a guesswork, or they think there is a rationale behind it? Thereafter, you play it and show it. And then you stimulate again the discussion as to why that happened. That's where they will remember it, that they have tried it out. They have thought about it. They have seen it. And maybe you will give them homework that go and find out what happens when it turns left, when it turns right. Go and find out if the simple pendulum was taken with Chandrayaan to moon. What happens, how is the behavior of the oscillation? Okay? So there are many such strategies called as active learning strategies which you can use in the classroom. And one of another ways of using virtual labs, which is not very much highly recommended, is when there is no lab. Ideally, there should be a lab. We expect that minimally the lab should be there. But in case of special scenarios like a pandemic or something has happened, the infrastructure is not there, then it can be used as a temporary replacement of the lab, and the student can actually try out the lab. It's instead of not doing a lab at all, okay? But just it gives a feel of the lab. Okay, so that is about virtual labs, and I would suggest all of you please share about virtual labs concept, and please use it in your classrooms. And you can share this information that this is freely available resource. Please use it in various ways. I gave you only 4 or 5 recommended ways to use it. You can use it in other different ways as well. And if there are any concepts, topics, so as I said, we have developed certain labs based on the deliverables that were there in the project. If you think there are really some good hard spots which are not yet addressed, please write to us, write to NCRT, and we will surely work on it. So I think I'll talk about ETU session. Do we have time? Shikhar? 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes. You can.
Yeah, 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah, so I'll also quickly tell about some of the activities that we are doing apart from OLabs. So our flagship project has been Vidyakash, which was the first national resource center for online learning. Online labs, we are working since past 12 years. The SAFL platform, I think some of you students might have given SAFL exam of CBSE. So the platform is completely developed by CDAC. So this OLabs, you have already seen, this was the OLabs Hindi, OLabs English activities. You can check it out. Social science, these are some of the endorsement. Recently, Maharashtra state has also brought in a circular on usage of OLabs. Some of the AR/VR labs in OLabs. These are some of the strategies. Recently, we also did deployment in PM Shri schools, so we can do it, the deployment in all your schools as well, the offline version. And this was SAFL, which we have done. This can also be done for small scale exams or low stake exams, as well as it can be adapted for high scale exam. It's a very, a kind of a, you can say, a low investment architecture which is used by leveraging the school's infrastructure and conducting high scale exams. So now we have conducted for around 18,000 schools. 18,000 schools, I think about 30 lakh students have appeared for the exam from 21 countries. Using the school's infrastructure, only on the LAN the exams were conducted, and only periodically they had to connect by net to our server. So that was about SAFL. So I'm telling it to you because maybe you might want to explore it and you may want to know more about it. You may want to do it in your school. Our team is there. You can, they will be happy to explain more about this. This is about SAFL 25-26, which is there, and it started in 2021 as a part of NEP. It was launched in 2021 by Honorable Prime Minister of India, the SAFL initiative aligned with NEP. This is the kind of the statistics that are provided, but only to the school or to CBSE. It's not a student's assessment at all. There is no student report card. The idea is that the CBSE is identifying that what are the competency levels which are achieved by students at grade 3, 5 and 8 in the essential or the foundational subjects. Whatever are the expected competencies are achieved or not, or what are the levels of that. Accordingly, remedial actions can be taken by either by the school or CBSE or the curriculum providers. That is the core idea behind SAFL. Then we have this very unique solution, a low-cost solution, which we used for SAFL this time as well on pen paper mode. So these are customized and personalized OMR sheets can be used, and these OMR sheets can be, so I have a separate OMR sheet, he has a separate OMR sheet, someone else has a separate OMR sheet. So everything, all our data will be captured in the QR code, and I just have to focus on answering the questions. So this can be, and the processing can be done very quickly using smartphones, okay? That can, it can be done using smartphones, so that quickly the results can be shown. So this can be used in classrooms as well, or classroom level tests, assignments as well, it can be used. Yeah, so we are doing it for SAFL as well as many other organizations. This is automation of various stage of competitive exams, the complete framework we are having that. We are working closely with GATE JAM. And also with NBE for this. Now Parikshak is an automated program grading tool. This we are working with IITs and other colleges where the focus is on enhancing the programming competence of students. This also can be used at school levels, okay? In school levels where right now the focus is on, I think Python is used in many, from a younger age, the students are taught about it. However, they don't get a workbench or a platform where they can write programs. It can get auto-evaluated. Of course, they do write programs, but it is very tedious for the teachers to evaluate it. So if certain problems, simple problems, addition of two numbers, printing of numbers, or printing of a particular pattern, these kind of questions can be set up in the Pariksha environment. The student can practice it like OLabs. They can do a lot of practice and automatically it gets evaluated. Okay, so that is, then we have Quizzy also. So Quizzy is kind of a real-time gamified quiz which can also be used in the classroom. You can use it in the classroom and you can try it out on quizzy.in. So I think you might be using a lot of gamified quizzes which are there. So it's similar to that. You can, for a particular class, if you are doing the test at one time, then immediately after every question, you can see what is the ranking, what was the correct answer, how many students chosen which answer, which option was selected. Students can also see that. They can also see a trivia associated with that question, why something went wrong, and then they can move to the next. So this is a very fun-filled kind of an engaging activity which you can also do using Quizzy in your classrooms. I think that's all from my side. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. If there are any questions, only one question possibly we can take till the next speaker can set up.
Yes, from audience, if you have any question.
Yes. Sorry? Sorry? Yes, yes.
Else it will not get recorded, your question.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Let us know if there are some concepts, topics on which you would like such a lab to be available.
Yes.
So what platform where we can give these ideas?
So one is you can either write to us, these are our email addresses, or in OLabs, there is everywhere, there is a feedback tab. Okay, so there also you can send it to us. You can write to the OLabs team. These are our email addresses. You can write to us that which subject, which hard spots are there. You can directly write to NCRT as well. That's fine.
One more
Yes. Yes, sir.
observation, suggestion. I am using this OLabs from 4 years.
Huh.
Actually, especially physics or chemistry and mathematics subjects, that whatever the Viva OS questions are there, that are very useful for most probably competitive examinations.
Okay,
So,
okay.
and I am observing that it may be taken positively.
Yeah, yeah.
It is to be reframed or it is to be changed every
Sure,
time.
sure,
or
sure.
improved every time. Thank
Sure,
you.
sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And sir, we are very much open for feedback, and the refinement keeps happening. CIT, NCRT is continuously reviewing it. If you see in some of the labs, there is a beta tag there. We remove that only when NCRT gives us a go-ahead for it. So surely we'll check out the questions or any kind of feedback is there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That was an amazing, a wonderful session. Labs are usually synonymous with sciences, so we usually think of science labs or maths labs, but extending it to the humanities and languages was truly exciting. I think at least I was scrolling when that flashed, the site flashed, I was immediately on my phone to check out because I'm a language teacher and would love to use this OLab. I'm sure many of us are going to make use of this session in reality when we get back to our classrooms. So we sincerely thank you once again, ma'am, for telling us how digital tools can bridge gaps, enhance inquiry-based learning, and extend classroom experience beyond physical boundaries. With these words, on behalf of the organizing committee, we request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, convener of the Conclave, to please present ma'am with a memento as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Okay, I'll wait.
Good morning, everyone. Before we proceed for the next invited talk, I'd like to make some important announcements. First announcement is regarding attendance. So shortly, we will be circulating one attendance sheet inside this auditorium hall. So those who are present here are requested to sign on the attendance sheet. I hope I'm clear. Second, we have already circulated through our group, but still to inform you, we'll have 2 panel discussions today. Topic for panel discussion 1 will be synergies between SDG4 and NEP 2020. So the participants are TC Preeti, Headmistress, Dr. Rahul Khilare, Vice Principal, Shri Amol Pathak, Postgraduate Teacher, Ms. Sonia AP, Trained Graduate Teacher, and Amulya Vedantam, Primary Teacher. We'll have another panel discussion today. The topic is perspectives of integration of social media and technology in education. And the participants will be Shishir Bodhi, Headmaster, Vice Principal, Shri Ashok Kumar Rao, PGT, Shri Mukesh Kumar Arya, TGT, Shri Vinod Sonavne, and PRT, Srimati Kuljit Kaur Sandhu. Already we have circulated this list, so as and when we make the announcement, all of you are requested to come to the dais. So we'll continue with our program, and this attendance sheet will be circulated shortly. So if any of your friends are still outside, please call them in. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Chandrasekhar, Scientist E, Educational Technology Department, CDAC, Mumbai. With over 20 years of experience in knowledge-based computer systems and educational technology, Mr. Shekhar has been an integral part of several CDAC initiatives, including Matra, Darpan, Parikshak, PACE, and transliteration projects. He has also worked closely with IITs and IISc on process automation for national-level competitive exams, such as GATE, JAM, and DNB-NBE. A passionate educator and mentor, he actively engages with students through teaching and motivational sessions. Today, he will address us on redefining the role of teachers in the age of AI, aligned with NEP 2020, a topic that is both timely and transformative. I request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, convener of the Conclave, to present a potted plant, a symbol of growth and goodwill, to Mr. Chandrasekhar to mark the beginning of his session. Thank you, sir. So now it's over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chandrasekhar. You can just address me as Shekhar. So I'm going to talk about the role of a teacher in the age of AI. AI is now everyone hearing about the AI, artificial intelligence. It's not a new term, but in recent times, it's become a buzzword. You go anywhere, you open any book, any newspaper, any advertisement, you see there is a AI is there. So AI is a very powerful tool. So before I start, I think it's not copied properly. PDF is there right now? I think slides are not coming properly. PDF is there. Pen drive is there? 1 minute, sorry. Yeah, okay, ठीक है. Yeah. Okay, so what will be, you all are teacher here. Somewhere, some are principals, some are maybe moved to the another manager role, but some point of time, you all were teachers. So your role as the things and technology is coming to the field of education is going to be very difficult in coming days. You will not just playing a mentor role, you have to play a lot of other balancing role you have to play in the field of in the technology which coming to the education. AI is a very powerful tool. It do lot of things automate for you, which you find it now currently very tedious for doing yourself. One of them is attendance. Every day in a class, at least 5-10 minutes of a teacher goes to taking the attendance. That can be done automatically by the AIs. Few years back, when we talk about AI, when we saw the science fiction movies, AI seems like a unreal things. People are going and just walking into the camera, and the door open and they allow you. It looks like a dream. Now it's a reality. You can walk into the camera and camera open a door for you, and you can go. Now sitting in a class, I just open my camera and take the attendance in one go. That is a reality. It's no more a dream. There's nothing we can think it cannot happen. It is happening. Every day, every offices are equipped with this. It's done? Huh? No. Okay. So AI is no more a buzzword. It is a reality. In this reality, AI is now like a chemistry lab where a lot of chemicals are there. Students can do any type of reactions. If you attended students in a laboratory, so AI is such laboratories, if you don't guide your student properly, they can do explosion. So your role as a teacher, when you're playing with the AI, when you're taking the advantage of AI, is not just a teacher of just using the technology, but also providing the right perspective about the AI. That is very, very important. Start. Can we do full screen? With the full screen? No. It's fine. Where is the, I don't know. Actually, I don't use Windows, so I don't know. I'm a Linux user.
I think this will go easy for you.
Okay, no problem.
This will go easy.
No problem. Okay. So I want to know how many of you know these three gentlemen? Anyone in the class? Anyone? Can you guess who is this three person? Anyone, please? Yeah. Yes. 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 Okay. One more. Yeah. No. No. Yes, very good. Yes. Other two? Other two? Okay. Do you know these guys? First one? Second two? Second two, guys. No. So this one was easier. This one was tougher. And this is the reason. Who the three guys are? First one is Ramakanta Achrekar. Second one is the Rajiv Motwani. And third one is the Professor V. Rajaraman. Ramakanta Achrekar, now no one need any introduction, but no one knows by him how he looked. He is the coach of Sachin Tendulkar. Rajiv Motwani is the guide who guided Sergey Brin and Larry Page to open a Google. Third one is the Professor V. Rajaraman. He taught the computer, he bring the computer in India. He is the person who bring the computer in India. He written the two most classical book which every programmer in this country, when they set up the computer center in India, his two most popular students was, one was Narayan Murthy, another one was F.C. Kohli. F.C. Kohli, who was started TCS. So two of the major company in India started by his student, V. Rajaraman. He written the two books, Fundamental of Computer and Fundamental of Programming. They are considered as the Bible in computing in India. So why I'm bringing this? Not necessarily a teacher is a very popular one. Your job is not to make yourself popular, but your student will make them something for you. The coming generation will remember you. So you as a teacher has a big role to play, and nothing going to replace you. So AI is no more a buzzword, it's a reality, it's coming to us, but at the same time, our responsibility has increased as a teacher. With every genuine advance in the artificial intelligence, there are myths, there are misconception and inaccuracy also come. AI bringing lot of those. He is, anyone know him? He is Andrew Ng. He is one of the person in the recent advancements of AI. He plays a major role in bringing the AI to a reality. He is the founder of Coursera, the first online learning platform where the courses were come. What he's saying is, he's the person who bring AI to reality. What he's saying, some of the people say discouraging other from learning the programming. People say when the AI come, you don't need to write a program. That's not true. Programming is a fundamental thing. AI is not going to replace any programming perspective, though it's going to enhance. He is criticizing the winner of Nobel Prize in technology and criticizing the Turing Award winner in his talk. So there are such misconception, even the most educated person, most advanced persons are making such a statement, which is not good for the coming technology. So that is the reality is coming, AI is bringing to us. What is the myth? AI can do anything. AI will take over a job. Many of you are very aged. When I was in 1994, 1996, when the computer will come, every job will go. Job has gone? I think computer has bring more job to India than any other sector. If India is coming out of poverty, computer is one of the field. So every time a technology come, this type of messaging come. Instead of, AI will definitely going to some of the thing going to automate it, going to replace it, but not going to eat your job, but going to give you more and more jobs. Be prepared for that. If we were prepared early enough with the computer, we would have taken the more advantage of computers. We will be a top leader if we were taking the advantage. Still, we are not far behind, but we could have taken the advantage. So now the AI age is coming. We need to prepare for that. With the caution, how and where AI can play a role, that is most important thing going to be. AI cannot going to solve all the problem. AI is not going to replace any of you. So what AI can do and how to take advantage of the AI is the things you should be aware about. So what AI can do and cannot do, the distinction is very important. It's important to know what AI can do. Equally important to know what AI cannot do. Then only you will be able to take the decision where to use the AI. Just knowing about AI is not good enough. Artificial intelligence is a term, but artificial intelligence is not just the buzzword. It has a lot of layers. Artificial intelligence, inside there are a lot of other fields. Natural language processing, voice processing, translation, transliterations, image processing. They all are unique fields. People are doing research in each of the fields. They all come under AI. AI is not just doing some fancy things. AI is not a robot only. Anything where you find you cannot write a simple logic, if then else, can be solved with the AI, but with their own challenges. AI can do only that much it had been taught. It cannot go beyond that. So AI has a limitation. That limitation needs to be understood. I'm not here for the AI lecture here. I'm here to aware you about what you should be worried about, what you should be care about when you're talking about AI to your students. Don't give them the false think AI can do anything. No, he cannot do. So importantly, you should be making a distinction. What AI can do, what AI cannot do. Automation is good as long as you know exactly where to put the machine. Not everything should be automated. It should not happen you come to the class and play your robot and go away and robot will take care of your students. That is automation, but that is not what is expected. That tool is important, that's going to help you a lot, but at the same time, your role is also equally important to guide them, to make them aware what the automation means here, what the automation can be done here. So you should be knowing where to automate, and what not to automate. Everything AI will do you, but with the proper decision making, where to use it, equally knowing where not to use it. So what AI can do for you is, AI will give you added tool so that your focus should be what you can only do. Let the AI do the other things, but your focus should be what you can only do, which AI cannot do. So your focus will more increase. When we interact with the teacher, many teachers said, I have to do a lot of work. I have to do a lot of copy checking. I have to do attendance. I have to make a lot of reports. Teachers should not be focused on that. Ideally, teachers should be focused more and more energy in the classroom. They should be preparing more and more for the classroom, how I can make class more engaging, how I can make my students more aware about the things, how I can take more sessions with them, more interaction with them. Teachers should focus on that. And other aspects which are not essential for the teacher to doing the job can be automated. Many of the teachers complain, I get a lot of duties from the government for doing the unnecessary things, like census. When the voting comes, they ask you to do jobs. Now, if the AI coming, AI will take care of those jobs, and you will be doing the job what you are for. So AI is going to help you here, not going to replace you. Remember that. Equally, you should be knowing the strength of AI and how you can use the AI. So, what the AI can do for the students? So first I will see the perspective of the students. Personalized and adaptive learning. AI has the ability to personalize a learning for each and every individual. So if I like something to be play with, I will get an activity, interactive activity. If somebody like listening, he will get a listening activity. Somebody like a visual, he will get a visual activity. Somebody like a theory, he will get a theory activity. That can be done with the AI, which is not possible for a teacher to do it. So that type of platform can be used for a classroom, because every students are different. So AI can help you to do the personalized learning, where some of the things which I cannot taught for a particular student, for a particular way, AI can help you. Intelligent tutoring system, it can be adopted with the experience, which is very difficult for a teacher to adopt for each student, which AI can do it automatically. No much time required, only thing it need a training. A smart content creation, many of the content you try to draw in the board and try to explain it. It takes a lot of time, your half of the time drawing the image, trying to explain it. AI can do in no time. Like Archana was talking about the simulation of the Earth, simulation of the galaxy. It's very difficult to create that magic on the board, blackboard, or with the 2D slides, but AI can do in no times. You just write some proper prompt, it can design and give it to you. That you can demonstrate in the class. It will give you the added tool, help you to explain the concept. That AI can do it. Enhance accessibility. Many of the students are not that capable as we are blessed with. They have a visual disabilities, they have listening disabilities, they have different type of disabilities. A teacher cannot adapt for all type of students. AI can help you there. AI can bring such content which will be accessible to all type of users. You can take help of the AI. For the students, these are the things AI can be used. For a teacher's perspective, what teacher can do, take advantage of the AI, automation of the administrative task. The most simpler task which you get bored is taking the attendance. We have such tools. Even we have created such tool which can take a picture of a classroom in one go, and within a few seconds, you have the attendance. How many students are present, how many students are not present. Simple one, you are already maybe using in the office, looking at the camera, your attendance gets locked. That is also there. So these are the things which used to take times, like copy checking. AI is now such advanced, they can do a copy checking for you. If you're not relying 100% on the AI, still it will guide you. This particular answer, out of 10, this much you can give. So when you are evaluating, you can cross-check your answer. They can highlight you automatically highlighting the keywords which will get noticed in the particular answer. So AI can be used there for a teacher. Whatever task you feel which is not necessary for you, which can be automated, AI should bring in. You should bring the AI in that area. Data-driven insight. Now, because all of things happening, data getting collected digitally, you can take advantage of the data also. You don't have to do manual calculation. It will give you which students is more attentive, which students are not less attentive, whose attendance is good, whose attendance is bad. You don't have to do any of the calculation your own. You just pass the data, you will get all the report in one go. Lot more than that, many of the things hidden inside the data. You don't have to sit and analyze the data. AI will do most of the tasks for you, where you can take advantage of AI. You should knowing what is the right tool, and most of the tools are available freely to you in your fingertips. Those tools you can bring in your education, and the early you will adopt it, the better you will paste with the system. You should not feeling after 10 years, I am left behind. So now you will start adopting at least one of the two technology in your classroom. You will be synced with the system as and when the new technology is going to come. You will be synced with the system, and you will easier for you to adopt it and take advantage of the technology. Instead of fearing of the technology, you should be early adopter of the technology. So what a teacher should do? Ignite the spark. That is the main job. Teacher should spark, should light. That is, computer will not able to do it. Do you think Ramakant Achekar has 20 centuries? No. Do you think Ramakant Achekar is a better batsman than Sachin Tendulkar? No. but he make a better batsman. Do you think V. Rajaraman is a better entrepreneur than Narayan Murthy? No. But he has made. So you as a teacher has a role to ignite your student and make better version of you, much better version. They will light somewhere and they will sign you also. You have empathy. Machine don't have that. Machine cannot do that. Emotions. He aware about, you just looking at the face, you can see what is going on. You aware about his past, what is the struggle, you can help them. Machine cannot do that. So your role as a teacher is very, very much relevant in the age of AI as well. Teachers value ethics. When we're teaching, we take ethics as a separate subject, moral science as a separate subject, but teacher teaches ethics in every subject they are teaching in. They give value in any subject they are teaching. When they're teaching math, they teach you values, they teach you ethics, which machines fail to do it. They focus on the topic only. When we give any example, we're teaching math, we bring our stories. That the story make them more relevant. That story teaches more than the subject that he is teaching. That AI failed to do it. Encourage the imagination. You ask them to encourage imagination. AI basically close the imagination. They give you all things available, all the things you want to demonstrate, AI gives you freely. Teachers can go beyond that. When you tell the story without any image, students close their eyes and they go to a different world. They go to your village, they visualize your village, the way you project them with your story. That you can only do it. So these are the things AI is very poor in that. So please keep doing it. That is your main job. Take the advantage of the technology which AI bring to us. Blend it with your strategy. Take advantage of that. But with all the technology coming to the field of AI, there are challenges. Big challenges, which you should be aware about that. The first one is challenge the bias of AI. For that, you should know how AI works. AI can do only that much it has been taught. Taught means whatever the data provided to AI for creating a model. So I give you a very basic of the AI. You have a data. You pass the data to the AI system. You create a model out of that. And that model becomes the knowledge. That knowledge has only come out from the data has been provided to you, provided to the system. So any question you ask to the model, that model answer you from the knowledge he has acquired from the data. It can't go beyond that. If the model had been not taught about Ramayana, the model will never able to answer any question of Ramayana. So model is as good as it had been trained on. So if the model is biased, the response will be biased. So if most of the model, what we are seeing today, ChatGPT, Gemini's, or Grok, they all are trained on the foreign data. So they are not equipped to handle our type of queries, although they are basic queries they were able to hire. But their data model are very different from us, so they have biases. So when this automated tool giving you any answer, don't take as the actual answer. They may not be correct. It all depends on what data have been trained. So there are biases in data and that reflect on the response of the AI. So it is a very big challenge and it can be an ethical issue also. Are this knowledge will be taken on the correct value? Many people say ChatGPT पे मैंने देखा है, यही answer है. No. जो ChatGPT दे रहा है, that maybe not the correct answer. You should be also aware about, make aware your student also. They may quote you sometime, I have seen this in ChatGPT answering this. That's not correct. So you need to be aware about that. And you make to aware about your students. You say, I can use AI, but you know what is the cost? If all the language model, it will train in India, we don't have electricity for this room. It eat all the electricity. That much electricity is required for this model to need to be trained. Thankfully, not all thing is happening in India. We are inviting everyone. We are inviting all data centers in India, but it has a lot of cost associated. So that's the price we need to pay. We need to sacrifice some of the power uses to this sector. Data privacy and security. Because AI need data to create a model, we need to provide them the data. Now, what is the security of the data? If I am providing my data so that it will customize for me, I don't know how the data is going to be used. What is the privacy? Today, AI is able to generate a video which is very difficult to find it's original or it is AI generated. Many of you are falling in the trap. Yesterday, my father was showing one video where Nitish Kumar was saying, I resigned. I said, it may be fake. And video was so real, he literally think that video is not AI generated. It's so difficult to distinguish. So that's the threat we are coming with. We need to make aware of our students, make aware of ourselves. Any video, any audio, any text, any newspaper cutting we are seeing may not be the real. AI able to generate such content so beautifully, it's very hard to distinguish. So our job is very, very difficult, going to be very difficult. Now they are reaching that level where a normal person not able to distinguish. It's going to be further improve only, not going to decrease. It's further going to improve. It become even for a technology person where we are doing day and night, we are finding it difficult to distinguish which is real, which is not real. So your job is going to be very difficult and prepare yourself for that. AI transparency. Now many people, you say AI has given this answer. But can you explain how AI has given the answer? It's difficult. AI will not able to explain you how a particular question and how a particular answer has come. There is a black box coming in between, which is called model, which is called language model, or any kind of model. That is unexplainable. Nobody can look inside the black box and tell these are the steps they have followed to come to this conclusion. When we ask any question to the student, a student answer that. We ask them, write down the steps, how you come to this conclusion. So far, AI is not providing us any such path to coming to the conclusion. So transparency is big. We don't know inside the model, somebody actually written the if then else. We don't know. Because we are not opening and seeing the black box. Even somebody opening, they are not able to understand what is inside the black box, how they are able to answer. So transparency is lacking. So that also need to be aware whenever we are taking anything coming out of AI. Final thing is the software malfunctioning. Any AI tool you use is not 100%. Anybody you ask who has created AI tools, they are never a 100% accuracy. It's always a 95% accuracy or 98% accuracy. And suppose its accuracy is low 50%. You are not in a position to identify the accuracy is now 50% or 90%. When AI malfunction, you're not able to distinguish it is actually a wrong error, it is a right error, or it is actually giving a system has crashed. Because you are accepted. The application has only 80% accuracy. Many of the applications you have accepted is only 80% accuracy. So actually when the system malfunction, we don't know it is malfunction or it is just giving the output. That is very difficult. So you need to aware about that. Recently, somebody have changed some parameter. Grok has started using abusive words, and very abusive words for our Prime Minister, Ms. Sonia Gandhi, and our leaders or leader of opposition. They are using such a wrong languages. It's not even acceptable in any civilized society. But the system was doing it. Some malfunction has happened. Now we'll say AI is doing it. We don't know. It's a malfunction happened, it's an error, or it's a trained model. It's very difficult to explain that. So we need, as a teacher, need to be aware about such aspect of AI when we're adopting AI in our classroom. So that's it from my side. If you have any question, please. one more thing I want to add here is, 2 months back, Government of India had decided need to introduce AI from class 3 onward. Class 3 onward, we need to introduce, under NEP, class 3 onward, we need to introduce AI. So in the backdrop of what AI can do, AI cannot do, we should be very much prepared how to adopt the technology as early as class 3 and explain them the merit, demerit, challenges to class 3 up to class 12. So please think aloud and prepare for yourself. I personally, I'm not an educationist, I'm a technology guy. By my personal opinion, should not be taken as a voice. I personally don't believe AI should be introduced as class 3. It should be at least class 8, so the maturity will be there for the student to adopt it. That is my personal opinion. It should not be taken in any way as my thought, because I'm not from the education field as per se where decide what should be the curriculum. Thank you. Anyone? Yes, there is a provision when any software come to the live, there is a alpha testing and beta testing happening, but that is happening at their lab. It is not happening in the public domain. When the public domain it come, it is for anybody to use it. Although all the AI tools which are available in the market, most popular one was Grok, ChatGPT and Gemini. They required an email registration login. Email registration has a limit of age. Only that age can register. So that's where they are trying to control that. But we have decided to introduce at the class 3. So I don't know how we're going to introduce it, what level we're going to introduce it. So I request humbly to everyone, please make aware yourself of when we're using an AI, the challenges involved with the AI, the aspect of the AI, how you're going to adopt it. Yes. Yes, by the teachers. For the student, they have to bring AI in the class in a way to make them understand these are the AI things. Yes, yes, support to teach. Yes, yes. So support to teach, just as I said, you bring any AI tool, but AI tool has some biases that you need to keep in back of your mind. What AI is giving is not the 100% accuracy. We should not take everything and the terms of is 100% accurate, so when AI is said, it is correct. That mindset need to be very much keep in our back of mind. We don't know. Because when the answer is coming, the accuracy, they are not giving with the accuracy, this answer is only 50% correct. We don't know about that. Yes. So, yes. Correct. Yes. It should be taken as an added tool in your education, not as a just supplement of you or anything. It's not be treated as a supplement anything. It should be added tool which help you to take advantage of the technology. If no question, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for instilling confidence in human intelligence in this age of artificial intelligence and throwing light on the tricks, traps of AI and how we can harness its potential to streamline our classrooms and enhance learning experiences. Thank you once again. With these words, I kindly request convener of the conclave, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, to present a memento to Mr. Chandrasekhar as a mark of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, audience. So, the participants of poster, I'll not call it competition. So, those academicians who have prepared posters and brought the posters and displayed here are requested to report to the poster venue after the tea break. In the same way, those who have participated in the teaching aid, I'll call it an exhibition only, they are requested to report to the teaching aid venue just after the tea break. I hope I am clear. So those who have prepared posters and displayed there are requested to report to the poster zone after the tea break, and those who have prepared the teaching aid are requested to be there in the teaching aid room after the tea break. Thank you. So we will break for tea. After the tea break, we will assure the attendance sheet is circulated to everyone. This is a very important announcement. After the tea break, please come back and we'll ensure the attendance sheet is being signed by everyone. Thank you.
discussion that encourages dialogue, reflection, and shared learning. The theme of this panel discussion is Synergies between SDG4 and NEP 2020, a topic that highlights how global educational goals and national policy frameworks can work together to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. To guide this meaningful conversation, we are privileged to have as our moderator Mr. Ankush Gupta from Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR. I request Sir to come up to the stage and take his place as the moderator. Ankush Sir, please come, sir. I call upon Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, convener of the Conclave, to present him with a potted plant as a mark of our gratitude. Mr. Ankush Gupta is an associate professor with an integrated master's degree in chemistry from IIT Kanpur and a PhD in physical chemistry from Cornell University, USA. His academic journey spans research and teaching across premier institutions including CSIR, NISTADS, IIT Roorkee, and HBCSE TIFR, where he has been serving since 2015. His areas of interest include chemistry, education, and environmental education. And he is actively associated with the Chemistry Olympiad program and the National Initiative in Undergraduate Science at HBCSE. We are confident that his expertise will ensure a thought-provoking and well-facilitated discussion. Joining him today are our esteemed panel members who bring on-ground experience from diverse levels of school discussion. Dr. Rahul Khilare, Vice Principal, Ms. T.C. Preeti, Headmistress, Mr. Amol Pathak, PGT, Ms. Sonia A.P., TGT, Ms. Amulya Vedantam, PRT. Together, this distinguished panel represents leadership and teaching perspectives across primary, secondary, and senior secondary levels, making this discussion truly comprehensive and practice-oriented. We look forward to hearing how the vision of NEP 2020 aligns with the global mandate of SDG4 and how educators can translate these frameworks into meaningful classroom practices and institutional change. I now invite Mr. Ankush Gupta to kindly take over the proceedings and initiate the panel discussion. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. Let me admit, this is the first time I am conducting a panel discussion, so forgive me if I make any lapse. The theme of today's discussion is SDG4 and NEP 2020. SDG, or Sustainable Development Goal 4, was adopted by United Nations. This is the part which talks about inclusive education and education for sustainable development. It has 7 subsections, and in 2015, India announced that it will adopt SDGs in its entirety. And in fact, National Education Policy explicitly adopts SDG4. In fact, the introduction paragraph of NEP itself talk about SDG4, and India adopts SDG4 in its entirety. The targets are quite lofty. In 2005 when it was adopted, and then in 2015 it was adopted, and 2020 NEP kind of came into force. The targets go till 2030, and the idea is that till 2030, broadly speaking, that all of our population should have access to quality education. And depending upon the age group, the background, younger children must have access to early childhood education, and then primary, secondary, tertiary education. Tertiary also translates to university system, then professional courses. And then it also talks about adult education. Further, it talks about conceptual learning, but also training which prepares children, adults for vocation, respectable jobs, entrepreneurship, as well as bringing in softer skills which prepare them for to be decision makers of the future world for enabling sustainable development, bringing world peace, non-violence, and kind of global companionship where even people from different countries can work together. And essentially a part of it is developing respect for all beings in spite of differences. So this is roughly the scope of what we are going to talk about. And it's a pleasure that we have, respected teachers with their experiences in different domains and different components of school education who are present here. So panel discussion, the purpose is not just to reach any conclusion, but to hear diverse voices which can expand our understanding of an issue. And with that spirit, we would like to start with today's discussion. So even though there are 7 subsections of SDG4, but I felt that we can discuss these 7 points under 4 sub-themes. And the first sub-themes I would like to open up with access to all, essentially providing opportunities that all children, boys, girls, and members of all gender can get opportunity for quality education. And with this, I would request my panel members to start. Can I start? Ask Sonia madam to start. We will talk about both challenges and possibilities, what can work, what has worked at one place and perhaps can work, and what are the challenges, what we see in this process.
Good morning, sir. Thank you. Good morning to all. I'm going to start, this topic was given in the morning itself, so some little points I had noted down, so I'll just share that. As sir had said, SDG4 means quality education, inclusiveness, and lifelong learning. The aim is obviously, education must be readjusted. It should be readjusted, revamped, and re-energized to meet the requirements of providing quality education wherein lifelong learning can be incorporated. So a country where there are 2 different strata, as we go, I'll explain, our requirements and how to move towards a better learning process, or in a way, happiness or joy of learning can be brought in, how we can bring in. So in a way, I can say expectations actually differ based on the strata of society that they belong to. When the country faces the situation wherein some of the schools do not have the basic infrastructure, there are dropouts are increasing, not just because of lack of infrastructure, but because of their own economical conditions. So their expectations from quality educations differ. It becomes more about inclusiveness. While in major cities, it is about competitive exams, creating robots in our homes, the vision of SDG4 gets lost in this whole process, because here it is not about creativity, multidisciplinary approach, and skill-based program, but it is about robotic learning in a child. Private schools aim in business and catering to the needs of the parents in helping them to create or mold their children into mechanical robots. There are dummy schools. Exhaustive study and test batteries are going. Stringent and strategic approach should be taken up by the state government, as education is a state subject. Children should be given the opportunity to study in an environment where learning is joyful. Dummy schools, school should be taken off. A teacher should be allowed to remain as a teacher rather than competing with the coaching institutions. School should not be a place where you are asked how many of your students have cracked JEE or NEET exams, because schools or school teachers are not trained to create robots. If dummy schools are banned, the level of probably the question, because the level of question papers that they bring up is actually becomes too exhaustive for the students. And then probably there'll be joy, quality education, inclusiveness, and lifelong study. So learning, I think, so learning can be improved, and probably the access point can be more included, because if infrastructure, everything is there, we can bring in more children. That way, probably the children will be able to come to school. Dropouts can be reduced, and I suppose they can also give some solutions how to improve that part. That is my point.
Okay, so ma'am has highlighted 3 major things as I see it. One is the definition of quality. She's saying that perception of what is quality. Some people think that, okay, are you going to prepare my child for the competitive exam? That is a definition of quality. If you go to a different kind of school, then they may not even bother about competitive exam. They'll say, what competitive exam? They perhaps, in fact, we have also seen sometimes when you go to rural school, children want to know more about agriculture or some different dimensions which the curriculum is not. So the expectation, and the same teacher who goes from one school to another suddenly finds herself or himself in a very different situation where the children or parents are expecting very different thing. And second thing we are touched upon is the infrastructural system, which can at least ensure that there is space for everyone.
Building is like falling. There are no blackboards. There are no, teachers are not available. Children may not be there, teachers
the
are
human
not
resources. Yeah, thanks. May I request Preeti ma'am to share your views on this aspect? Preeti ma'am has also been a headmistress.
Good morning,
in ACL.
everyone. So, regarding this access to education in our ACS, we are trying to, as per RTE, we are trying to include children 25% from right from first standard onwards, and now from the coming academic session, this is going to be from Balavatika first standard, Balavatika first one, that is from 3-year-old. We are trying to include children under RT. So that comes under access to education. That is, we are trying to move out and bring children as many children as possible. That is 25% is based on the number of DAE children that we are taking. So that is there, and from first standard onwards, we are providing free education under the SEEP program. That is, for not only free education, we are providing a scholarship for these RT students. So that also comes under for those children, those who are societally very poor and from a very poor background. So we are providing free education. So that also encourages and includes many, encourages people to come for.
And you have seen positive effect of this over time. You have seen this having positive effect on more sections of society coming forward to bring their children into school.
Many people, children are from very poor background are coming for seeking education in school. So that is a positive aspect of this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So may I request Dr. Khilare to comment on this view, any challenges as well as any positive developments which you would like to highlight?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. When we talk about education, actually 4 main pillars are there on which education system runs. So we have ideals, we have goals, we have aims, we have objectives. So ideals are from the country, the origin of the country we can say. Then we have goals derived from the ideals, like in our constitution we have some goals. Then we have aims as they are reflected in our curriculum, and then we have objectives which reflects in syllabi textbooks. Accordingly, so we can see here clearly, like our topic is there, this SDG4 and NEP 2020. So synergy between NEP 2020 and SDG4 we can have. We see that synergy completely because the policy document is completely clear. It is there, right? Because those ideals, goals, they match. But the problem lies where actually on the part of us. No, the synergy between textbook, curriculum, NCERT has also done his job, right? By synergizing these aims related to goals. But the problem is here with institutions, teachers. Now you see, today we are talking about accessibility in 21st century, 2025. But right now also we can see the data that in 2023 it was released from UDICE Plus, that 47.44 million children of age group of 6 to 17, they are still now out of the school in our country. Having everything actually. So we are trying hard for universalization of education since 2000. Universal education, that policy running from 2000. Even earlier policy also talked about this. NEP also strongly talks about accessibility of education, equitability of education. But the still things we are not able to match with that. And implementation
So where are we getting stuck?
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is that, sir, what I think that few problems, like rules, for example, rules. Now I saw one student under RT, what madam was talking, he went for admission along with her parents. But the next day, only one day she reached late the deadline, she was denied the admission. Right? Now another thing is that, okay, we are talking about accessibility, no. Language barrier is also one of the most important. I interviewed one teacher who teaches in Nanded district. No, what she was telling me that she has to teach first the students of class 4 because they know now what I am talking. Then class 4 students teaches class 1 students. Because class 1 students, they don't know what is the language of teacher. Right? So this is also one of the reasons of dropouts what madam was talking. Right? And obviously, infrastructure, other things are also there. So I think, and there are reasons behind these dropouts that sometimes teachers, they have their different behavior. What SIP we are talking. No, while SIP, I have seen some teachers having a different outlook towards the SIP students.
Can you clarify what this word you are using?
SIP.
What does it mean?
Program. It is program actually run by us. So it is for underprivileged students, marginalized students. For them, we run that program. Program is very nice. We are running that.
Thanks.
But because of that, inside the classroom, we don't know what happens many times.
Correct.
So administration, teachers, actually the success of this NEP 2020 mostly depend on us, how we are going to take it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So very important point you have raised. So one aspect is getting everyone into school, but then starts the second challenge. When everyone is into school, you have students with diverse cultural background, diverse linguistic background, and also of diverse abilities. And then how do you bring synergy by providing quality learning environment for them, A, and then comes, how do you run the classes, how do you ensure that they feel comfortable, they feel joyful, and what can we do? Inclusive education and NEP as well as SDG4 explicitly talk about certain categories. This involve tribal communities, rural communities, children with disabilities, and children who are vulnerable because of some personal life experiences which make them more sensitive or they create certain learning deficiencies in them. And we are working with teachers, and I'm sure many of the teachers, all of you will also relate, that it creates a challenge for you ki abhi main kya karu class mein. I came with a certain lesson plan, and suddenly I have these children, either they are not responding or they are disturbing the class, they are not allowing the class to focus. And essentially it challenges us as educators to really think through ki now how do we readjust, reshape our education process to make now this set of children, this set of people whom we are working with a more meaningful education. So would you like to comment, madam, in this, Amulya ma'am, on this, and we'll take more inputs from other teachers also.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. So I would like to, because it's a stage where we can share ideas, and we are here to learn, actually unlearn and relearn something very new. Because when the textbooks are new, and when the syllabus is new, when we are saying it is competency-based education, I would like to, request the teachers, educators, that we are supposed to unlearn whatever we have learned till now, the rote learning method, because we have learned it and we are teaching still. And I want to come up with solutions. I want to propose certain solutions as a society, okay? Because this is, the synergy between SDG and NEP is inclusiveness, equitable, high quality education and future ready education system. When we talk about it, I think it is not that as an individual I will be able to bring about all these changes. I think as a society we can do it, as a community we can do it. So my suggestion is, because we are burdened with so many things, like we as teachers are not just teaching in the class. It's not about only making the material or preparing the material, preparing the lessons and delivering them, or doing it. My suggestions would be, like, if it is possible, that we can have a common lesson plan where we are including, how we are going to create or generate material for that particular activity or for that particular class. Like, not individually making teaching aids, but rather if the teaching aids are, some of them are digital, some of them are like kind of material that we can simply print. So 4 or 5 teachers or from different schools, they can pull up for each lesson. They can create material and share with everybody. It's like a common pool where we can pick up. This reduces our workload also, and it increases the, it allows us to be more productive in the classes because workload is reduced. And also, the worksheets. I always wanted to talk about worksheets. Okay, so worksheets are not the rote learning thing, like where we are just asking questions. Again, see, we are saying we are giving worksheets. But ultimately, what is it? It is question and answers that they are answering. But worksheet, the word itself says worksheet. So you're conducting an, kind of activity. The worksheet has to reflect how much understanding has been done by the student when he works out on that. Okay, that becomes, competency based.
So
right?
what I hear you are recommending is creation of pool of learning resources.
Yes, absolutely.
Perhaps in the form of worksheets, perhaps in the form of other material.
Teaching learning material,
right.
Worksheets, activities, like pre-planned everything. For the, say, session, 3 months, we have pre-planned. We sat down for 3 days or 2 days. We have completed for each class, section-wise, topic-wise, we have completed. And we are ready. And it is shared with everybody. There is no communication gap. So we can just go there. Like AES has a website. So it is listed there that, we can just download it from there or we can use it. Simply like, I have one teaching aid. I have shared it with AECS. I have prepared that in a digital format. Then I got it printed. And then, so I shared it. It's not available anywhere. But other teachers are also benefited with it. So sharing, making a common thing where it can be, so that it transcends, that the purpose of this NEP is, made possible.
Okay.
And we can achieve it as a community, not by 2030, but within,
earlier
than that.
Okay, thanks. I would like to bring up another dimension that is on language diversity, because as Sir said that in inclusive education, perhaps when you have different children from different background, language seems to be becoming a barrier, particularly, and that is a very important step in bringing everyone to be a part of this common education. So may I request Amol sir to reflect on language learning and how can we address some of the challenges which are emerging in language learning to bring in inclusive education.
Certainly, sir, but before I proceed on language diversity, allow me to speak something on the access part as well, because it was discussed earlier and I could not speak.
Yeah, sure.
See, as far as access to education is concerned, we already have a policy in place, the RT 2009, which makes free and compulsory education to every child born in this particular country. Secondly, all the governments since then have been working very aggressively on implementing RTE. So there is no question, and I don't think there is any particular need to doubt on the intention of the government as far as providing access to education is concerned. It is very clear that at all fronts, government is very aggressively working to provide access to education. Now, how this point can be proven? See, at times in Mumbai itself, in Maharashtra, 1,800 schools are closed by government because of no students learning in it. These are all rural schools. So, no access to student, I don't think it is discussed in a very dramatic way. That is my very personal opinion. There is an access to education. Government is forced to close the school because there are no students. No student, that means there are schools with many number of students. There are schools with no students. So there is an inequilibrium situation. No access to education has never remained a question in this country so far, as long as I view it as. Now, how to solve this problem is a different question, and for that also government is working on different platforms. If you look at just the repository of educational initiatives government has taken, you will find that teacher can uplift themselves, they can improve their competencies with innumerable ways with open sourcing material provided by government on CBSE, NISTA, Swayam and many other portals. Why it is required for us to develop ourselves? Because see, this is an era where education is evolving with the speed which had never been there in the history of time. A thing learned today becomes ancient 6 months later. This is the speed we are learning. And that is why, to keep ourselves consistent with the pace of the world, it is required for the teachers to work on that aspect and improve our own competencies. And there is a need. So it is on the personal level of the teachers to work on. If you do not, the Darwin's law is always there, survival of fittest. So we have to work on our own competencies. Madam rightly said we have to work on pulling out the resources, but government is supporting the teachers to pull out the resources. Not only it is providing free resources for the teachers to enhance their own levels of teaching. That is a reality. Secondly, as far as language diversities are concerned, as Sir has rightly said, language is a barrier for many students to learn. See, this is a country with 4,000 languages spoken, more than that. I don't know exactly the statistic, but there every other 10 kilometers the language changes. It is impractical to provide one language for all sorts of medium to, implement the system of education. Language, the local language must be respected. And the new education policy, if you look at the draft and read it, it discusses the same thing. So where comes the question? New education policy talks very vividly and vehemently that the primary education must be given in the mother tongue that the child speaks, isn't it? Now, this is one thing. Secondly, the debate, what comes out as far as the diversity of languages and then the access to education, this battle between them that it is concerned, this also is over-dramatized, isn't it? So if I've been a Marathi speaker, right? If I say at my home that my child should go to a Marathi medium school, now being a very upper middle class category with well-to-do with all facilities around me provided by the government, it would be, I'm telling you, it would be a revolution to take the decision to put the child in a Marathi medium school. No parent will accept that. This is happening. So now to bring out the problem of language diversities to provide access to education in the mother tongue, government cannot look into your house and change your revolutionary mentality, I'm telling you. We have that inertia in our mind that English is the only way through which it is because it is the employability. The outcome of learning English is employability. This is the thing. Unless now to bring out local languages to that level, the government and the society has to work for another few years. Perhaps it is going to take decades. So now we have to trust the intention of the government that it is doing good, and we can view it with little optimism that it is going to be correct, and let us be hopeful that things are going to be very fantastic in the days to come. Thank you.
Yeah, so certainly as you said, so the point is not about intention, because intention is certainly very noble. The issue, as you rightly said, is that in government school, perhaps they are providing Marathi medium education, and parents don't want their children to be educated in Marathi medium, and that is one of the reasons that they would rather spend more and get their child admission into a private school rather than child studying in the Marathi medium school. Even though it is a challenge because the learning trajectory is hard for child to suddenly switch to a new language. So do you see any middle way out, in this kind? Let him respond and then maybe I come to you.
The middle way is simple. Government is already working on that the native language is provided as one of the languages to learn, and government has to implement this policy forcefully without bringing any political bias in that. Because there are states in India wherein people from different states are immigrants more than the others. So because they are outnumbered now, their language is preferred and the native language is underwhelmed many times. It is there happening.
So the challenge I'm talking about is the English transition. Because the aspiration of whether you are a native language speaker or a migrant is to really get into the English speaking mode.
Yeah. I don't believe that you have to learn in an English medium school to become fluent in English or to learn English as a language. There is no need. In fact, there is a data available, there are researches available that students passing out from the English medium school have relatively less competent as far as their substantive ability of language is concerned. They are more into conversational abilities. Okay. So if government plans to bring vernacular language schools giving equal emphasis to English as a subject, that is also going to solve the problem. Okay. Because our challenges as far as the technology and advancement of the world is concerned, we are required to focus on that. That's what my personal opinion is.
Okay, thanks. You would like to add something, madam?
As we were talking about the language barrier, I'm coming from Kalpakam ACS number 2. In my secondary wing, we are all North Indian teachers. Only the Tamil teacher who teaches Tamil is the only person who is Tamilian. All the other teachers are North Indian teachers. Yeah, North Indian teachers. So what happens is that when you are trying to explain a concept, when you're trying to tell something, my subject is English. I want to connect with students rather than actually teach English. I want to first connect with students so that my teaching becomes easier. My connection doesn't happen that way because I am not able to converse in their own language. So the first point means being in AES, our society, the diversity of including teachers from various states should be a motive. Motto should be there that we include people from South. Like last recruitment, only one person was there from the who joined our society from the South. Only one person from TGT wing. I do not know about other PGT and PRT. Only one person was there, and he joined in Anupuram, of course. But the other people who all are joined, their communication or their concept building in a student is, I would say, it is not reaching to that level because of the language barrier. So the first thing is that implement the, take up teachers from other areas.
So what I hear from you, madam, is that there's a need even among the teachers pool to create teachers pool who had a linguistic diversity, and of course we look for skill diversity in different subjects. That is certainly what we look for. Dr. Khilare would like to add something here.
Thank you. Yeah. So accessibility regarding language barriers, as stated in NEP 2020 in India, actually it is one of the most important problems regarding accessibility. Now, how I am telling and how government is also trying their best. So yesterday only we listened that NCERT has translated textbooks into 22 languages. First barrier, when students come to school, you take Marathi medium schools. Okay, but if you go to Palghar, if you go to Jalgaon or the Irani spoken villages, or you go to Kinvat area, again another language is spoken. So basically the students' mother tongue is different, spoken at home, and the textbooks are in different languages. Okay, even if you have translated that textbook into Marathi, it is not their mother tongue many times. So that becomes one reason. That's why I told you that example of that teacher who has to teach first to 4th class students in their language and then their students to their. That is the one thing. Second thing, there is a solution, and government actually in few years back, they started having that policy that if you have to recruit a teacher in a particular region, a particular language, the teacher must be from same language. That can be a solution. So that what will happen, that accessibility regarding language barriers will not stay there. So that can be a solution, I think. So according, and another thing, no, sir, what sir was talking in Maharashtra or anywhere, you can see that English medium schools are better. I mean, it is not about language, Marathi or English. It is about quality education. Parents have their wrong perceptions that English medium schools give quality education. That may be true to some limited schools, like our AES. We are very prime education institute in education. So, or some KVS we have, but in rural areas actually, they have only, for namesake only they have English medium schools. But in reality, they teach in Hindi to a Marathi medium student. So, no. So quality, quality education, what they want, quality education, it is not regarding language. Actually, in Marathi medium also, you can have a quality education. Thank you.
Thanks. You want to add something, ma'am? Okay, go ahead.
I understand the difficulty for the teacher to teach. I am a Telugu speaking person. I joined Kudamkulam. Kudamkulam is my first center where I was appointed. And I had to teach. I never had a experience of teaching smaller kids. I was teaching 11th and 12th and 9th, 10th. And then when I went there, I had to learn their language because they were small kids, and till this year we are taking RTE students from class 1 itself, and they are coming right from their home directly to school. It's not like they have been to small schools, and if they have been to Balavati classes also, they don't teach in English medium at all. So I had to pick up that language, I had to learn, and then I teach English to class 2 and 1, and slowly, no, I don't, fast pace it. Slowly, after I understand their words and I translate those words into English. So primary education is like quite important, where the teacher has to learn. It's not challenging for me because I am a South Indian, but it was challenging for people who came from North.
Certainly. So, from the various points of views, there are two dimensions which are emerging. One is the policy issue, that how should the institutions at a bigger level formulate the policy, and I'm not talking about the government level, but nuances like recruitment, distribution, appointment of teacher, whom do you appoint there. But then there is a second part of it, that is with whatever good and bad or best distribution which happens, what exactly transacts in the class. And as many of you have already highlighted, many interesting things transact in a class. Teachers innovate their own ways. Sometimes, as you are saying, sometimes teachers make effort to learn children's language. Sometimes teachers will find some students to be a mediator between what they are saying and that they can share with each other. And certainly, I'm sure there are many more innovations which teachers have come to communicate, to create channels of communication between teacher and the students. And certainly, I think there are many more such stories, such anecdotes. As you have talked about teaching learning resources as classroom, as lesson plans, I would also like to highlight having such anecdotes of the ways in which teacher has coped. Teacher had found ways to communicate with different groups of students in her class. That itself can be a valuable resource for teachers, I believe so, in coping up with this, to become more and more inclusive with this. You want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, I want to continue with your point. Like, where will we share this? It's like we can have, before we break for the winter break or summer break, we can have a 1-week program where we can come together, share our experiences, learn from each other, and build resources.
Sure, certainly. And I
Twice a year.
And I feel that this teacher conclave is also a first step in this direction, that you really bring teachers together to talk about each other's stories, and certainly a valuable point. I would like to move to another dimension of this SDG, and that is bringing into vocational education, preparing children for entrepreneurship, skill building, which has been, in fact, if we look at our education policy document, since independence, this has been a part, I mean, in different forms. I think SUPW was there since 1970s. And now more and more skills are being added to the wish list. Okay? And of course, the markets are also changing. So it is an increasing challenge for teachers on, what are the things you can practically include given the time constraint, given the whatever the space or the logistic constraints of the school system. So I would request some comments on this dimension, that how do you think that we can incorporate these skills? And there is also a recommendation in some of the policy documents to invite community people who have that particular design skills, or particular, like someone has a weaving skill or a pottery skill, to invite that person, even though that person may not be a trained teacher, but he or she can be invited for 2-3 days to the schools to share their skills with the teacher. I request some comments. You would like to share certain things, sir, on this dimension?
Yes, sir, thank you. Skill development has been discussed in our policies for a long time. 2020 NEP discusses it with great aggression. It talks very detailed about it, and it emphasizes on the need of why skill development is necessary. Because we have seen that the education we receive and the need of the market, there is always a gap between it. So to bridge that gap, skill development is necessary. Now, NEP talks too much about skill development, and there are innumerable skills that can be learned. There are furthermore which can be incorporated, and the freedom is given to the schools to include them. But the question comes is, do we have enough human resource competent enough available with us to provide those skill education? And do we have the infrastructure? Now, to solve that problem also, government has suggested collaborations. So we can collaborate with local parties, as you said, a potter can come who can teach pottery, a carpenter can come who can teach carpentry. So this is what the solution is. So where is the problem? Only thing is, see, India is a country with 150 crore people, of which a maximum amount of, a bigger portion of the population goes to school. And to uplift or to, to make them skillful overnight is not it is not a cakewalk. It is going to take time, and things are going very, in a fantastic way, as government has already committed.
So can you talk about nuanced things? You have a 35-minute period in a classroom period. So how do you create spaces within your schedule, in terms of time, in terms of localization, that, okay, which class, do you do this in the classroom? Do you find some common space in the school system to do this? Or any comments on this direction? Like how, any ideas you can share beyond like inviting person, but how do you accommodate within the school system and framework, existing one? You want to share?
Yes.
Or, okay, I'll let her speak and then.
It's our own skills to incorporate into 35 minutes. That's what you're talking?
Yeah. Maybe let her comment and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah. So we have clubs, like pottery club. We have horticulture club. We have art club, music club, and cooking club. There are different clubs. And children can register themselves in those clubs. And actually, as Sir rightly said, do we have really that much infrastructure and people? And communities have to be involved. So what I feel is we have to start including the communities. It's just that we are talking, and teachers are only playing the role. Again, it's a burden on teachers again. Teachers are only playing the role of, in charges of being all those club members, and then they are only taking classes. I think we should really start taking help of communities. We should have some app or some registration process where we know that, okay, we can like go and approach these people, and we can have some, people coming in and helping us out, or, taking those classes for the students.
Okay.
It's an exposure.
Thanks. Yeah. You would like to say something?
Yep. Teachers to be skillful enough to teach skills of employability to student is impractical, I'm honestly speaking. Our work is different. To teach them hands-on skill, we need such kind of skillful people. So to teach the students further, I have to be skillful first. So now what is happening? I have incorporated few skills in my teaching learning process so as to make the learning experience better. That is what I can do. But to teach them skills that are really the vocational skill, what you call it as, it is a different thing altogether. And for that, the government is working, the school communities are working with different collaborations. But as far as fostering their skills are concerned, we have co-curricular activities in place through which we give a bigger platform to students by which they can participate and showcase their skills, they can enhance their skills further. So schools are working on it, and even my school is also working on this.
You would like to say something? Okay, sir, and then ma'am. Yeah.
So regarding this, hello.
Yeah.
What you were talking about, this skill-based education and NEP policy as a policy document, it talks a lot about skill education, development of school education. Yesterday, Director NCRT, he also said that if we would have been implementing Gandhiji's Sarvodaya, the basic education system, it would have been better thing. But right now, in the context of present education system, what I feel is that we have one thing, we have policy document with having a great opportunities for skill education, right? Government trying their best. NCRT is also trying best. Where we are missing, the problem is in our assessment system, I feel. Because in one way, we are expecting competencies development, right? In other way, what we are assessing, writing, rote memorization. So until and unless that assessment system is entirely changed to competency-based assessment system, I don't think it will happen. Thank you.
Thanks. Preeti ma'am, would you like to comment on this?
Sir, as of now, we have vocational school, especially for this development of skill-based for such children. But in the regular schools, we have just one period allotted for art or one period allotted for craft, something like that. And in most of the schools, we lack teachers who are specifically trained skilled teachers for such purpose. So practically what happens is that either these periods will be used, are used by other subject teachers because they have some definite portions to finish. So that is what it happens if due to the lack of the teachers. So I think we need to recruit such trained teachers, skilled teachers who are dedicated for such periods and who can give, impart these type of education for the school, children. So we need teachers who are dedicated for such who are
certainly more skilled.
Yes,
thanks.
You
want to add anything to this? Okay. So of course we are coming to the close for the time constraints. Few points I would just like to share on this. Certainly, as Dr. Khilare has raised, that unless the assessment system becomes one which respects skills and non-linguistic learning, I would say, adding this certainly becomes an extracurricular activity, doesn't come in the mainstream. And yet comes the second challenge to find skilled personnel. And a good suggestion has come that if it can be a collective pool of, let's say, community experts, whom someone like the principal, vice principal, or any of the teacher knows that, okay, this person can be invited, there can be a small honor area which is fixed by the system. And that can help whenever there is a time window when teacher can invite, they can invite such skilled personnel. That certainly would add a new dimension to the school within the constraints of having less, diverse skilled teachers, particularly from the crafts perspective in the school system. 2-3 things I would like to add, just as a thought. I need to wrap up at this moment. So certainly AECS conducts a lot of extracurricular activities, and as I perceive, based on my interaction with the school system and teachers, that many of them are kind of competitions. Of course, in some places teaching is also teachers who, whenever they are available, they are also trying to teach various crafts to the students. But I would also like to bring to your attention another dimension which is called problem solving, wherein you pose a problem, and you involve students as a collective team to solve that problem. And when I say problem, you take real problems and not very artificial problem. For example, like if you have to organize some special day and snacks have to be distributed to the students without creating any waste. So right now, if we are distributing, let's say, Tetra Pak juices, so 500 Tetra Packs are created, and that is the waste which is creative. So students have to come up with a solution. We want to share certain foods with a certain amount of money, and what can we buy which doesn't create this Tetra Pak waste, and yet we are able to serve that small snack to students in a safe, hygienic, and yet, productive way. So real problems, there are no ready-made solutions. And this is where innovative community solutions can come, and these are ideas which have worked in different places in the world. A second thing which I would like to just introduce upon is what is called as, where you look at non-linguistic aspects, markers of learning. Skill-based education talks about it, and there is a growing area of research called embodied cognition. Embodied cognition says that where you are learning through your body, not just your eyes, your vision, and through language. And particularly within the framework of AI, it is an enabling tool. But there is a big question that if everything machines and AI can do, then what are we teachers here for? What are we training our human resources for? And if we really, there is a great need, particularly if we want to develop assessment system which are non-linguistic in nature and which can also bring inclusive education, there is a need to look at embodied markers of learning, and there is a work going on in that, in the education research across the world, and perhaps little bit of attention there can help. And perhaps, particularly when we are talking about sustainable development goals, targets like reducing waste, repairing, borrowing, and sharing. If we really make these as a targets for the schools for children, that how much did you borrow and used and returned safely to your friends? How much did you, what did you repair? What did you get repaired instead of buying a new stuff? And these are lifestyle changes which has been recommended by international agencies, and instead of buying things, and can schools also incorporate in their culture that whenever you have to do things at various events, instead of buying things every time, you give this as ideas to children that, okay, how can we reuse things? And say that this is our target. It should not look like, "Arey, paisa nahi hai, to isliye aisa kar rahe hain." I mean, there are social perceptions also which we have to deal about. And there are a lot of work which has to be done in these dimensions. I mean, the goals are really lofty and desirable from a humanistic perspective, but we have to work in the nuances, and there is no doubt about the goals. But this is where the struggle comes, and I'm sure teacher conclaves like this is an effort in this direction. I'm sure it will yield. Thank you all of you, for sharing your ideas. It was limited time, so we could not really go more into depth of these issues, but it was, I believe, we could get some insights from this panel discussion. Thank you all. And thank you to AES for inviting me and all of us for this discussion. We can close this session now.
As we come to the close of this insightful panel discussion on synergies between SDG4 and NEP 2020, we extend our sincere appreciation to our moderator, Mr. Ankush Gupta, for expertly steering his meaningful dialogue. Sir, your clarity, depth of understanding, and balanced facilitation enabled a rich exchange of ideas, seamlessly connecting policy with classroom realities. We also express our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed panel members for sharing their valuable perspectives from leadership and teaching across all levels of school education. Your contributions have truly enriched this discussion and provided actionable insights for educators. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, I now request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Ankush Gupta. Thank you once again to the moderator and all the panel members for making this session engaging, relevant, and impactful.
A very good afternoon to everyone. So, we are eagerly waiting for the paper presentations. Without wasting any time, I request Dr. Basu and Shri CNS Raghavan to take over and start the paper presentation. We have already declared the sequence, so the candidates can come in sequence.
So, thank you, Ghosh sir, and very good afternoon to all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the paper presentation session, the second day running, which is a very, very significant part of this AES Teachers Conclave. And I hope that you will be really, all of you will be benefited from the outcome of the paper presentation. Well, even as I stand in front of you, before that I would like to congratulate Dr. Anshul Gupta for having conducted this panel discussion so well. Please give him a big round of applause, Dr. Gupta. Thank you. Continuing with this paper discussion today, yesterday Madam Swati Lodha told that she was standing between you people and lunch. The same thing is happening again today. We are right now standing between you people and lunch today. I hope that things will not be as boring as you won't like to be, but we would try to make it absorbing. And being the moderator of the first paper, I always would like to start with a story. And again, why not a story featuring the great Albert Einstein? So once Einstein's friend asked him that, what is your phone number? Immediately Einstein started looking at his phone book. And then from there he found his phone number and told his number to the friend. The friend told him, you don't know your phone number? You don't know your own phone number? Einstein said, no, why should I memorize it when it is already written in a book? It is said, my dear friends, I don't know whether it is true or not. These are all anecdotes, that Einstein never used to memorize those facts which he knew he would find it in a book or in a notebook within 2 to 3 minutes. Rather, he said that he believed that instead of memorizing the facts, he would do better if he can use his brain to do something more constructive, innovative, and imaginative. This is one of the key aspects of national education policy, which talks about going away from rote learning and coming to do something which is creative, constructive, problem solving, and doing something which is to be critically acclaimed. Today, the first paper, there are several anecdotes about Albert Einstein. One, Einstein had visited Bollywood at the invitation of Charlie Chaplin, another great personality, and both of them were going along the streets of Bollywood in an open car, and people around them, they were loudly praising them and appreciating them. Einstein seemed to be a bit perplexed because he never thought that he would be known to so many people, because they were all waving, they were all appreciating. Charlie Chaplin understood the situation, and he called Einstein near him and said, Mr. Einstein, they're all applauding me because they understand what I do. And they're all applauding you because they don't understand what you do. No one understands what you do. So, anyway, coming to the paper presentation, today, first paper presentation is on holistic development. And who else but the headmaster of, this is the problem. See, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, fortunately or unfortunately, happens to be the headmaster of Atomic Energy Central School, Indore. And therefore, when I was thinking as to whom to start the paper with, I immediately thought about Mr. Sanjay Mehta, because he happens to be from the same school from where I am also. So please stay away from me. Is it so? Anyway, jokes apart, the first speaker on this occasion is Mr. Sanjay Mehta. He would present his paper on holistic development. As I've said, that he is the headmaster of Atomic Energy Central School, Indore. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to welcome on stage Mr. Sanjay Mehta, Headmaster, AECS Indore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all of you. So my topic is holistic development. From today, we have been talking a lot about holistic development. Now, it's our duty also to think about who are all involved in the holistic development. Definitely, we are here, the parents are there, and the children. Children are the target point. They are the main point where we are working upon and we need to work upon. Here we are there to make them comfortable in all spheres of life. They can excel in all spheres of life only when they become a complete child, complete student, or complete individual. But how can we make them complete individual? They are coming from different state of life, they are coming from different places, from different religion, from different villages, different parts of country, and no doubt with the different kinds of languages about which we were talking few minutes before, that there are no different kinds of languages also. In order to make them comfortable in varied situation, in diverse situation, we need to work upon. So here I have written one text related to Albert Einstein. He saw curiosity. Yesterday also we were talking about the curiosity. The name of one of the textbook in class 6 is the curiosity. Why the curiosity? Because everyone, since the birth of a child, he has the curiosity. He is curious to know about whatever the things are all around. He touches, he licks, he pulls. Why? Because he has got a curiosity about that. Whatever he knows, he can explain. But what about the things what he doesn't know, he wants to know? Who are there? Who are there to explain that? Definitely, the first teacher, mother is there. Mother teaches the child to about all those, the questions, all those curiosity. Now the next, after the classroom, that is the home classroom, the first teacher, the mother, he reaches to us. Now it's our duty to quench all his curiosity. So are we prepared to quench all his curiosity? We should be. If we are not ready to quench all his curiosity, our goal fails. And as a teacher, we are failing to do all those things. So we should take place that we should create such an environment that the child is free to express himself and to cope up with the situations. Now here I will discuss all these things in short. These are the domains where we can work upon. These are the textual things, but in reality, it's a very challenging task. See, this is intellectual development here. Now, he can be made to cope up with the situation only when his decision-making ideas, critical thinking, and to cope up with the diverse situation is made easy for him. So who can make? The teachers only, the parents also, the management also. Now here I would like to cite one example from the real classroom situation. Once I was teaching in class 3 when I was a primary teacher. So there was a chapter called Jab Saap Ne Mujhe Kaata Tha, and it was in class 3. So I was, as per the text, as per the question given in the textbook, I was teaching him that if there is a snake bite in the finger area, you should tie here so that the poison is not spread throughout your body. Even more upper part of this one here, you can tie here. There certainly a boy stood up and he says, sir, if there is a snake bite in this area, in the head area or in neck area, what should we do? See, the child, how child was thinking and how curious he is there to know the answer of that. Although we have given him the fact that if there is a snake bite, we should tie, but he wants to know something more. One more example I would like to tell you, that a child was writing his examination, so there was a question to draw a basket full of mangoes. I was there on invigilation duty. I saw that child is perplexed, confused. He is always looking around here and there, but he is not drawing anything. I went to him, I asked him, why are you not doing this one? This is a very simple question. You have to draw a basket full of mangoes. Then he says, sir, I don't know whether madam wants this basket full of ripe mango or the raw mango. Then again I asked him, then why are you still, you should take any one of the crayon and you can draw. No sir, madam may be thinking about the ripe mango. Why should, how should I draw the raw mango, sir? Why, if she wants the raw mango, how should I draw the ripe mango, sir? So small kids, but a lot of questions, a lot of aspirations, and a lot of thought of dimensions. Now here, I will go further. Now see, these are the children, Balvatika children. In Balvatika, all of we know that books are not given for them, means there is no prescribed books, but they are taught. They are taught through the activities. So that activities should be designed, although it is mentioned in the list of the activities, it should be designed in such a way that these kind of things, say team activities, once we are involved in team activities, we learn many things. We know how to cope up with the people coming from different strata, different backgrounds, and people with the different thoughts. So here, the teaching, say it should be in the that way that it should relate all the members of the team. Now here, you can see the picture, in the picture that the children are sitting, they are with some kinds of, so they are involved in some kind of celebrations. So celebrations teaches them. So we should also encourage this kind of teaching, that can, teaching through the celebrations. Different kind of celebrations can be shown to them. It can be performed so that they can relate the different kinds of religious activities, different kinds of social activities, to help them to build their strong social ties with each member of the society. Unless we make the ties among all individuals in the society, we cannot make our nation one nation, and that is called the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So if we want to get the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the entire world, each and every individual has to be taught in such a way that he or she is able to tie the link with each and every individual. Now for that, there are many things. He or she must be physically strong. There are many things discussed about the physical development of a children. Okay, regular yoga exercise, balanced diet. It is said that healthy mind resides in the healthy body. So healthy minds doesn't mean only you are taking the balanced diet or the healthy diet. It means you must take the healthy thought also. Who are there to provide healthy thoughts in this diverse environment? We are the teachers. They may come up with the different kinds of thoughts, but sometimes what happens? We make them to sit in one place. We tell them that don't ask this kind of question. Why? Because we don't have patience. So I am also a teacher. All of you are also a teacher. So it's our duty, it's our combined duty to take all kinds of question with great patience, and we try to resolve that. Then only he or she can go ahead, and it will happen slowly. Definitely, it will not happen overnight. It will take time, but it's our it should be our prerogative to do all these things here. Now, these are the things that health checkup, other things, definitely we must be healthy in order to go ahead to function our body in a well manner. Now here, some spiritual development is also there. So there are the ways, meditation, and the connection with the nature. It is always said that if you want to remain here, you have to connect yourself with the nature. If you are not connected, in a very simple way, in a very small class, in class 4, it has been told, it is written in the text, in the NCERT books, that the plants and animals can live without us, but we cannot live without them. So you think, it's a very important thought. Means here, if we are not connected with them, if we are not providing a scope for their development, we cannot. So children should be taught in such a way that they remain connected with the nature. They must learn how to respect the plants. They must be taught in such a way that they must know how to love the animals. Without that, it will never happen. Loving animal doesn't mean that human only. Loving animal does not mean that some creatures, means all, everything, each and everything. Then only they will develop the regard, respect, and empathy. Empathy means here, many children now they are coming, but what we have noticed, what I have noticed, that what it is happening with their parents, if we are talking about the elder students, okay, with what it is happening with the grandparents, they are not aware of that much. It's slowly decreasing. There may be several reasons, but one reason here I would like to discuss, that we are certainly moving from the joint family to the nuclear family, where the most of the children, they are forgetting the old relations name like grandfather, grandmother, because they don't get they don't get the enough scope or enough time to stay with their grandparents. Here, some of the points I have discussed about the role of the teacher, definitely is on the slide here, that using learner-centered, activity-based, no doubt, that can be done. Okay, and we are doing that also, but it should be done from the heart of the teacher. It should not be done for showing that we are doing this and that. And once it is done from within, that will definitely come up with some kind of answers, and that can definitely help to build our nation great. Now here, some of the children, I can see they are making something with the leaves. They can make the plate, they can make many things. So they are in the nature, they are taking help from the natures, and that way we can replace what we are trying to remove from the society. That is, we are saying the goodbye to the plastics. So that way, we are not able to link the children with the nature. We have everything in the nature that can replace all those things. So here certainly, now one more thing just which I wanted to tell you, that today is the parents, they want their parent to see as a doctor and the engineers only. That's why they are sending their children in the dummy schools. Okay, so the parents also must be counseled by the teachers, by involving the community. that not only the doctors and teachers are, not only the doctors and the engineers are important, each and every field is important where your child can excel. Unless we have got full knowledge about the career counseling and the guidance, we cannot. So we should enrich ourselves. We must enrich ourselves with knowledge in such a way that we are able to convince the parents. Then only they can accept all those things. That no, apart from the doctors and engineers, other things are also very, very important. It's our duty. We are talking about the children are moving from the village school to the English medium schools. Why the Hindi or the Marathi or the Odia should be taught in such a way that they should be ready to take the education, to take the profession in their own language? I think that it's our mistake or it's our lacuna where we are missing or we are unable to guide our children, and that will definitely affect the nation. So what is my suggestion in the last minute? That if we want to bring the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in the entire world, it's very important for us to make the children in such a way, to build the children or to teach the children in such a way that they are able to interlink all the situation and they are cope up with the varied situation. Thank you.
So now we would invite one question from the audience. If you have a question to be addressed to Mr. Sanjay Mehta, please come up with the question. I think there is no one with any question. Anyone is there? Yeah, please go ahead.
हेलो सर, हम 2 दिन से कंटिन्यू होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट का चैप्टर सुन रहे हैं, मोस्टली लोगों ने किया है, लेकिन कितना हम करते हैं? टीचर को टारगेट दिया जाता है एक्सीलेंट इंडेक्स, क्लास एवरेज, पास परसेंटेज। टीचर बच्चे को पकड़ के बैठ जाएगा, बेटा पढ़ना है।
नहीं, प्लीज पुट अ क्वेश्चन।
सर 1 मिनट। पढ़ना है। पेरेंट्स भी ये चाहते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा अच्छी परसेंटेज लाए, तो उसको समाज से अलग कर दिया जाता है, पढ़ने के लिए बैठा दिया जाता है। कैसे वो समाज में इन्वॉल्व होगा?
Sir, very good question, sir. Right now I said that the parents must be counseled that marks is not much important.
सर इसके लिए मैं आपको एक अभी ताज़ा ये रिपोर्ट बता देता हूँ आपको। अपना डिबेट कंपटीशन हुआ था सभी AES का, AES स्कूल का। एक एक्सीलेंट स्टूडेंट थी मेरी और डिबेट में गई थी, लेकिन उस डिबेट के चक्कर में उसका थोड़ा सा परसेंटेज कम हो गया, तो पेरेंट्स इतने नाराज हुए, जबकि पेरेंट्स साइंटिफिक ऑफिसर थे। अब बताइए सर, मैंने बोला कोई बात नहीं, ये कर लेगी कवर। नो सर, ये कैसे हुआ है? तो बच्चे पे तो दबाव दे दिया जाता है हर तरह से। वहां क्या करेंगे?
That may happen, sir, sometime, because they are running behind the marks, and they may be feeling that if my child is not scoring the standard marks, she or he may not excel. Okay, so in that situation, that scenario may occur, sir. But
yeah, so we come now to the closing remark, and I'll just close this with my way of answering the question that you have posed, or may not, or maybe not the question that you had posed. See, Einstein has said, I am obsessed with Albert Einstein. So Einstein has said that I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious. So as a teacher, I think the first and foremost duty should be to inculcate the feeling of curiosity in the minds of the young learners. Einstein has said that I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious. And the second part of it, I'll talk about the real life situation of Albert Einstein. Perhaps in the year 1898, this is a very, very famous story. In the year 1898, Albert Einstein had applied to a very, very famous university. And his application was turned down. And it was noted that this boy does not show any special promise. It was in the year 1898. And in 1905, Albert Einstein formulated the special theory of relativity. Within 7 years after when he was turned down from that university. So, first thing that we have to do, we have to ignite curiosity in the minds of the children. And the second thing, we have to realize the potential, the latent or the hidden potential that each and every child must and should have. Then only we can perform our best duty as an ideal teacher. Thank you. With that, we come to the end of this session. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Sanjay Mehta. Now I would like to call upon my co-moderator, Mr. Raghavan, on the stage, please. Give a big round of applause to Mr. CNS Raghavan.
So I think Dr. Basu eats and breathes and lives Albert Einstein. The next paper will be presented on the topic Trends in Education and Educational or Teaching Methodologies. So in this context, I would just like to give a brief overview related to teaching methodologies. I think initially you had this extremely didactic approach to teaching, lecture-oriented method, and then there was a slight refinement which was brought in, whereby the teacher would be explaining the general principles, and then he would be coaxing the students to come up with some examples which would be substantiating the general principle, and he would be giving them cues and hints, etc. And then over a period of time, there was a further refinement and sophistication which came in. So you had this didactic approach which was followed by the deductive approach, where the teacher would be giving the general principles and clarifying them. And then you had the sophistication brought in through the inductive approach. So in the inductive approach, you have the teacher giving certain examples, certain specific examples, and these examples were not randomly chosen. These are examples where there would be an underlying pattern or paradigm, and then the teacher, through his skills, through his questioning skills and his ability to elicit responses, would be encouraging and coaxing the students to come up with a general principle or the underlying principle which would explain the common pattern, the common point of intersection with respect to the examples he had cited. So this is a question of going from the particular to the general, and this would really boost up the morale of the students by making them get the feeling that they are able to actually derive the general principle, and this would act as a kind of a morale booster for them. I would be interested, since the paper pertains to teaching methodologies, if in the recent past, if you have had a further refinement and if there has been a paradigm shift, and I'm not talking about educational technology here because it has been done to death, if there has been a radical innovation in the field of teaching methodology from a purely educational philosophical point of view, from a purely theoretical point of view. So this is one question which I would like to pose. The other question is, we are all obsessed with outcome-based approaches, whether it be AES or CBSE or the world at large. We are all judged on the basis of objective parameters, but then there is something called deep learning. And in many cases, we'll have to be very patient for results, and in many cases, the results will not immediately manifest themselves. It may take a few years for the results to manifest themselves. And in many cases, some aspects or micro aspects of learning may not be amenable and may not lend themselves to objectively measurable criteria or quantifiable criteria, etc. So I think in that case, should we be so single-mindedly obsessed with the outcome-based approach, or should we modify it and slightly dilute it to an extent, because there are many aspects of deep learning which will take years to manifest. So this is, I think, also related to the question which was posed by the teacher a few minutes back. So this is one aspect, and then we also talk about trends in education, global trends and preferences of students. So when it comes to modifying the teaching methodologies, should we be factoring in the global trends, and if so, to what extent should we be factoring in the global trends? And students' preferences, the public's preferences, the parents' preferences, should they be taken into consideration? Because in many cases, many of these preferences may not be desirable and might be even counterproductive. So these are the questions which need to be answered. And I would now call upon Dr. Kapil Krishnaji Gajbiye to address this question and present his paper. And I would invite all of you to give him a rousing applause by bringing your hands together to clap him.
It's somewhat like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the evening when we have a snap, a short sleep. Then do I wish my family and say good morning. I wanted to say good morning right in the morning and wanted to be here. But kabhi kisi ko mukammal jahan nahi milta, kahi zami to kahi aasman nahi milta. So it was just like I wanted a huge audience, but good that some of your claps, they give me a good impression that you are all active. And we want a classroom also like that, isn't it? When everyone is quite so active. It's not just about listening, it's also participating in it. Starting with this, I'm just opening this here. Okay, going back. Well, first of all, I express my gratitude and thanks to the organizer for organizing this conclave, because it's for the first time, that is, it's a novel kind of endeavor that AES has undertaken, and it is very intellectual talk taking place over here. And in most cases, as one of my professors had rightly said, we cease to be learners as soon as we get a job, and that's true. It happens even more with the teachers as well. The moment we become teachers, we feel that we have already upper hand and there is hardly any need now to refer to anything. Once we are there in the classroom, there's like a dictator kind of opinion has already posed over here. So we turn out to be more dictators and we expect all of them to be the good listeners. But the trends have changed. And with this, I bring my topic over here. Trends in education and effective methodologies for today's learners. Actually, paper presentation is not generally done with PPT, but I was one of them, those who had suggested that all of us should have PPTs because we have time constraints. So what we are doing is we are making the huge content which would otherwise turn out to be very, very boring, because all of us are not from that particular field of research field, wherein all do understand what is research and how it is done and how it is to be presented. Wherever it is conference and the paper presentation is there, the paper is read by line. And here we are all from diverse kind of way of thinking and different choices. Like some of you have come for only display of something, and then only for teaching aid. But not all of us have come for paper presentation. So the listeners are not, all they would like, line by line. If it goes line by line, you just see. Then I would be reading this introduction, then I'll go to the next point, then dynamics. Each line I would read over here. And this is somewhat like 7 pages, and the last one is bibliography. So with this, what would happen? It would make you boring, feel very much bored. And so the idea of presenting it only through PPT is the most apt one. And that is why I opened initially that, so that you come to know that things can also be very much boring, but we change the methodology as per the need. The need of today's discussion, the need of this conclave is to tell all of us what we can do when we go back to our places, especially there in the classroom. It's not only the traditional method and methodology would work. We have to change. Adaptability. Our children, small kids, they are more adaptable than we, the youngsters, and then the adult ones. So what we have to do is we have to make ourselves more adaptive to the situation. As is the situation, nothing one streamlined kind of project would work once we go to the classroom. So we have to sometimes change the methodology then and there only. So we should be that adaptive. So this paper, this research paper, it works on this particular area. What methodologies can be important, what trends are going on, and what would be more important in terms of the learners. Here, this is slide number 1, wherein you just come to know what is the topic. But here, important, quote goes of Rabindranath Tagore. I hope my mic is functioning quite well. Yeah. Rabindranath Tagore says, it is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge. The tone for me has been set since yesterday. Everyone is saying your classroom should be joyful. Whether we make the classroom joyful is the question now. Then how to make the classroom joyful? That is what we have to just find with respect to our content, the content that we are taking there in the classroom. This philosophy, when we quote somebody, this means that one has undergone the process of thinking for many years, and then comes those words of that scholar becomes so popular and so known. So these words for a century together we have been utilizing. What I'm trying to tell you is, when I showed to you the PDF, it was not that I did make a mistake. It was, kuch galti se mistake karte hai. That's what I had done. In order to tell you, if that text appears to you, it is not more attractive. But now you find it is some more attractive than the text. I have taken the images from AI, and that has made it little more, more relevant to the topic, and it catches the attention of the audience as well. That is what we have got to do there in the classroom. Well, this paper, focuses on the changing landscape of education. If I say landscape of education, so here pictorial image is also there. See how the image tries to tell us the whole world, the landscape, how it is being seen in today's time. Competency-based instruction, then some few lines I have highlighted, then digital natives we have, then they differ significantly from previous generations. So this is what we have to understand. As our children, our own children, they differ from our opinion. If we have to buy one desktop at home, our children would come and say, desktop is an outdated idea, go for a laptop, better go for a tablet. And then we'll find out several such reasons why this is more appropriate, why it is not appropriate. So they are well informed. They are digital natives. Whole the world is there in their hands, on the fingertips, do they have. What happens is, we as teachers sometimes turn out to be a little more rigid, and we are very much complacent with what methodology we have been following. And we don't like anybody questioning it. A good teacher should be a good learner first. So for being the first learners first, we have to understand how our learners are. So today's learners are entirely different from the learners what we had experienced 5 decades ago. Every 5 years you will find a drastic change in the learner and their approach. So we have to see as to how they would be able to keep engaged. We have to teach the content, but at the same time it should be even more engaging. Next, I wanted to tell over here is, as they differ from the previous generation, so how do they differ? They differ both, in different manners, socially, cognitively, emotionally, and intellectually. I would like to share one real story. On 18th, we had annual day. Shrijan Nair, last year he was our 10th standard student. Yesterday, when we were sitting in this hall, we got a news. He's only 16 years. He passed away. He was preparing for medical examination. He was staying with his mother in Mumbai. Only child. When he came on 18th on the stage, I could notice something. Well, I didn't have an interaction because just it was time to just give the prize and then he just left. But there was something which I could notice. It seemed that he was under kind of pressure. Do children have pressure in today's time? They do have. Please accept it. It's not our times when only pressure parents used to have it and children would not undergo all this kind of difficult times. Children have the pressure of their parent that we call parental pressure. They have societal pressure. They have peer pressure. And then the last yesterday's post lunch session was there. The speaker said one of her friends could not take the failure, but she was there to take the failure. Here, as teachers, we are basically the mentors and we are the philosophers, we are the guide. We have to understand that emotional aspect of our children. It may appear little, weird to us when they come to us with a very tiny problem, but we do not know how difficult that problem can turn out to be. That very child, one who passed away just yesterday, you try to understand how emotional, difficulties he must have faced during that time. What not, he must have gone through. Is it that the parental, we don't know whether it was parental pressure, whether it was peer pressure or whatever it is, but pressure was of course there. So that is what I say. We have to be the learners first. We have to understand. My paper, research paper, is broadly speaking about that very idea, and as we understand, we would change. And then these learners are basically tech savvy, they are multitaskers, and they want hands-on. That real life applications do they want, and collaborative. So peer learning and teamwork. I'll just talk about the last part in the slide. Peer learning. Peer learning is something which we all can very easily do it, and that we have been doing in some of our schools, especially in my class also. Sometimes I do it. Here, good student sitting beside the other one, and then helping the concept to be understood. We had discussed multilingualism and the teacher's language not being properly comprehended, but it is, the friend's language can be understood quite so well. Here comes the role of, their own friends helping them understand. I'll show you one slide later on. This is like emotional. This aspect I just now talked about. They are very expressive, but at deep down somewhere they are facing a lot of troubles. They cannot speak to their parents. They feel there is, that age difference is there. And because of which we, as parents, we can be friendly, but we cannot be friends, isn't it? That is the fact. So as far as possible, if we understand their difficulties, I think more of the problems can be solved. One anecdote I'll just add to it. I was in junior college. When I was teaching, it was old wing, and it was drizzling at that time. One student on front bench was looking outside, left side. The door was there, and he was just looking at it continuously, and he was having a smile on his face, and then a bit of surprise was also there on his face. As a traditional teacher, I would have, scolded him and would have said, why are you passing your time? No, it's something important I am discussing over here. Why are you looking outside? I could have said so. But पता नहीं मेरा भी दिमाग थोड़ा सा विचित्र ही चलता है जैसे अपने बच्चे विचित्र हैं. So I said, is it something that you happen to see a snake outside that you are very much interested? He just shook his neck. And actually there was snake. Yeah, it had coiled to the pole over there, and it was 6 feet. And after 5 minutes, the bell was about to ring. And when the moment he said yes, the whole class was right behind me. And I was just putting my hands like this. Please don't go out. Immediately, I said, is there anyone who can catch the snake? Then there was one boy. Somebody said, sir, I know. There is one boy. He's there in physics lab. Can I go and call him? I just said, okay. See, of course, I cannot take a risk of asking a child to go and ask him to catch the snake which has come there in the school. But there was somebody who could do it. So is it not that when we try to understand them, there may be something different than what we generally feel may not be? So our biggest job is in today's time when everybody is digitally empowered, when the students can have access to the best of the lectures, we cannot turn out to be those traditional lectures, right? And we have to be globally aware. Globally aware. They have everything right at hand, and so we are the ones who can make our classes quite so interesting. And these key learner expectations, they expect something from us, personalization, then relevance, AI comfort is there, and then career focus. Ethical guidance is something very important. The last line I'm going to read, fast learners, slow learners, and then CWSN, multilingual students making differentiated. We have variety of learners. So the teacher is someone who is expected to be knowing each and every aspect of this particular area. We can't say I don't know. We can't say I cannot go beyond this. We can't say now I'm 50 years of age, now learning something new is not my business and I cannot do, and whatever I have done in the past has brought the results and everything is well with that technology. I will not change. This rigidity will not work in today's time. So policy-driven education, I already, I don't know, somewhere I felt I may get very less time, so I have highlighted something. The shift from road, this is, I think, discussed a lot, so I will not touch upon it. Emphasize, this is also discussed a lot. Requires teachers' readiness. I am just talking about this part. Teachers' readiness in each and every area of aspect of, teaching learning. We have to be ready first to learn. We have to ready to adopt the technology. We had taken one CBSE training for one day, wherein we were taught notebook LM, and we were taught to convert that text into beautiful video or quizzes. I went back home and I tried it. It does work. I took it to the class and it did work. Okay. Promoting higher order thinking. Yeah. I'm just ending up because I understand you are quite so hungry. Buddha said कि खाली पेट knowledge कोई gain नहीं करता है. That's why I'm just rushing up. I'm just skipping each and everything. Each and everything I'm skipping, and I'm skipping this one as well. And I'm just coming to an end and just showing something to you. Help करेगा? Which one? No. Yes or no? Volume, can there be volume here? Volume cannot be increased. Can there be volume, sir, here? No, not possible. Possible. Okay, anyways, I understand you are even more hungry. If it had worked, it would be wonderful. These are my regular classes. What is happening over here is, I had already taught the chapter and then had asked the students, different approaches. I had asked the students to be ready for discussion, like we had panel discussion today. I had told them that this chapter would be discussed by you, and one of them is the moderator. He is just giving the hints on different topics, and that topic is being discussed over here. All the children, when they discuss that particular chapter, the teacher, what teacher has taught, maybe some more points beyond that, and even more interesting point may also come up. I mean to say, if this can be done, why we are still holding on to only old patterns? This is another example. It was of the last year's batch, wherein the students, we had divided that class in 4. We generally have 4 lanes, and those 4 lanes, they were given different questions on that particular topic, and it was a competition among the teams. Whichever team gives more answer and better answer would be the winner. That's what I wanted to say. Change your methodology, try to be more adaptive, and our classrooms of AES will turn out to be even more interesting. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can remain here in case they want to pose some questions. Yeah. So I once again invite the audience to bring their hands together to give him a rousing applause. Very well presented paper, and at the same time, he has also given us practical examples which would illustrate the point that one needs to be adaptive, and also examples for innovative teaching methodologies. And just to add and supplement to what he has said, I was just reminded of something which I heard somewhere. There's a quotation which goes like this: parents are the first teachers and teachers are the second parents. Therefore, we should not be living in an ivory tower, nor should we be talking down to the students. And in fact, somebody said, and normally what happens is, if a bright student poses a lot of questions and the teacher lacks the expertise to answer the questions, then the teacher tries to browbeat the child, tries to indirectly bully him, and then shout him down using his lung power. But you see, there are no stupid questions. There are only stupid answers. There is no question which is a stupid question, but you can have stupid answers. What could have happened is either the teacher has not understood the question or he would not be knowing the answer to the question. Now, I would invite a question, a maximum of one question, minimum as well as the maximum remains one. You can pose a question to Dr. Kapil Krishnaji Gajbiye, and then we can wind down the session. Okay, so as he said, you're hungry, and hungry audience can even turn out to be an angry audience, so we don't want that. Thank you.
So if the hungry audience is indeed an angry audience, I am hopeful that your anger will be on the speaker, not on the moderator. Thank you. Yeah. Now, Mr. Raghavan spoke about questions and answers. Questions can't be stupid. Answers can indeed be stupid, something like that. I remember another anecdote featuring Albert Einstein. Once what happened, a student came to him running to Albert Einstein and started asking him that, "Sir, this year the questions they all seem to be exactly the same as last year's question." The student was very frustrated and he said that, "Sir, this year all the questions seem to be extremely similar, exactly similar to what was said last year." Einstein said, "Hold on, my dear boy, the answers are all different." So that's how it goes. And that speaks about the creativity, the level of critical thinking that we should inculcate in the minds of the children so that they can generate different questions and, of course, different answers. Talking about creativity, there is no one better than the speaker whom I am ready to call now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage Madam Sonia Kapoor, the recipient of prestigious National Award for Teachers. This year we are extremely delighted on her outstanding achievement and proud of her what she has achieved. Madam Sonia Kapoor will speak on empowering educators, inspiring learners, encouraging reading and critical thinking. Talking about reading, I remember a very famous quote of Joseph Addison who said that reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. Indeed, we should inculcate the habit of reading in our children, which unfortunately is taking a back seat these days. But I'm sure that with the effort that he will put in, the students will again be focused more on reading, and that will definitely lead towards enrichment and enlightenment of all the young learners. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Madam Sonia Kapoor, Headmistress, Atomic Energy Central School number 2, Mumbai.
Thank you, Dr. Basu, and thank you, Ghosh sir, for the help. Good afternoon, everybody. And it's a special occasion, the first ever conclave of AES we are witnessing. It's a nice chance to connect with each other and collect new ideas and innovations that will further enhance our teaching practices. Now, what I'm going to share today through this presentation is how we can encourage reading habits, inculcate critical thinking. Can I take that? Inculcate critical thinking skills, inspire learners and empower the educators. And that is precisely the title of the paper that I'll be presenting today. Now, when we talk about action research, the first question that comes to mind that why did the need for such a study arise? The persistent concern that has stayed with me over the years is about arrangement periods. Arrangement periods are those substitution periods or the free periods during which the regular teacher has not come and some other teacher goes to the class. So during such periods, the teacher who goes to the class has her own academic responsibilities, assessment assignments. So consequently, students are mostly told that do some work of your choice, do something quietly. And this is well-intentioned. From teacher's point of view, these are well-intentioned instructions, but due to the unstructured nature of the ongoing activities during the arrangement period, and also due to the lack of clarity about learning objectives, this arrangement period sometimes become huge loss of time for the students. So it is the learning pauses because of the planned engagement. And hence, this classical classroom situation made me explore whether it is possible to transform the arrangement periods into meaningful learning sessions. And that is how the defining of the problem stage began. The central question that stayed with me throughout the study was, how can we make the arrangement periods sessions of purposeful activity and also something that leads to holistic growth of the students. Now this has become an overused word, but yes, something that will help them gain something beyond academics. There were some sub-questions that followed. Now throughout the study, we are going to see it through the lens of two important stakeholders. One through the lens of teachers and the other through the point of view of students. So the sub-questions that followed were whether it will be easily accessible for teachers. The condition of the study, the important condition was of the study was, it should not increase the workload of teachers. And the important parameter apart from that was whether it will help in inculcating the 21st century skills in the students. Now, why are we talking about these skills here? Because NEP tells us to do so? Yes. And also because there is going to be no other syllabus or period for that inculcation of 21st century skills. It has to be done during such sessions only because children, when we studied, there was a clear career path for us, there were defined roles. But children today are getting ready for VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. So unless in some way or the other, we equip them with the problem solving skills, with some creative or critical thinking, it will not be easy for them to navigate in the life ahead. As Dr. Kapil mentioned about that student, these skills are very important. In whichever manner possible, we should try to inculcate. So these were the two important sub-questions of the study. And then became the ideation phase. A lot of ideas were generated so that I can reach a solution. Some ideas were filtered in, some were filtered out. But two main things that remained throughout were, it should be engaging for students and it should be teacher friendly. Teacher already has her defined role, so in her arrangement periods, she should be able to use that strategy without feeling overwhelmed. So what followed was, these were the two new initiatives that were taken up. One is about open library that we see on the left hand side. The holders are made from repurposed wood, the scrap wood that was in school. Ladder-like format we gave it. The books that we see are the books that have been given by the students after they have finished reading them, thus fostering a sense of sharing. The books are in English, Hindi, Marathi, thus promoting multilingualism. So, and they are arranged class-wise. So during the arrangement periods, children come and collect the books. I prefer that they come with the teacher. They read it. If they do not like the book that they have taken, they exchange it. They share it. They read together with somebody. So that communication, collaboration, all that comes into play. And on the right-hand side, the other initiative that was thought of is reading cards. Now, these reading cards are also arranged class-wise. What these reading cards are? These reading cards are simple comprehensions, which encourage some writing activities, some artwork, quizzes, mathematics, and for classes 4 and 5, I have tried to include some open-ended questions. Like a case, and agar main hoti to, if I were in her place, what I would have done. So these kind of questions encourage that value-based education or the core values of Prerna experiential learning program. So that also are focused upon, and also it aligns with the NEP 2020 goal of value-based education. In the next slide, we'll see a video which shows how this open library was planned and implemented. The video is not getting played, sir. So this is the video, sir.
Video will be played. Where is it? Which one? This one? No, this one is not a video.
Okay.
This one.
No, no video.
Picture only. The picture.
क्या करेंगे?
This is also picture.
So what do we do?
We can't play this. It's a picture only.
Shall we?
Go ahead with the presentation. This is another video.
Sad, I couldn't show the video, so
Which one?
this has to be, no, it is not. No, it is not, sir. It is not. We can't see the icon also. So this, I'll go back to the previous slide. So open library, their books were arranged, and what was observed was, it fostered a culture of reading among the students, and also there was an enhancement in the confidence, in the collaboration and communication skills of the students. Next, about the reading cards, the easy access to these reading cards enabled the transformation of these arrangement periods into sessions of purposeful activity, and also made the classroom management easier for the teachers. Okay, none of the animations are being. So where do we keep these reading cards? These reading cards are kept in this primary pitara. Now this primary pitara again is from repurposed wood, made in school, painted by the students, and all the teachers have an access to this pitara. This pitara has been, it contains many other self-made teaching learning materials and also some locally procured toys which support vocal for local cause. Now, we had started with a problem, that was how can we make the arrangement periods into meaningful sessions of learning. Then we identified the problem. Then we generated the ideas, and now the methodology that was adopted was questionnaire-based survey. So the teachers who were going for arrangement periods were given the questionnaires, and the questions were open-ended, which enabled me to consolidate the data and represent it graphically. The tools and techniques used were questionnaires for the students and the teachers, and also observation became an important source of result analysis. Findings again from teachers' point of view. This is yeah, again that pie chart is not seen here. So around the teachers, the data that I could collect from teachers, 80% of them have given the feedback as that this Pitara, this reading cards and open library is easy to use, accessible, and helps in better management of classroom. Then this was a data gathered from the students, wherein we asked them what, the questionnaire had two parts. One, how did they manage the free periods, the arrangement periods before the intervention of open library and reading cards? 65% of them stated that they would do something quietly. Some of them even stated that they would sit idle or talk. But after the intervention of reading cards and open library, around 80% of them gave the feedback as that they're reading more than before. Results, what we could understand from the data analysis, the arrangement periods are no longer passive sessions, but they are active, engaging sessions. From idle time, these arrangement periods can be changed into ideal learning time. For teachers, there is no additional workload, and students, we find it as student-centric, student-led sessions. So when we begin the study, the two important conditions were, it should be engaging for students, that has been met, and the important other condition was that teachers should not find it as increase in workload or overwhelming, that too was met. Also, it aligns with the NEP 2020 goal of promoting FLN, strengthening FLN skills, and making optimum use of teaching time. References, I have referred to a book by Dr. Vivek Patkar. He is with Marathi Vidyan Parishad and my mentor, and also AI-based language tools. Acknowledgement to all the AES staff and students. Scientists usually work in labs. We teachers work with students in schools, and schools are our labs. So a collective thanks to AES for providing us those labs and an opportunity, the scope to conduct such researches. Marathi Vidyan Parishad, for the early lessons I received about the research, action research. Scope for future work, apart from what we see here, every teacher has a reservoir of teaching aids, teaching learning materials. All we need to do is keep it accessible and ready to use. It can be a Pitara, it can be a Jadui Jhola, which is there for self and others to use, and which will help in making our classes impactful. When we go to class with such things, we will just not teach, but we will touch lives and make our students meaningful contributors of Viksit Bharat with the right combination of content and 21st century skills. Thank you. I am open for questions and, more importantly, suggestions. I'm not too happy because the video did not play.
Any question from the audience? We will take only one question. Yeah, madam, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sonia ma'am. See, the motive behind Conclave was to see that the entire society of Anushakti Nagar, or maybe DAE, should be that our institutions should be looked upon by every child and wanting to come to the school. Somewhere we are lacking. Teachers like you are putting all the efforts to make the place playful. The child loves to come to the school. At senior level, what I noticed after working in JC for 35 years, When the students come to us, they lack in many, many things academically. Every teacher is putting lot of efforts in the schools, but somewhere we are lacking in noting that every child has not learned what we have taught. My earnest request to all my learned colleagues is that when the attention is given to few students, it can be extended to all the students. And that is when the child, every child wants to come to the school willingly. We are not upgraded ourselves to that level that child is wanting to come to school. I may sound a little rude, but I have experienced that with my own child. I, being a teacher, I would drop my son to the school, but every day he would cry. Why should I go there? Every child has a different level of thinking. Their capacities are different. We have not done enough research on these areas. That every child is a different entity, their needs are different, their level of thinking is different, they come from different backgrounds. I, being a teacher, I never told him that I am a teacher working in the same organization, so you will be treated differently. No.
Madam, excuse me, what's your question?
My question is, why our schools are not still student friendly?
Okay.
That's my question. Every child should look at our institutions that I want to go here. That's not happening.
Yeah. I think Madam Sonia Kapoor, she has already done a great deal to make the student, make the school student friendly.
She has tried from her end, so I congratulate her for that.
So we would like to congratulate Madam Sonia Kapoor for the wonderful work that she has done.
That is the reason why she is a national awardee.
And kind of work that Madam Sonia Kapoor has been putting in, I'm sure that very soon all our schools will become student friendly and will attract all the students. In fact, library is already there in our school, but Sonia Madam has converted it into a different kind of a library. I remember the famous words of Shiv Khera, who said that you don't need to do different things. You need to do things differently. Congratulations, Madam Sonia Kapoor, for doing such a wonderful work. And
thank you so
another
much.
thing from the personal view, from the personal point of view also, I being a principal, I would be extremely delighted and happy if the substitution periods are used in a constructive manner. And I think Madam Sonia Kapoor has also worked a long way, gone a long way to make good use of that. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Sonia Kapoor.
Thank
Thank you,
you, sir.
Madam, for
Thank
your
you, sir.
suggestion. Thanks a lot. With that, we come to the end of the pre-lunch session. And I would like to invite once again Mr. Ghosh on the stage for... So we would like to wind up. This is the time for lunch. Thank you once again, Madam Sonia Kapoor. Please give her a huge round of applause. We'll meet exactly here after lunch at 2:30 with full stomach and dreamy eyes. And I hope that the post-lunch session would be as attractive as we had in the pre-lunch session. Thank you and have a nice day. Have a nice afternoon, rather.
All the participants are requested to report back to this auditorium by 2:30 p.m. Okay? Please report back to this auditorium by 2:30 p.m.
मैं भी इसलिए कुछ नहीं लाया। आपको क्या है? कोलैबोरेटिव क्वांटम डॉट्स के है क्या ये? वही तो मुझे बताना। क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स फिर आइंस्टाइन बोल रहा था। हेलो हेलो हेलो। All my dear teachers are requested to kindly settle down. We are going to start the afternoon session as soon as possible. My dear teachers, respected, learned teachers, kindly settle down. I think in the famous play, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony had said, "Friends, Romans and countrymen, please lend me your ears." In the same vein, I would say, teachers, colleagues, and staff of AES, please lend me your ears. We'll start the afternoon session with a paper presentation by my very good friend, Mr. Tarun Kush. He is going to speak on quantum dots, maybe on collaboration, maybe on holistic impact, holistic way of education. Talking about collaboration, I remember a famous quote by Helen Keller, who said that alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. Indeed, my dear friends, if we want to get success in life, in our profession, the one thing that we need to do is to adopt collaborative attitude. I would like to call upon Mr. Tarun Kush. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage Mr. Tarun Kush, Deputy Head, Academic Unit, Atomic Energy Education Society, Mumbai. Mr. Tarun Kush, the stage is all yours.
Thank you each and everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, before starting, let me get your attention. I'll not take much time. Only visual presentations are there, not textual matter is there. But before that, a very small activity that we have to think in our mind. We all know about OTP. So we can take O from OTP and N from nation and W from watch. So we are having three things: OTP wala O, nation wala N, or watch wala W. And if we are making the combination, the very first thing is NOW. That is called now. That means we are present here. When we are present here, now the second one is OWN. When we are owning, accepting, then the last one is we are going to win. That is WON. These are the three letters which are helping us. So again, good afternoon. Let me begin this presentation. And in this presentation, I would like to bring your attention we are having deeply gratitude for our organization, and this is our logo, and this you know very well. Now let me begin with this. Why we are assembled here? Every activity related to education is no doubt connected with SDG. These are the sustainable goals which are universally decided, accepted, accepted, and accordingly action plans are made. So you can observe 17 SDG which are in front of you, and out of these you can see the fourth one. Which is fourth one? Before going to there, just see these are the 17 goals What is the aim, objective behind it? Transformation. To transform the world, because world is facing lot of problems, and this is our fourth goal for which we are steered, we are joined hand to hand. So this is the quality education. And what is behind that? What we can take away, what is forward action? This is ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And this SDG4 is further divided into sub-parts that you can observe it. And we can correlate very easily सर वॉइस का इश्यू इधर तो सब ऑन है, इसका पीछे से कनेक्शन ये वाला किया? ओके अरे बाप
None of the 9 biggest countries in the global south have the recommended spending targets on education. Several have made dramatic cuts to their education. Good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. When I last attended the UN General Assembly 2 years ago, you were launching the Sustainable Development Goals. I hoped they signaled a new ambition for 12 years of free, safe, and quality education for all girls. It has been 2 years, and I'm here to ask you today, what have you done so far? In the last 2 years, no donor country has significantly increased their aid towards education. Most have flatlined or decreased. In the last 2 years, none of the 9 biggest countries in the global south have the recommended spending targets on education. Several have made dramatic cuts to their education budgets. I cannot say that I am proud of the progress that we have seen in the last 2 years. We have big goals, but here is the truth. None of the SDGs, not a single one, can be accomplished unless we educate our girls. If you want to grow economies, improve the air we breathe, promote peace, and advance public health, we must invest in girls. 130 million girls are out of school today. They're pushing back against poverty, war, and child marriage to go to school. The SDGs were a promise that we could fight with these girls. So far, we are failing. We are failing them but we are also failing ourselves. When girls cannot go to school, they lose the opportunity to pursue their dreams, and our world loses their potential. This summer, I traveled to the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America to meet girls struggling to get an education. I have invited two of them here today to tell you in their own words why you must keep your promise and invest in girls. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have seen that now SDGs, they are directing our focus to global changes and how this education can help us in attaining these goals. No doubt, we are focusing on individual. That is the chain reaction we have to start. But if we are not having thinking towards the global achievement with the help of education, our goals are not going to be attained. So this research, this activity, the wholesome effort is we should attain these goals. And for that, the topic was chosen. These are the facts which are telling how these differences are created, and these differences are bringing us to come to a same dais, same stage to work together. You can see the statistics, figures. Still, by talking too long, by putting a lot efforts, we are having notion in our mind, we are putting lot efforts round the clock, still the figures are different. And in that, NCERT is also pushing forward with these guidelines. We have also seen that is the Prayas guidelines. We should work over it, because I know we are having lot experience, but this experience, day-to-day activity is not converted into research. Now this is the time when we should start to jot down, start to write small facts, ideas, and we feel it whenever we are out of the classroom, we are meeting our all students, alumni, we can easily recognize the wholesome features. अरे तुम पढ़ाई में बहुत अच्छे थे, but you never took part in CC activities. Second is, always you were doing masti in the class, not focusing, but now you are leading a company. So there are certain things which are definitely missing. That is the requirement. So this is bringing our focus for such kind of study. And this is the topic. I will not take much time. This is the topic here, which is taken from the quantum mechanics, quantum. We have heard the quantum computing, the new era. So in that, quantum means which is having full power, discrete, capable, and having all the potential. So what are these? We can see it. So this is the abstract of the studies. That means it is telling not only limit to your classroom, you involve parents, community. Out of the class, you have to take efforts when nobody is observing you, nobody is witnessing you, but the efforts are recognized. Not today, in the form of different things like the bliss, peace you are feeling after 10 years, after 20 years, 30 years. So these are the things we have to bring into our daily practices. You can observe a dot, and these dots are controlling us, and now you can observe these 3 dots. In every app, these 3 dots are significant. You are changing the settings, you are changing your objectives, you are changing your goals. So that is the dots. So here is the term quantum dots. What are the quantum dots? You can observe. I should not take much time for that. You can observe this figure is in itself capable to reflect what are the quantum dots. This is the nanostructures. You can correlate the emotional changes, spiritual changes which are happening in our presence or in our absence, in our classroom, outside the classroom. So this is the term which is called quantum dots. But this dot, when joining, so they are making a full potential, energized, full of vibrant energy. They are our main agents which are bringing change in society, then country, then global. Here is this what we are going to apply in the field of education. Now it is just not limited to my classroom, only my area of work. It should be out of little boundaries. No doubt we should regard the boundaries, but we should go out of that by regarding the boundaries of others and ours too. One dimension of that is digital education. Now we all are doing, and this digital education, if it is a tool within a control, you can get the good results which are reflected. This is the one of the dimension. It's not easy task to summarize the long research into 10-15 minutes. And here are the digital skills, and you have heard the term of digital detox. And all these are related to not only NEP, but with our strong, rich heritage. And these are the objectives were set, how these can be achieved, how we can compare the holistic efforts done for multidimensional effort done by the teacher, school, society, parents, environment. And these are the hypotheses. Now let me come to these are the different methods adopted. Then you can observe a small line. This small line is related to our old methods. Now the time has changed. You have to put the different digital tools, all the tools you have to apply, and these are the results when digital tools were used by taking the different media, and results are in the favor that in the beginning their curiosity is there for digital application, but after a time we start to focus on our actual energy. And these are the results which are showing pre and post test in science for different classes. That means when we are having a good intention, intervention, results are positive. And these are the things. And the final one is this one. That means what are the conclusions and what is the future scope. Because the future scope is important, but ultimate thing is it is not a day-to-day activity. It is your long experience you have to jot down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tarun sir. I fondly recall the days that he had spent with me as Vice Principal of AECS Indore. Any question please from the audience? We'll take only one question before we move over to the next session. Anyone from the audience to come up with a question? Okay, so I think there is no question. We come to the end of this session. Tarun sir spoke a lot about change, and I remember a famous quote. I've forgotten the name of the person who had given the quote, but he said that change is the end result of true learning. Change is indeed the end result of true learning. And with that, we come to the end of this session. Big round of applause to our beloved, very own Tarun Kush sir. Thank you, Tarun sir. Before I leave, I'll give you a disclaimer. Since morning, or rather since yesterday, I have told you a lot of stories and anecdotes about Albert Einstein, which I have heard or read from different sources, but I don't exactly know whether these stories or anecdotes are true or not. Okay? But before leaving, so I'll tell you one more story. One day, Einstein got a letter from a student, and he said that, sir, I'm really fed up with maths. I'm really fed up with maths. I'm worried about maths. So Einstein took out some pages from his own calculations, many pages from his own calculations, and sent those pages to that student and said that, don't worry, my dear boy, my problem in maths, with maths, is much bigger than your problem. With that, we come to the end of this session. I now take this opportunity to cordially welcome Dr. Aniket Sule for conducting the panel discussion, and I hand over the podium to my good friend, Mr. Ghosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second panel discussion, a session that addresses one of the most relevant and dynamic aspects of contemporary education. The theme of this panel discussion is perspectives on the integration of social media and technology in education. In today's digital age, this topic invites us to reflect on both the opportunities and responsibilities that technology and social media bring into teaching and learning. To moderate this important discussion, we are honored to have with us Mr. Aniket Sule. I request Sir to kindly take center stage, and I humbly request Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, convener of the Conclave, to present Sir with a potted plant to welcome him for this panel discussion. Mr. Aniket Sule, Associate Professor G at HBCSE TIFR, is a distinguished academician with extensive national and international experience. He currently serves as a president of the International Olympiad on Astronomy and Astrophysics and the IAU Commission on Astronomy Education and Development. An alumnus of IIT Mumbai with a doctorate in astrophysics from the University of Potsdam, Germany. His interests include science and astronomy education, scientific temper, and science communication. We welcome you, sir, once again. Joining him today are our esteemed panel members, and we welcome them on stage. Mr. Shishir Bodhi, Headmaster, Mr. Ashok Kumar Rao, Vice Principal, Mr. Mukesh Kumar Arya, PGT, Mr. Vinod Sunavane, TGT, Ms. Kuljeet Kaur Sandhu, PRT. Together, this panel will share diverse viewpoints on how social media and technology can be meaningfully integrated into education while maintaining academic integrity, digital responsibility, and learner well-being. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. When Basu sir was telling that story about Einstein, I was wondering, will students of today's age write a letter, or would they even know how inland letter or a postcard looks like? So we actually, from the time when we were in school to today's age, the education landscape has really transformed. When we were in school, if we had any difficulty, first thing, you go and ask teachers. If teachers say that, okay, I don't know, then you have to go to library, search books yourselves, read pages of books to realize
find a solution to your question. Today, or maybe even 10 years back, the students would say, okay, I will Google the answer. Now, they don't even say Google. They say, I will ask ChatGPT. See, increasingly, at least in college level, I'm not sure what is presently happening at school level, but at least at college level, we see lots of examples of students completing assignments with help of AI. And also, nowadays in research, several people have been caught using AI to write their research papers. So in this kind of changing landscape, and the pace of change is really rapid. What we thought would work 2 years back is already outdated. Whatever policies we will decide today, I don't know if they will remain relevant in 18 months or not, or we will have to change again. So the pace of change is really rapid. So in this context, let's hear from our fellow teachers how we can use AI as well as other digital technologies in education and what good or what bad it can bring. So let me start with Professor Arya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, society. Thank you, everyone. And special thank you to Basu sir, who motivated me to use the motivational quotes. So I am starting with, बेहतर से बेहतर तलाश करो, जो मंजिल जो मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर तलाश करो. बेहतर से बेहतर तलाश करो, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर तलाश करो. टूट जाते हैं अक्सर शीशे पत्थर की चोट से, वो पत्थर टूट जाए वो शीशा तलाश करो. शायद हम 2 दिन से वही कुछ कर रहे हैं और यही अपना मोटो है. So again I begin with the famous quote given by Shiv Kheda, motivational speaker. Already sir uttered that motivational quotes, that winners don't do different thing, they do same thing differently. Now you might be thinking that why I'm using this quote here, what is the same thing and how to do different things. What is the same thing? Same thing is nothing but education. Ultimately, education is the same. Education was there, education is there, education will be there. But how to do different things, that we are learning in these two-day sessions. Now education is moving towards chalk and talk to click and learn. Chalk and talk to click and learn. And this is nothing but digital learning. Now question is that how to do different things. So the simple answer is nothing but social media and technological integration in education system. Social media and technological integrations, there is a definite some myth will be there. Now there will be some mental problem, addiction problem will be there. But if we ignore 1% of that negativity, then 99% positivity, then you will see the drastical changes in this scenario. Because if we're talking about technology integrations, sir, our society already introduced, now just before 5 months, interactive boards and in each and every school. And believe me, all our schools are using interactive board, very interactive for conducting interactive sessions. Students are enjoying a lot. Students are learning from video, from some different animations. For example, if you want to do different things, like for example, I have to teach Newton's law. Okay, but if I'm to explain with the help of animations, then only the social media is the way to send my ideas to the students. Because what is ultimately aim is nothing but SDG4 and NEP 2020. If I thinking about anything, for example, this bottle, if it is nothing but having 2 aspects, it may be positive, it may be negative. But in these 2 sessions, I come to know that SDG4 and NEP 2020 is nothing but both are positive aspect. There is no negativity in this. Because ultimate aim is SDG4 and NEP 2020 is the accessibility, equitability, engagement, inquiry-based education, project-based education, and n numbers of positive things are there. So now come to the social media. Social media, when you're talking about social media, then first thing click in mind that Facebook, Instagram, other thing like this. Yes, it is there, but along with there are n numbers of social medias are there. For example, NPTL. You introduce NPTL in front of in the classroom or other places. Diksha, Swam Prava. There are n numbers of social medias are there from where a student can access the knowledge and get the proper knowledge whatever they require. Ultimate. So according to my view, social media and the technology integration is must, and this is the motto of NEP 2020 and SDG4. Because, for example, this SDG4 is target and NEP is here. So in order to reach the SDG4, we required some medium. The medium is nothing but digital learning. That is nothing but technology and social media. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all. Yes, I would like to continue with what Sir said. NEP 2020 strongly promotes integrating technology to transform Indian education. And we got this opportunity when AES provided interactive boards to all schools. We have it in our school also. And as I remember, one of the sirs here, he was talking about different pedagogies. And when we did our B.Ed, at that time we had concrete to abstract. So let us move in that direction. We have our students who are actually experiencing the interactive boards in the class. And what are the positive aspects of it? The very first one is enhanced engagement. In one of the classrooms that I have, group projects were given to them in the form of PPTs. It was regarding outdoor sports. Groups were made, and each child had to contribute positively to it. They made wonderful PPTs, and they played it on the interactive board. When it started off, the very first PPT, the students did not know much. So it was a very simple PPT. And the second group came up, and there were some animations. So there and then, when I clicked on, I showed them how the animations are. Everyone was happy, and they were eager to contribute, each child from that group. And I am not at all exaggerating the fact, even the child who finds it very difficult to speak a few words in English, even that child participated and was very happy when that child could come up with something great. Access to information. Again, I come back to English as I teach in class 5, and they are the ones who are a little grown up, and they can very well handle technology at their level. So we have poem singing, and they all enjoyed. In fact, all sections enjoyed later on. We have animated stories which can very well add on to the lessons we have. We have flipped classes. The students can do at their own pace. We remember when all of a sudden we were stuck. We had that pandemic, and we did not know what to do. We all learned technology. There was no other way out for us. So technology is a must. We cannot run away from it. There may be some things which need our address. We can just see to it that the negative aspects of technology can be weaned away, how we can see that our students are using it in a better manner. But I am very much sure that technology will become a very powerful tool in education, and everyone will benefit, especially our loving and dear students. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, all of you. I'm Mr. Vinod Sunavani from Atomic Energy Center School number 5. We are here to discuss about the role of technology on social media, and especially in teaching. The rapid growth of social media technology has significantly influenced various aspects of human life, including education. Social media platform and networking applications have created new opportunities for teaching and learning. And the integration of social media in technology and education offers multiple perspectives, including pedagogical, social, technological, and ethical dimensions. But I feel there should be some, or there are some reservations. I'd like to focus upon some negative aspects or impacts of social media, especially on students. The first is the risk of the mental health. Excessive use is linked to increased anxiety, depression, and something called as FOMO. FOMO is fear of missing out among the students. And this can be clearly seen in the classes also, in the regular classes also. There is something called as attention span decline. Earlier the students were very much attentive in the class. Now we'll notice that the attention span of the child has reduced. It has come to 8.2 seconds for adults and lesser than this for the children. Okay, but the reason is that something we call it scrolling thing. If you see our kids around us, while they scroll the mobile phone, you can see they scroll within every third or fourth second. This is because of the attention span. And the next thing, what I would like to say is, a lot of misinformation is also carried through digital media. And as a student, he is not ready enough to take care of it or to verify it. So this misinformation can also go to the students. And I think in the morning, one of our announcers, or sir, he told about how AI can create something which looks exactly like what it is real. So something wrong might go to the students also. For that reason, we need something called as digital learning, which can be promoted among the students. There are some statistics also. I would like, on an average, a youth, he switches apps every 44 seconds. Okay. And because of this autoplay and infinite scroll, it has been noticed that about the reducing habit has reduced down to 39%. It can be among the youth also, among the students also. And rapid content like reels, overstimulation, it overstimulates the brain, reducing working memory and making sustained focus harder. And multitasking media also underperforms, it results in the underperformance of the person for almost 20%. So uska jo capacity hai, usse 20% lesser he works only because of his media attention towards it. There are chances of increased errors. It can be lead to more mistakes and also lead to stress, which also can be found among the students or senior or adults where the blood pressure and stress increases. And that finally, it leads to a decreased attention, okay, and which may reduce the academic performance of a child. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Panels. एक चार पंक्तियां मुझे याद आई, मुझे लगता है आज यह बहुत रिलेवेंट है। बहुत दिनों से है अक्ष मेरी आंखों में, बहुत दिनों से है अक्ष मेरी आंखों में, मगर मैं उसे कोई शक्ल दे नहीं सकता, मगर मैं उसे कोई शक दे नहीं सकता। हर एक खुशी में यहाँ बैठे हुए, हर एक खुशी में छुपी खौफ सी उदासी है, और समंदर के तलों में जमी अभी प्यासी है। ये चार पंक्तियां जब हम इंटीग्रेशन की बात करते हैं तो मुझे याद आई, हाँ हमारे देश में पॉलिसियां बनी, पॉलिसी बन रही है। NEP 2020 भी इसको स्ट्रांगली एडवोकेट करती है कि अभी हमें AI, सोशल मीडिया, इन सब बातों में अभी हमें स्कूल में इंटीग्रेट करना होगा, यकीनन करना होगा, और हमें करना चाहिए, क्योंकि चेंज ही एक परमानेंट चीज़ है। हम किसी को भी अभी ऐसे पकड़ के नहीं रख सकते। अगर हमें ग्लोबल लेवल पे अगर कॉम्पीट करना है तो हमारे ग्रास रूट लेवल में भी ये बातें आना जरूरी है, लेकिन हमें इसकी रियलिटी को भी जानना होगा। हमारे पास हमारे टीचर को ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए दीक्षा जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म है, ब्लेंडेड मोड भी है, ऑनलाइन मोड भी है, लेकिन हम वाकई उसमें कितने सीरियस है इसे भी हमें परखना होगा। क्योंकि जब तक यह बातें हम पूरी तरह से बैलेंस नहीं कर पाएंगे तो जो किसी भी पॉलिसी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करके हम उसको सही मायने में जस्टिफाई नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है अभी लर्निंग बाय डूइंग से अभी वॉचिंग बाय डूइंग का जमाना आ रहा है। तो इन बातों की तरफ ध्यान अगर देंगे तो डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे यहाँ पे कितना है, हम अगर अपने 30 स्कूलों की बात करें तो वो भी उतना स्टैंडर्ड लेवल पर नहीं है, ये रियलिटी है। और अगर हम ग्लोबल लेवल पे बात करें, अगर अपने नेशनल लेवल पे बात करें तो फिर स्थितियाँ बहुत गंभीर है। असर की रिपोर्ट भी देखेंगे तो कहीं पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है, कितने प्रतिशत स्कूलें हैं जहाँ पे प्रॉपर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है। तो जब हम इसको इंटीग्रेट करना चाहेंगे तो केवल एक हमारे लिए एक मॉडल बना रहेगा वहाँ पे दीवार पे टंगा हुआ, जो बच्चों को दिखाएंगे, बच्चों देखो इसको कंप्यूटर कहते हैं, इसको इंटरेक्टिव पैनल कहते हैं, इसको ऑपरेटिव फोर्स, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की तरफ हमको ध्यान देना बहुत ज़रूरी है। टीचर्स में जो एक गैप आई है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे हमने ऐसे कई टीचर देखा है जिनको मुझे लगता है मैंने 2008 में ES को ज्वाइन किया, उसके पहले उनको काफ़ी ट्रेनिंग मिल चुकी है कंप्यूटर में, लेकिन वो रिटायर होने तक भी कभी अपना एक रिजल्ट नहीं बना पाए। यह भी स्थितियाँ हैं। तो हमें अपने आप को भी चेंजेस करना है, अपने आप में सीखने की जिज्ञासा जागृत करना है, क्योंकि अगर हमें ट्रांसफॉर्म करना है तो पहले अपने आप में बदलाव लाना जरूरी है कि हाँ हमें इस चैलेंज को लेना है। चैलेंजेस हमेशा बने रहेंगे, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, लेकिन क्या हम केवल चैलेंजेस के बारे में डिस्कस करते रहेंगे या उस पर कोई सोल्यूशन भी निकालेंगे। तो NEP 2020 को लेके जो हम आज AI, सोशल मीडिया, YouTube, ये हमारे लिए अभी एक माध्यम बन चुके हैं बच्चों को शिक्षित करने का और हमें भी अपनी प्रतिभा दिखाने का। तो एक अच्छा प्रयास भी होगा अगर हम इसके बारे में एक्यूरेसी और उसकी प्रिसाइजनेस को हम थोड़ा सा ध्यान में रख के अगर काम करें तो। थैंक यू।
Jai Hind. Am I audible? Yes. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, Jai Hind. I have got one statement to make, that is incorporation of technology and social media is fundamental for education, and education is fundamental for the development of technologies. This is true in modern perspective. Today there is some exhibition here, and we all have seen that there are many exhibits, but there is hardly any exhibit, or perhaps no exhibit, addressing the challenges faced by evolution of technology or incorporation of technology and social media to the students in the education. Let us ponder or let us think why it is not there. Why none of the exhibits is addressing the very prominent problem that we all are worried about. The whole society is worried. We have got, NEP has given us some core targets. That is ECC, Early Childhood Development, then FLN, then child-centered education, then incorporation of technology. And since, let it be irrespective of any platform, let it be any platform. If the discussion is on education, it is narrowing down to the ethical use, the challenges posed, the vulnerability posed to the students and to the society by the incorporation and development of social media in education as well as in daily life. Though the topic is so burning and so demanding, even then none of the exhibits is addressing to this. What is the problem? Why? Why we can find 6-7 exhibits for FLN, for Balvatika children, but none of the exhibits address this problem? This is one question. Then there is another question. Now the society has been developing, and but before I go to that question, let us talk about some educational objectives. See, in this present scenario, inclusion of technology and other things, what are the challenges available? What are the challenges? Benefits are many. Say for example, flexibility, 24/7 availability, accessibility, inclusiveness, collaborative learning, all those are benefits. To talk about disadvantages, reduced focus, as our friend talked about, then mental health and well-being, that is another very important aspect. Then misinformation, as sir spoke about. Then unethical, digital divide also we can say, unequal access to technology and digital skills among the students. Depression, all these things are loss in sleep, sleeping patterns, physical health also is vulnerable. These are some direct challenges. Then there are some indirect challenges also, implicit challenges. What are those implicit challenges? Now, first of all, your traditional beliefs, culture is also vulnerable. With the loss in privacy, loss in personal information, the life itself is at risk. Amazon is working on a project where in another few, say for example a year or so, they are planning to you need not place any order. At frequent intervals, orders will be served to you. And they believe, their belief is very strong that out of 100 orders served to you, 80 to 85 you are going to accept. That is how important the data has become. Personal data, loss of data is, we can draw an analogy for loss of data to loss of life. Yesterday, Amar Singh Chahal, ex-IAS officer of Punjab cadre, has shot himself because he lost 8 crore rupees in digital arrest. Many high-profile people are facing digital arrest. They are being exploited. The whole information regarding a person, say for example, one digital arrest case, just I would like to simulate here. In one of the digital arrests, a person called a lady and told her that her daughter has been kidnapped, who was yet to come. School time was over, the daughter has not come back. Now the person said that your daughter has been kidnapped. That lady, he was telling constantly on phone, now you need to pay this much money, you are sitting on that green sofa, please so likewise, speak from, sir is telling me to sign up, so I'll leave this story. Just means even the person knew where the child was. Child was playing a game, a second line game, online game, the kidnappers, those fraudsters were so smart enough to engage the child there. Nobody, no kidnapping happened. But blackmailing was done and money was extorted. Now think about this. This is the case with the grown-up people, literate people, learned people. Now think about those tender minds. Now who are the stakeholders? Just 30 seconds. Who are the stakeholders here in this inclusion of this technology into education? First of all, technology itself, development of technology, then government, and third one is parents, fourth one is teachers. Now, our role is very great. Another question that I wanted to pose, that just think, there was a statement, there has been a statement that we are no more knowledge givers. We are knowledge facilitators. We have heard this. We think that we are practicing it. Now just think, with this statement, if the role or expectation from the teacher has changed, if the output has been changed, answer is negative. Your expectations from the teacher or teaching faculty or education system remains same or sometimes higher. But your tools, some of the tools that when you are guru, your thoughts were accepted. But now that is not the case. You are a facilitator. So as a facilitator, whatever changes I have made as a teacher, is it sufficient to facilitate the output that I am expected to produce? That is another question. Only 3 things needs to be done in education. 1, spark imagination, as has been discussed by many people here, many speakers. Spark curiosity among students. And third one is blow confidence in his mind. Okay, thank you. Let me again hand over.
Hello. Yeah. So let me just pose a question to the panelists. We have all spoken about why AI is good, or AI or social media, or why it is bad. Various things have been said. My question is our teacher community well trained and equipped to take up this challenge? We all come from a different generation, and this change has come in last 2 years. Interactive boards is a very nice tool, but if we are just using interactive board as just a video screen, or just as a replacement of blackboard is replaced by some digital board, then we are not using the potential of interactive board. AI, if it is, if we teachers don't know how to use AI effectively, then we can't help our students. So do you think our teacher community is equipped to take up this challenge?
Hello. Yes, very good question, sir. If we're talking about my teacher community, definitely my teachers and my colleagues are all expert, and if they will somewhere they will lack na, definitely what we are doing, we are conducting teacher conclave so that we can create awareness about the, like you are saying, the artificial intelligence, and now morning session madam explained very nicely OLabs, virtual labs. So these are tools are there, and at the same time, if all are matured in this field, once they will give training or through live session or video sessions also, na, they will get that knowledge, and definitely they will do excel with the help of AI or ChatGPT. If we're talking about ChatGPT and all, only things we have to how to put the inputs that we call prompt. Once we learn how to give the prompts to AI, definitely they will learn all these things, whatever they want.
No, the panel discussion is not about AES in particular. We are talking in general. Let me give out some figures to you. In Maharashtra, about 30,000 schools, that is 17% school across Maharashtra, they lack internet connections. 28% government schools, they don't have internet again. UDI says 63.5% of Indian schools have internet, rest don't have. There are 25,000 schools in Maharashtra without electricity. About 32,599 schools in Uttar Pradesh, they don't have electricity. That is UDI's report. Okay. With this kind of infrastructure, can we have this chat GPT, AI, all those things? Can it be a part of our regular syllabus? That's the important question. This is among 31,850 schools. Again, as per UDIs in India, they are CBSE schools. They don't have internet access. We are lucky enough that our system, AES, has done all those things in our schools. We are able to cater to the students, but in particular AES, but when you talk of a broader thing, in most places, this thing doesn't happen. Thank you.
Hello. Now, sir, in our institutions, now, recently in ACS, one Tarapur, they organize a camp also for AI in education through the CBSE. So there are the portal by paid. We are voluntarily also going and taking, and the teachers are also promoted in that way. So the things are there, the tools we have been introduced there, what kind of use and how the limitations will be there. So these all things are going in our institutions. Global perspective means national perspective, the scenario may be the poor, but in our AES concern, we are just reaching to achieve that goals.
So first, as sir you asked that training, regarding teacher training, yes, we do need training, and in fact the magnitude required is high. That is the reason why there is less number of exhibits, or there is no exhibit addressing this core challenge of privacy issue or cyber ethics. So the training is required.
So let me ask just one more question, and maybe others can respond. Earlier, Madam mentioned that PPT students creating PPTs and various nice things. So when we were talking about the older model of education, we used to see in homework, students will just copy paste the sentences as it is from textbook and just bring that as their assignments. Now with the new digital tools, they will ask the whatever homework you give, they will give this question to the chat GPT, and whatever chat GPT writes, they will put down and bring it to you. So now, how we as teachers realize how much is actually learned by the students and how much is just mindless copy pasting. Even the AI can also create PowerPoints, AI can also create animations. So how we understand students' actual learning, and then because in that way we can help the students better. So
Yes, sir, I would like to comment on this. There was one child who came up with chat GPT, PPT, but whenever I give them projects, even when we did not have technology, they have to make some projects, it is parents' work many a times. So whenever such projects are given to them, I combine it with a Viva sort of thing where they have to answer. Whether it was an old pattern or it is a new pattern, technology, if they are making PPT, they ask questions based on the PPT prepared. So they should know what they have done. So we can, actually I think all of us, all the teachers here, all the educators here sitting here will resonate with me that everyone is doing that. They know the limitations of whatever teaching methods we are adopting, and every time we are trying to somehow bridge the gap. Somehow we try to see to it that actual learning is taking place and the students are doing it. They are learning.
Hello. So I would like to say, I truly believe in the traditional method of teaching learning, and that is more helpful. I'll just cite an example like maybe 10, 15 years or 10 years back. If you tell a student to make a project on something, what would he do? He'd go to the library, check out the books, read the books. Okay, maybe he's copying, whatever he's doing. He's doing that with his own efforts. Now you tell a student, go and do a project report. He's ready with the project report within 2 hours. There is no learning in it. There is no reading into it. So the traditional method which we had earlier would definitely help the students to learn more, because they are practically doing that things, which nowadays even teachers or even we don't do it. Okay, that's what I feel.
Sir, एक single है ना. Sir, recently now we conduct annual day, and before annual day, 2 months ago, there was a capacity building program conducted by CBSE, and that was artificial intelligence. In that, they explained the concept of AI, then different aids of AI. My colleagues used the Suno AI app. With the help of Suno AI app, he convert the Jatak Katha and convert into a story form. And because the NEP goal is the improvement of body, mind and spirit, where now if we had only that Jatak Katha, then how can we inculcate the moral value in the students? So with the help of AI, we convert into song, and then song performed in the annual day, and it was excellent, appreciated by everyone. So teachers need a small triggers only. That trigger in terms of teaching conclave, or it may be training, it may be live session, webinar, and etc.
I think we are out of time, but I will just conclude by saying that I agree with some of the points raised by each of you. Like, AI can bring a lot of transformation. I also agree that AECS schools are among the better equipped schools to work with this new paradigm. But obviously, on national level, a lot more help is needed to improve in infrastructure as well as help with teachers. At the same time, I agree with Sonamani sir that we have to be wary about how much actual knowledge transfer happens when there is excessive use of new technologies, and we may get illusion that students are being engaged and they are learning, but it may turn out to be mirage. So, like all the new technologies, this is a double-edged sword, and we should first learn ourselves to how to make best use of it. So I thank my fellow panelists. Thank you.
As we conclude this engaging panel discussion, we extend a sincere appreciation for our moderator, Mr. Aniket Sule, for skillfully guiding this thought-provoking dialogue and leaving it on such an interesting note. Sir, your vast academic experience and global perspective ensured a balanced, insightful, and meaningful discussion. We also express our heartfelt thanks to the panel members for sharing their practical experiences. As a token of our gratitude and appreciation, may I now cordially request Dr. Anand Kumar, former principal AECS, to kindly grace the stage and present a memento to Mr. Aniket Sule. Thank you so much, sir.
Albert Einstein was very kind with mistakes. One of his famous quote was, A person, a person who has never made a mistake probably isn't doing much. So this sort of balms me, comforts me today, especially after the pre-lunch tech glitch that I faced. And I'm very thankful for this rare opportunity of getting a chance to reshare the PPT with you. I'll be very brief, respecting everybody's time here. So title of the paper was clear. The main objective is encouraging reading habits and inculcating critical thinking skills. The need of the study was mentioned by me कि arrangement periods को meaningful sessions बनाना है और जो lack of planning की वजह से pause of learning हो जाती है उसे avoid करना है. इसके लिए जो central question और sub questions थे मैंने आपसे share किए. Ideation phase also the main concern यही रहा कि students का time engaging हो और teachers के लिए workload ना बढ़े. These were the two only conditions, not just important but the only conditions. इसके लिए दो innovations किए. One है open library and the other is reading cards. Open library, the next video shows how it was implemented and it worked. From scratch it began. Books given by students, fostering a sense of sharing. Arranged class-wise, being carried to class and read. So after this, there is definitely, we find a culture of reading among the students, and also there is a enhanced confidence, communication and skills of collaboration भी उनकी improved हमें दिखे. This is about reading cards. Self-made bags for keeping the reading cards. During arrangement period, they are either writing or drawing. These reading cards have helped in transforming the arrangement periods into the sessions of purposeful activity. In reading cards को हम रखते हैं इस पिटारे में. This pitara also has a number of self-made teaching learning materials. So methodology was discussed and findings. The teachers who went to class during the arrangement periods were requested to use the open library and the reading cards, and 80% of them said that it is easy to use, and because it is easy to use, they recommend its use. The data gathered from students, around 65% of them said that before the reading cards or open library, they would either sit quietly, do something, talk, or sit idle. But with open library and reading cards, there is a surge in the reading habit. Around 80% of them are interested in reading. So result, and we have come to the end of the study. We began with two important questions: whether we will be able to engage the students meaningfully. Well, yes. And also, will it be easy and accessible to teachers? Yes. Also, this aligns with the NEP goals of making optimum use of teaching time and strengthening the FLN skills of students. Also provide holistic growth and value-based education. So that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Dr. Sandhya Yadav Mekala. Dr. Sandhya Yadav Mekala, are you here? Yes, madam. Please come forward. Next will be your paper presentation, followed by Ashish Kumar Maurya. Ashish Kumar Maurya. Mr. Ashish, please be available here. These two paper presentations will be followed by paper presentation by Sanghamitra Pratape. Madam, will you please be available here? And it will be followed by Mr. Pawan Kumar from ACS Jadugoda. So these 4 teachers are requested to be available nearby the stage. And Sandhya madam, please be ready for your presentation.
Hello, hello. Yeah, so once again, good evening to all of you. We continue with a session on paper presentation. Next, we have Dr. Sandhya Yadav Mikala from Primary Teacher, Atomic Energy Central School, Anupuram, Tamil Nadu. She will be speaking about experiential learning, and as always, even as I invite her on stage, I can't resist temptation of speaking about a quote given by the great Albert Einstein, who said that learning is by experience. Everything else is just information. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dr. Sandhya Yadav Mikala from Atomic Energy Central School, Anupuram.
See, it was I can't say, I know that today is my paper presentation, but it was a sudden call. I was not aware, before when Sonia ma'am was presenting, I was not aware that next is mine. Okay. Before starting this presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to say thanks to the organizers and to say thanks to our principal, coordinating principal, Sri CNS Raghavan sir, who drafted a long letter to the concerned administrators. Because of him, we are here. Means regarding this conclave, we got a notice within short period, and we have to get flight tickets. And because of him, we got flight tickets, and we are here. So thanks, sir. And I would like to take name of my professor and guide, Professor Gujju Channareddy Garu, with whom, like, he only used to say this: have you ever thought why in India students are sitting in the benches from KG to PG? Have you ever thought what are the reasons? From KG to PG, myself, means he used to say, myself, my fathers, and you, and next generations, kids are sitting on the benches from KG to PG. Means most of the time, kids are in schooling time, they are sitting on the benches. Have you ever thought? Have you ever tried to find out the reasons? Then I asked, sir, what might be the reasons? He said, Sandhya, when you go to the teaching field, then only you will come to the reasons. That provoked me to take this title, From Benches to Beyond, From Benches to Beyond, Structural and Cultural Barriers to Experiential Learning in Indian Education. Respected dignitaries, honorable policymakers, senior administrators, and my fellow teachers, a very good afternoon to you all. Here I am Dr. Sandhya Yadav Mikala, primary teacher from AECS Anupuram. It is truly an honor to present before this gathering at the Teachers Conclave, first Teachers Conclave 2025. Today I would like to take you on a short journey from benches to beyond. This is not just the title of my paper. It reflects that everyday reality in our classrooms. While India has made remarkable progress in enrollment and access, the deeper question before us is, are our students actively learning, or are they merely sitting through schooling? So purpose of the story, first it aims to identify the barriers that prevent experiential learning from becoming sustained classroom practice. Second, it examines the cultural and structural factors such as exam pressure and administrative workload that shape daily teaching. Third, it analyzes the gap between the progressive vision of NEP 2020 and its actual implementation at the classroom level. Before starting this, my dear teachers and administrators, and administrators, I wish to clarify at the outset, this is not a critique of policy intent. NEP 2020 is visionary, we all accept that. This presentation is about understanding what teachers need in order to translate that vision into lived classroom experiences. India today educates nearly 24.8 crore students across more than 14.7 lakh schools. Okay. This scale is a matter of pride. However, yesterday, as Jay Kumar sir mentioned, in India, most of the students get formal education up to 16 to 18 years, only to emerge in confusion, wait to learn, and what is their talent. In other words, access has expanded, but depth of learning has not expanded at the same pace. Let us see what are the reasons for that. Reasons for persistent classroom confinement. One of the strongest barriers to experiential learning is our exam-oriented culture. High-stakes examinations define success for students. School reputation is linked to results. Parents equate achievement with ranks. Teachers feel pressure to prioritize. Here, teachers feel pressures to prioritize coverage over curiosity. In such a system, experiential learning appears risky. Inquiry takes time. Activities may not immediately translate into marks. And this we are listening since yesterday onwards. In Dr. Lodha's words also we listen, failure, an essential part of learning, is discouraged. We are not able to teach our students that failure, which teachers should accept this failure. Curriculum, pedagogy, and resources. So, coming to curriculum, pedagogy, and constraints, this we are listening yesterday onwards. Here the key point is when systems are rigid, even the most motivated teachers struggle to innovate consistently. While learning remains bench-bound, so here are some reasons: overcrowded and resource gaps. We will talk about this, overcrowded and resource gaps. NEP 2020 vision and experiential learning, early vocational integration, play and activity-based learning, emphasis on critical thinking and real-world skills, continuous formative assessment. So again, here comes. Okay, thanks. So here comes implementation challenges. As I said, we will discuss about overcrowded classrooms. Here, first thing, inadequate teacher training in contemporary pedagogy. Teachers entering here. Teachers entering profession by chance, not by choice. My dear colleagues, this we have to accept that most of us that we are here by choice, not by chance, not by choice. Why it happens? Because it might be because of alternative career path, job security, financial reasons, societal perceptions. But even though if we are here by chance, but we are giving our best, we are shifting ourselves from chance to choice by finding passion, making a difference, job crafting, and personal growth. While entering teaching by chance is common for us, the true fulfillment comes from finding your our purpose within it, whether through connecting with students, mastering our crafts, or realizing the profound impact we had turning a default job into a chosen vocation. Excessive non-teaching duties assigned to teachers. Here I am taking a bold move in a lighter mode, but this is a fact. Next slide I will show you. Excessive non-teaching duties assigned to teachers, reducing classroom innovative time, infrastructure gaps, especially in rural schools, persistent exam-centering societal mindset, administrative constraints affecting student-teacher ratios. Now come. As teachers, we welcome the flexibility offered by the new syllabus. Across the country, teachers are innovative, committed, and capable. Here, most of the teachers in our country make students to actively participate in teaching learning process with their unique styles and TLMs. Here, let's take an example. Here comes a teacher. Okay, so for that example, our AES teachers are the example. We have more than 45 teachers, national awardees in our AES organization, starting from 1986 Session Sir to now present Sonia Madam. Here are some names and many teachers are there. But whether are we able to sustain experiential learning throughout the academic year? Are we able to do it for all lessons? Are we able to do it for all classes we handle? Here the question highlights not a lack of intent but limitations of time, workload, and systematic fatigue. Now teachers beyond teaching, today teachers are involved in maintaining students' details. I'll make it quick. Collecting fee receipts. You can see the color, observe the color. UDIs, MEs, RT process, fee management, audits, examinations, surveys, stock verification, community outreach, and see fiscal, so all this. And here comes organizing and conducting external exams, collecting admission forms, entering data of admission forms, collecting applications for ad hoc teacher interviews. See, once again I'm taking, this is a bold move but on a lighter mode. Submitting indents, settling bills, maintaining register for housekeeping cleaning materials. So, just go. So, some side, we can see some of the tasks are in green color and some of the tasks are in another color. So, what actually this happening means, each additional administrative responsibility directly reduces the time available for lesson planning, reflection, and innovation. Okay. Now, from branches to behind key facts, here are some key facts. So, these are all key facts. So, literacy at 77.7%, but learning outcomes remain weak. So, these are some key facts. Quality over quantity challenge. Okay, let's come to the conclusion. Conclusion and way forward. To conclude Indian education. Remains largely bench-bound due to interconnected structural, cultural, and systematic barriers. All these overcrowded classrooms, infrastructure gaps, all these are interconnected structurally, culturally, and systematically. Now, NEP 2020 provides a strong and visionary framework, but its success depends on classroom level embellishment. To move from benches to behind, we must reform to move from benches to behind, we must reform assessment systems to prioritize competencies and formative education, evaluation, provide hands-on classroom applicable teacher training, reduce non-teaching workload through dedicated administrative support, invest in infrastructure and digital equity, ensure optimal student-teacher ratio, build parental and community awareness beyond marks. This transformation, so these are some recommendations which I read out. Now here we can see this transformation requires...
They already started thanking you. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Last one I'll conclude. This transformation requires coordinated effort from policymakers, administrators, school leaders, teachers, and society. All the policymakers, at least among them, one should be a school, means already school teachers are there. If they might have worked from primary teacher to the professor level, it will be a very big boon for us. Let us work together to ensure that learning in our classrooms is not merely memorized, but experienced, not confined, but lived. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandhya madam. Big round of applause for her. Talking about learning by doing, famous quote by Confucius. I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I learn, and I understand. Please come, Mr. C.N.S. Raghavan.
I just request the paper presenters to be concise, owing to the paucity of time. I can understand your enthusiasm. So the next paper will be presented on the topic, Digital Learning Enhances Flexibility. I was a bit intrigued by this topic because the COVID age, or the pandemic age, is 3 years behind us. And generally, one would understand that by hybrid learning, we are talking about a combination of offline teaching and virtual classes, right? And for hybrid learning to take place, you would need some kind of political instability or extreme weather conditions as obtaining in New Delhi today, or a warlike situation in Ukraine. But in a country like Ukraine, I don't think any kind of infrastructure would be possible. The physical infrastructure of the school would have been completely destroyed, and along with that, the digital infrastructure also would have been completely decimated. And I think there is some confusion in understanding this. Just because somebody is using educational technology, I don't think it automatically becomes hybrid learning. Whether we are talking of the SIT room or the interactive panels which are being used, or the virtual labs or the OLabs, these are all an extension of the traditional classroom, and these are an improvement of that. And therefore, I don't think that would be qualifying as hybrid learning. So perhaps it is being used in a slightly different sense, and therefore, I would just call upon Shri Ashish Kumar Maurya to enlighten us as to what exactly he means by hybrid learning, because that is not the sense in which that particular term is generally understood. Yeah. So Mr. Ashish Kumar Maurya. Yes, sir.
सभी को शुभ संध्या. Am I audible? मुझे यह मंच प्रदान करने के लिए परमाणु ऊर्जा शिक्षण संस्थान को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Today I am going to present a paper on the topic of hybrid learning with flexibility. My name is Ashish Kumar Maurya, working as PRT in ACS2 Hyderabad. So the first question is, what is hybrid learning? Hybrid learning is a model where some students attend classes in person while others join remotely. but both at the same time. The lesson happens live for both groups at the same time. This is distinct from blended learning, where the entire class alternates between online and in-person experience. यहाँ यह ध्यान रखना आवश्यक है कि सभी छात्र एक साथ कभी-कभी ऑनलाइन क्लासेस नहीं लेते हैं, बल्कि यह छात्र के सुविधा के अनुसार या उनके अभिभावकों को चुनने का मौका देता है कि वह विद्यालय आकर कक्षा में बैठ के शिक्षा लेंगे या फिर ऑनलाइन रहकर. Hybrid learning model is not a crisis response. It is more than that. It is a strategic and intentional approach to integrate in-person instruction and online learning. These methods provide the best of both worlds, leveraging the rich social interaction of face-to-face learning with the flexibility and reach of the online environment. The hybrid learning method is based on these three pillars: flexibility, accessibility, autonomy. Flexibility means giving children choices and support in how, when, and where they learn. Flexibility helps children stay connected and keep learning even when life gets tricky. Accessibility means making sure every child can learn, no matter where they live, what language they speak, or what challenges they are facing right now. In hybrid learning, accessibility helps all the children join in and succeed. Autonomy helps children become independent learners. In hybrid learning, autonomy lets children take charge of their own life, like choosing when and how to complete the task and tracking their own progress. इसके अतिरिक्त इसे इन सिद्धांतों से भी मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त होता है. These guiding principles are active engagement, continuous assessment and feedback, equity and inclusion. आइए देखते हैं कि इसका विकास कैसे हुआ. How did we get here? The evolution. ये बात है 1840 में, जब सर आइजैक पिटमैन ने दूर दराज में रहने वाले छात्रों को पत्र लिखकर उन्हें पाठ व अभ्यास प्रश्न भेजे. उनके छात्र उन्हें यह करने के बाद वापस भेजते थे और इस तरह दूरस्थ शिक्षा अर्थात करस्पॉन्डेंस एजुकेशन का प्रारंभ हुआ, जो कि हाइब्रिड लर्निंग का एक स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है. Then comes to 1950s, the broadcasting era. It started and it also brings broadcast education. There was a show named School of the Air in Australia at that time. Then comes 1960s to 1980s. Early digital learning management systems were emerging, like Plato. Next comes the internet era. How materials were sent through the emails, programs were coming with a good graphics user interface, and discussion forum were started. When we were hit by COVID-19 pandemic, the whole world came to a halt. But learning cannot be stopped by anything. The COVID-19 pandemic forced rapid worldwide adoption and innovation. आइए अब हम तुलना करके देखते हैं इन तीनों मॉडल्स के बीच में. जहां ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल अध्यापकों को बच्चों के आमने सामने बात करने का मौका देता है, वहीं फुली ऑनलाइन मॉडल में पूरे तरीके से रिमोटली ही इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए जा सकते हैं, जबकि हाइब्रिड मॉडल में यह दोनों तरीकों से एक साथ किया जा सकता है. ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल में एजुकेशन फिजिकल क्लासरूम तक ही सीमित रहती है, वहीं फुली ऑनलाइन मॉडल में यह बाधा तो नहीं है, लेकिन इससे स्टूडेंट कभी-कभी इन पर्सन एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर पाते हैं, जबकि हाइब्रिड मॉडल यह दोनों सुविधा एक साथ प्रदान करता है. ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल्स में बच्चों के सीखने की रफ्तार अध्यापक द्वारा तय होती है. वह सब बच्चों को एक रफ्तार से सिखाने की कोशिश रहती है. वहीं फुली ऑनलाइन मॉडल में यह पूरी तरह बच्चों पर निर्भर होता है, जबकि हाइब्रिड मॉडल में इन दोनों का मिश्रण होता है. So how hybrid learning enhances flexibility? For that, first we have to know that why flexibility is important. There can be many different situations, like a child is being sick or traveling or has family needs. They can still learn from the home. Some children learn fast, others need more time. Flexibility lets each child to go their own pace. Some students like videos, others prefers reading or doing activities. Flexible learning offers many ways to understand things. So in a hybrid model, how can we support flexibility? Let children choose when to do the task, whether they want in morning or evening. Give options like worksheet, videos, games or group chat. Allow extra time if they needed. Now, I would like to conclude fast. There are some benefits and challenges. I would go on benefits. Every model has some benefits. In this model, students have flexibility. They can learn according to their pace. This model allows personalization and accessibility for the students. Now, we will know what tools provided the hybrid experience. There are few learning management systems such as Moodle, Canvas, Google Classroom. Learning management system provided content management and delivery, administration and tracking, assessment and grading, communication and collaboration, and flexibility and accessibility. There are video conferencing tools such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet. There are some collaboration engagement tools like Flutter, Ditto, and Kahoot. And there are some content creation tools such as Canva and Adobe Express to create beautiful and engaging content. And tech are emerging like AI and VR. We can design systems including infrastructure, virtual and physical space, pedagogy, and technology. This is an example. Here you can see a teacher is teaching while some students are attending the classes in person and some students are attending online. There are few successful hybrid learning models implemented. In India, the project trained 10,000 teachers were organized by IIT Bombay. BITS Pilani organized VILP hybrid program for working professionals that combined weekend live classes regarding and remote labs. In Finland, during COVID-19, 98% of students maintained regular learning hours using Vilima and Moodles. In Nigeria, Lagos State used radio and TV to reach 3 million students with their EdTech startup. So, the impact and the global trend. This model maybe in future become more relevant for others, and seeing the global trends, it is going to mainstream in most of the countries, personalized with AI and focus on equity. Now, I would like to conclude. This helps teacher to personalize the task, but teachers need professional development. They must train in digital pedagogy, data literacy, and inclusive design. And in the end, I want to say that the future of hybrid learning depends on a dual commitment, innovating how we measure success and investing deeply in the educators who make it possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to say that the paper was presented excellently and the slides in the PPT were presented in a very coherent manner, but I am still not able to get it. You know, logically, from the layman's point of view, one could argue that completely offline classes, supplemented by all the available educational resources at our command, such as the SIT room, the interactive panels, and the projectors, so on and so forth, would any day be better than hybrid learning, which in its turn would be any day better than completely online classes, which in its turn would be better than having no classes at all. Normally, whenever you have a depression in the Arabian Sea or the Bay of Bengal, you have a color code. When things are completely stable, there is no color code. Then when you have a depression which is brewing in the Bay of Bengal, you have a yellow code which is followed by an orange alert, yellow alert followed by an orange alert, which then is followed by the maximum alert of the red alert. But when you do not even have the yellow alert, not to talk of the orange alert or the red alert, why are we even talking about hybrid learning? But yeah, so I do believe it is not entirely topical, but yes, it has been presented in a very coherent manner. But my understanding of hybrid learning was correct, because he also said, it is a question of some students attending offline, and there are other students who follow it online from home, and they are sick, and that could be a justification, but the number would be a very nominal number. But hats off to him for presenting it in a very coherent manner. He could think of reviewing the topic the next time around, but certainly for a maiden attempt, we need to bring our hands together to give him a loud round of applause.
Thank you, Raghavan sir. We are immensely delighted and privileged to have amongst us our Honorable Chairman AES, Shri Ranajit Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and welcome our Honorable Chairman AES, Shri Ranajit Kumar sir. Coming to the next presentation is titled as Education for Value System, Fostering Critical Thinking and Problem Solving Skills in Students by Madam Sangamitra Partape, PGT, Senior Scale, Atomic Energy Central School number 4, Mumbai. I have had the experience of working with her for around two and a half years, and she has been an exceptionally good and diligent teacher. I would like to say, even as I invite her to the stage, I would once again quote Albert Einstein the Great, who said that, Albert Einstein said that, I think for years and I think for months and years. Albert Einstein said, I think for months and years. 99 times the conclusion is false. 100th time I am correct. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Madam Sangamitra Partape, who will present her paper on critical thinking and problem solving.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries and my dear colleagues. And I would like to thank Dr. Basu for giving a wonderful introduction of mine. Maybe I don't deserve that. Thank you so much, sir. The topic that I have selected, it is the education for value system, and the sub-theme is fostering critical thinking and problem-solving skills in students. One question I just want to ask you here. In this hall, the most attractive thing that you find here right now on the stage is? So not me, sir. I'm talking about the flowers which are placed here. Okay, fine. So thank you so much, sir. But I was talking about the flowers which are decorating the stage here. I was talking about those flowers. Okay, a good observation. Fine. So can you see the flowers which are decorated on the stage? Yes. How many colors of flowers can you observe here? Yes. How many colors of flowers can you observe here? I think it's very simple question. You have to see and just tell me the answer for that. Okay, 5 to 6 colors? 5 to 6 colors? Yes, fine. So that is the observation that you have made. That is regarding the flowers. Now the next question arises, what will happen to these flowers after this program gets over? Where they will be? Okay, maybe, yes, decorating the homes, or some of you said in the dustbin, but okay, dustbin, that is the correct answer for this, but I think we have something else for these flowers. That is, it can go for composting. It can also go for making the incense sticks. Am I right? Yes. So this is how the critical thinking and the problem solving skills we have to develop into the students. The first question here was observation. You have observed that the flowers are there on the stage. The second thing was, what will happen to these flowers once the program gets over? And your answer was dustbin. Some of them said that it will be decorating the homes, but my answer was it will be going to the compost pit, or it will be going to the person who makes the incense sticks. So that is a solution to the problem that I had raised. So these are the various steps that we are going to follow in the problem solving skill, and that we have to foster in our students. So should I click it? It will move? Okay, okay, fine. Oh, yes. What is the need of the critical thinking and problem solving skill? I think it is the most important question, because it is the important aspect that is basically making the students to be empathetic. It makes the students adaptable and an ethical thinker. And in education or any other area for the development of student, these are the important aspects in a life of a student or any other person that we are talking about. Now, what is the teacher's role? To develop critical thinking through inquiry, exploration, and application. The problem-solving skill, ability to think clearly, logically, and rationally, and make them more capable learners and adaptable problem solvers. That is to basically instill the principles through learning. Now, what are the steps of the critical thinking? The first step is observation that you had done. The second was facts. You gathered the facts that how many colors of flowers are present on the stage. The inference was that you were just simply coming to a particular conclusion, 5 or 6 or 7. And the fourth thing was assumption. The assumption that some of you concluded that you came to the conclusion, inference that there are 5, there are 6, there are 7 type of flowers which are present on the stage. The opinion is that you come to one particular conclusion that is formulated by you after the assumptions, and these are the various steps that leads to the critical thinking. And we can correlate it to the Bloom's taxonomy, that is the remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. That is basically the learning steps which are growing from the simpler forms to the complex. What are the strategies adopted by the teacher? Create a critical thinking environment by open-ended question. So this is what we learned yesterday from Dr. Arnab Bhattacharya. The questions should be open-ended. The collaborative learning, that not one, but it should be like the more number of students they can collaborate into this in a form of groups, and the self-assessment, whether whatever the part they have done, is it correct or not, that is the self-assessment. Now for doing this particular paper presentation, a small an investigatory project. Actually, the 11th and 12th standard, we have investigatory project that is for the physics, chemistry, or biology subjects, or the computer science subject. And here the students, they select one particular topic related to the 11th standard or the 12th standard. And this is basically based on the collection of data, observations, collection of data. The students, they perform experiments, and then they come to a conclusion and the result. So this is what I had done. A particular student of mine 2 years back, she had done a particular topic. She had taken a topic for her investigatory project, the mangroves. I hope everybody is aware of what mangroves are. Yes, thank you. So this is what I had made a questionnaire. That was the initial step that I had taken for this particular paper presentation, and I had given a questionnaire to the students to know how much knowledge do they have about this particular topic, that is the mangroves. So I could find that these, and that was given in the Google Forms, and automatically now if Google Forms are attached to the charts or the graphs, we get the graphs and the pie charts automatically attached to this. So I've just simply copied all the data in this form of the pie chart. So these are the results of my questionnaire that was given to them. The next thing that I had given them, that is the literature review. I think Sonia madam also discussed that reading. Reading is a very important aspect. I think we have lost, the students have lost this post-COVID. So we have to inculcate this particular thing in the students, that the students, they should read. That is a very important aspect. And after reading that, some questions were framed on this basis. The first thing that was stated was that the number of mangroves that they could read in that particular topic. So they had given that data. The second was the different views that were, the second question that was framed, it was like the number of mangroves which are present. The second and the last thing that I'm coming to, that what is actually responsible for the loss of mangroves? That was the main question. And the answers were actually given by the students, and these are the various answers which I could gather from the students in the form of the graph. It has been represented here. So this was the topic that I had taken for my paper, and this is the result that I could get. So the methodology that was used, it is to encourage active learning, use real-world problems, foster independent thinking, problem-solving strategies, and collaborative learning. So this is PDCA, that is plan, do, check, and act on, and again go back to the same plan, do, see, and A. That is PDCA strategy. Now the result and conclusion for this is improved academic performance, enhanced problem-solving abilities, increased creativity and innovation, better decision-making, and career success. It goes with the saying of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the purpose of education is to make good human beings with skill and expertise. Enlightened human beings can be created by teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. So that was yet again a wonderful effort by Madam Shangamitra Pattape. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause to her. Even as Madam leaves the stage and Mr. Raghavan comes onto the stage, yet again a quote by the great Albert Einstein, who said that, if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, Einstein said, if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, I would take 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes thinking about the answer. Over to Mr. Raghavan.
So with Dr. Basu around, we can't have enough of Dr. Albert Einstein, and we have been enriched by all the wonderful anecdotes which he has recounted. He's a wonderful raconteur of stories. The next paper is going to be presented on the topic related to artificial intelligence as a means of empowering teachers and students. Talking of artificial intelligence, I just wanted to recollect a news item which I read very recently. You have a lot of class action suits filed against Grok and Perplexity and OpenAI, and you also have very extreme cases also which have happened. For instance, there was a student who was completely obsessed with ChatGPT, and then he was suffering from a very low sense of self-esteem. And then ChatGPT suggested to him, have you devised a plan to kill yourself? And then that person said, I've not made it up, this is an actual incident. And he said, yes, I have. I have devised a plan to kill myself, but I'm not sure if it is going to come off successfully. If it doesn't come off successfully, then I would be in great pain. Then ChatGPT answered by retorting, that is not a good enough reason for you not to go through with it. And then he took his own life. And recently there was another incident where a 57-year-old man suffering from neurosis, bipolar disorder, etc., he was again single-mindedly obsessed with ChatGPT. And then it was feeding into his insecurities. And then it suggested to him that everybody around him was conspiring against him, including his nonagenarian mother. She was probably in her early 90s, and then he said, yes, everybody around you is conspiring against you. And then he took the life of his mother and then took his own life. And then you have many cases where students suffering from a very low sense of self-esteem, very poor self-image, they have gone on to take their lives. You may say that these are very extreme examples, but I would beg to differ, and I would say that even if just a handful of lives were to be lost in this fashion, is just too many. In fact, even if one life were to be lost, it's just one too many. So what are the safeguards? And we are talking about artificial intelligence-assisted learning. Certainly, we need teachers to be trained on that. Should that training be a one-off kind of training, or should it be done on a periodical basis? And then if students are to be encouraged to use AI to create something, then should it be monitored by the teachers, or should they be, should we take the risk of letting students explore and create something using AI? What are the safeguards which need to be kept in mind? What are the yam niyam, the do's and the don'ts? So regarding all these issues, we have Shri Pavan Kumar, PhD Computer Science of ACS Jaduguda, who's going to enlighten us by presenting his paper. So I want all of you to bring your hands together and give him a loud round of applause.
Before Pawan sir starts his presentation, let me take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, Director of the Yoga Institute. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you, audience. We'll continue with the paper presentation.
Johar, good evening to all respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and fellow educators. As classrooms evolve from chalk boards to chatboards, the most powerful change agent is the teacher. Today I am honored to present my paper on empowering teachers with AI literacy, transforming education for a changing world. In this paper, it contains the introduction, current global status, India's position, teachers as leaders of future learning, methodology, and conclusion. So, we all are teachers here, and we know our roles. Today, as education continues to change, the role of teacher is becoming even more important. They are not only facilitators of knowledge, but also mentors who nurture curiosity and leaders who help students think in new and creative way. At the same time, classrooms are becoming more connected than ever before. New tools are emerging like AI, digital platforms, and data-driven learning systems. These changes do not replace the value of a teacher. Instead, they open new opportunities for teachers to enhance their practices and support students in deeper ways. To make the most of the opportunities, teachers need the right skill and confidence to use new technologies and teaching methods. This is not because traditional teaching is lacking. This is not because traditional teaching is lacking, but because the future requires additional abilities that work alongside existing strengths. So let us see the current status. According to the OECD TALIS 2024 reports, it says that 10 to 15% of teachers feel confident while using AI in teaching. And in the same report, it says that less than 7% have received formal AI-specific training. At the same time, over 80% want additional training in digital and AI skills. Even UNESCO in its reports emphasized that the needs for teacher digital readiness in AI educational framework. Other countries have already started and adopted teacher curriculums AI framework, like Finland already started the national AI curriculum framework for especially designed for teachers, ensuring they develop practical and applicable AI knowledge. Singapore has implemented a structured teacher training program that includes dedicated modules and AI-based pedagogy. South Korea has made digital competency and AI literacy mandatory for all in-service teachers. At the current position, we can say, according to the UNESCO 2022 reports, or 2022 reports, it says that it's 3 years before report, which are published before year. It says that only 3% of Indian teachers have received AI upskilling. And currently we have like Diksha, Swam, which cover basic AI, and we have also in CBSE, NCRT, which offers advanced AI. But it is mainly meant for the computer teachers, AI teachers, or the teachers who having the technical background. At the present, we don't have the structural AI training for non-CS subject teachers, like the teachers who teaching mathematics, English, language subjects, humanities, arts, musics. Okay, so there is a lack of structural training for them. So for this, we need to train them, we need to upskill them, because today AI is be the part of the everyone's life. So for implementing the training, first we need to give them the fundamental knowledge. After the fundamental knowledge, in the next step is to practice AI through small, easy to build projects. Practical application strengthens confidence and help teachers to understand how to bring AI into their classrooms. For example, teachers can create a basic image classification problems, like identifies animals, plants, handwritten digits. They can use database repository like Kaggle, National Institute of Health database, and even beginners friendly tools such as Google's Teachable Machines, MIT App Inventor with machine learning extensions, and even they can use, they can make a simple AI chatbot using the dialog flow of the Google, which is drag and drop options are available. See here, after taking the small projects, enhanced projects, they can integrate these projects into their subjects. Like science teachers can plant disease classifier they can make, weather prediction chatbot they can make, mathematics teachers can step-by-step problem solving assistants they can make, English teacher can make reading support or grammar chatbots. So these things can be integrated with their subjects. Finally, I can say that, I can conclude that once teachers have learned and used AI themselves, they can guide the students to build their own projects. This step is essential because it helps students develop critical thinking, problem solving abilities, creativity, and real world applications skills. Students also learn responsibility in using technology as they move from being consumer of digital tools to becoming creators. In this process, teachers take on the role of mentors who encourage, explore, and support students in bringing their ideas to life. So I want to conclude here. Thank you so much for giving a time to present my paper here.
I want to commend and compliment Shri Pavan Kumar, PGT, ACS Hyderabad for being very concise and precise, and at the same time bringing out all the salient aspects, and therefore once again I request the audience to give him a loud round of applause.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Raghavan sir, and thank you, Mr. Pavan Kumar. Our next speaker is Madam Savita Kumari from Atomic Energy Central School number 3, Anushakti Nagar, Mumbai. Madam Savita Kumari, if you are here, please come quickly to the stage. Madam Savita Kumari. Yeah, fine. So she will speak on emotional well-being as the foundation of learning in the early years. Before Madam comes, let me take this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to Honorable Secretary, Sir, AES, Dr. A.K. Dureja, and also the guest speaker, Madam, who has come to enlighten us on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Madam Savita Kumari. Talking about emotional well-being, I remember the famous words of the greatest youth icon of our country, Swami Vivekananda, who said that we want that education by which character is formed, intellect is expanded, strength of mind is increased, and by virtue of which one can stand on one's own feet. There can be no better lines than these lines which have been said by the great Swami Vivekananda. And these lines are relevant even to this day and are aligning absolutely with the concepts of NEP 2020. Madam Savita Kumari for her paper on emotional well-being as the foundation of learning in early years.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Good evening, everyone. Now am I audible? Okay, it gives me some time to breathe in and breathe out so that I can calm myself for the presentation. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizers for selecting my paper to present it here in front of all the dignitaries and learned people like teachers. I would like to present, I'm one of you Valedictory teachers. I'm sure you're doing better work than mine. Just I'm representing you all with few slides. Since yesterday, we are here transforming ourselves and adapt to the future in teaching education sector. I believe, and you also agree with me, that Rome is not built in 1 year and transformation doesn't happen in 1 day. So it's a lifelong process and lifelong learning. What if this transformation begins at early years? So this is what the thought has taken me to choose this topic. So under trusted environment in the classroom, where there will be a non-judgmental place where children can share the thoughts and ready to do their trial and errors in the activities, then they'll gain confidence and curiosity is always ignited. And the child with this confidence and curiosity, they'll be having an emotionally secured life in the adulthood. The most happening place in the school, any day to come to a Valedictory class, you can hear a lot of giggles and tears, and there's a lot of cheer, and you can see curiosity in their eyes and excitement for simplest things in their activities. And you can have children arguing and hesitating, and then again within fraction of seconds there will be sharing and caring and whatnot. You find all sort of emotions within a span of seconds. So that keeps me, put me on my toes to observe and learn more things from the children. Okay. So talking about emotional well-being, and so far we have been talking about holistic development. I'm sure from now onwards and from today, we will forget H for house and we'll be talking as H for holistic development. So this holistic development can be attained when all the senses are met and all the senses are nurtured in the classroom. So here you can see children participating in the activities which are into the 5 major senses: visual, olfactory, gustatory, auditory, and tactile. So we all agree, we teachers agree that every learner is different and every learning style is different. So when each style is accommodated in the classroom, then we have a better student in our next coming up years of education. But we do forget there are some hidden senses in our life. That is, those are proprioception, vestibular, and interoceptions. When these 3 senses are included, I'm sure you might be knowing all this, but just to, proprioception is the system where muscles and joints are included, and vestibular is the balance thing, and interoception is the sense where what happens inside the body, like hunger, thirst, and all those senses where you understand. So when these 8 senses are met in the activities in the classroom, then the child is aligned to learn better because he has the emotional stability, and he can regulate his emotions so that he can have a better learning environment in the classroom. So we have been hearing that NEP has brought pedagogical shift, play, and I don't want to give one more lecture on this. So I just want to share my classroom experiences, and I am again repeating, you might be doing Balvatika teachers over here, you might be doing better things, just sharing things. So my classroom begins with circle time for bright beginnings. This circle time in my classroom is the safe time where it is not judgmental and not cornering the child's opinions and thought, free to share, and we just sit around and talk on how the day has begun and how they are feeling, so that the child's agency is allowed to speak, and then we can go according to the whatever the plan that has been scheduled for the day. The major part in emotional well-being is after the classroom routine. Classroom routine has this, when I showed you the classroom, the circle time, that is the part of routine. When we have a regular systematic linear routine, then we can have a stability in the child that, okay, he can have a program that what comes next and he is ready for the next task. So another thing, after circle time, what we do is guided conflict resolution. We all do a lot of activities in the classroom. Here you can see children scribbling on a newspaper. These are Balvatika 1 children. They are just scribbling on the newspapers. We all agree this is for fine motor skills. But just think about what the child is thinking about while coloring the, he's fighting for his favorite color. He wants to do coloring only with one particular color. He wants to do at a particular side of the page, and he wants to draw a bigger line when compared to his friends. These are the conflicts they are fighting within themselves and with their friends as well. But with the guided confliction, with the teacher's help, the child understands and empathizes with the friends, and then he can draw the boundaries that he can share the things, and he can draw boundaries that where to adjust and how to continue the activity, and understands that sharing is better option than fighting out and left alone in the activity. Another example for guided conflict resolution from Balvatika 3 is the jigsaw puzzle solving. Again, there was disagreement and being stubborn and frustration when ideas are not understood by the peers in the group. And this, I think we all agree that when our peers in the team doesn't agree to our points, we do get frustrated. Think about a small child, how he expresses it. So here, as a teacher, we all help the child to collaborate and get adjusted with the challenges. And at the end, we definitely have, as a teacher, we do have a joy of completion of the activity, and also the children. So another aspect where the NEP gives us is exploration and peer learning. So I do believe, and we all agree today, that we have gathered here for peer learning, and this is what is happening in Balvatika classes as well. So collaborative building, here again you can see there was an activity where we have discussed about road safety, and here children were discussing how to make, we didn't have a traffic light in our class, so children decided that, wow, we should have a traffic light in our class, what to make, which material to be used. Finally they have decided with the tearing of color papers and sticking it. So it's their own activity, they have chosen the materials and conduct this activity. My only help is drawing the circles on a black sheet. So that was the thing I have done, and rest they have decided. So we have all seen many learned speakers before me, that STEM activities are very much into the present education system, and here at Balvatika level, at a very small level, the children are also observing the primary colors getting mixed into secondary colors, and also the balancing. We have just seen that how the 3 hidden senses, the child is balancing the beads with the photo is not visible here, but the child was standing on one leg to balance all the beats. So, and the other one is the float and sink activity with the child where was talking. One thing I couldn't answer that moment was when the child has observed an object was sunk into the container of the water, and he has observed all by himself that the size has been doubled. ये बॉल इतना छोटा बॉल पानी के अंदर जाके बड़ा हो गया. So that question, I was surprised. Even when I was in my young classes, I never asked such questions. Okay, teacher ne dikhaya, very good, nice. But this generation are equipped with the technology or the courage, or also sometimes I pat myself that the environment which in our class has, children are ready to ask questions without any hesitation. So that was a great, I felt it is a great thing to share with you all. So here again, if a child is given authority to choose the materials for the activity that are they planning, then I think they do enjoy. Here the children playing with folk painting and then doing paper whistles for air transport activities. So these are all done by them. And I believe, and we have listened so far, that parent teacher is the first teacher, and then peers are the second teacher, and the most important, nature. According to Reggio Emilia learning approach, nature is considered as the third teacher. So there are, just when we take a walk around the school, that itself gives a big learning exposure to children. I've just taken clay, wet clay. So we have used this activity for many other, just I'm showing you a picture of idol making activity. So stories, I am a part-time storyteller. Rather than a storyteller, I'm a story listener. I like to listen to stories. And one of the speakers in the panel discussions has spoken about embodied learning, where body and minds are brought together so that we can have a better learning experiences. And storytelling and role plays are the best examples for this kind of embodied learning. And here we are sharing a story. And again, yes, thank you, sir. So we have already seen speakers talking about inquiry-based learning. So that takes me to the end of the presentation. What if the emotional well-being is at end in the class? What happens? So we have a higher engagement of children in higher classes, increased resilience. They are ready to take up the challenges, and they are ready to take up trial and errors things at a regular basis, and they'll have a better social skills, and they are ready for academics and challenges. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, madam. A big round of applause for Madam Savita Kumari. Even as madam leaves the stage, I remember the famous words of Malcolm Forbes, who said that education's purpose is to replace an empty mind with an open one. Indeed, the young and tender minds of the Balvatika toddlers have to be crafted, shaped, and molded by the efforts of their teachers. Thank you, madam, for your paper. Once again, a big round of applause to madam. With this, we come to the end of this segment of the paper presentation session. I would request Madam Sharmishtha Mondal to come up near the stage and hand over her presentation to Ghosh sir. And now over to Ghosh sir for the invited talk event.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on transforming education for the future, it is essential to remember that empowered teachers must first be healthy, balanced, and resilient. It is therefore a great honor for us to welcome a global torchbearer of holistic wellness and yogic wisdom. We are privileged to have with us Yoga Guru, Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, Director of the Yoga Institute, the world's oldest organized yoga center, and President of the Indian Yoga Association. A pioneer of the householder yoga movement, Dr. Hansaji has devoted over 5 decades to simplifying classical yoga for modern living, touching millions of lives across the world. Under her visionary leadership, the Yoga Institute received the Prime Minister's Award for outstanding contribution towards the promotion and development of yoga, a testament to its global impact. Her teachings emphasize yoga as a holistic discipline and as a practical tool for managing stress, enhancing well-being, and living a purposeful life. Today, she will guide us on health, wellness, and stress management, a session of immense relevance for educators navigating the demands of a rapidly changing world. May I cordially request Dr. Hansaji Yogendra, Yoga Guru, to grace the stage. A huge round of applause. It's a true honor. We often watch her on the YouTube videos, and to be face to face with her is a proud privilege. I request Dr. A.K. Dureja, Secretary AEES, to present ma'am with a green welcome to mark the beginning of her session. A very gracious welcome, ma'am, once again, and it's now your stage.
Hello, 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 hello.
Well, first of all, namaste to all of you. And I'm sitting in front of all the teachers, I heard. Now, to teach a teacher is most difficult thing. And since they are teaching already, but in yoga we always say that every human should be a learner till the last breath. Once we become teacher, downfall starts. Learning has to continue. So, one day in the classroom, I asked the students, come on, now think, what is life? So, different answers came. Life is a treachery, life is nothing else but stress and tension and all such things. One said, what is this, Hansaji? Life is between birth and death, B and D. I said, fine, but there is C in between. Do you understand? B, C, and D. What is this C? They said, that we don't know. I'll tell you. C is a choice. You have a choice. You want to feel bad? Feel bad. You want to get hurt? Get hurt. You want to suffer? Suffer. You are sitting in the class, but your attention is somewhere else. That's your choice. You have a choice. How to live? You have a choice. And so, situations are not in our hands at all. But how to deal with those situations are very much in our hand. And so, take that choice and see that you don't suffer. First of all, every moment, person should be living joyfully, happily, positively, enthusiastically, doing his part well in life to feel satisfied. If you are not doing that, then somewhere we don't know how to live. Yoga talks about life, how to live. It is a science of life. I use the word science because it gives you exactly the result. You close your eyes and you will see the result. You take a long breath, you will see the result. You bend forward to touch the feet, you will see the result when you see the body is stretching and the pain and ache is disappearing. Results are very much clear. We have to learn. So yoga is also an educational science. It's an education, how to live. Just to quote here, some survey was made throughout the world about children who are problematic children. Nail biting, bedwetting, hurting, hitting, fighting, always irritation, attention span is very poor. Such children, they did the study. Whose children are these? And they found out that they were teachers' children. Why? Because teacher is teacher in school. This is wrong. Cut the marks. You cut the marks. What is right, you don't add. Right, okay. Add the marks, no. But cutting the marks, yes. That is teacher. And behave like this, sit straight, don't move here and there. These are the ways teachers are going to educate children, and teachers have that type of temperament. But in the house also, if teacher is there, then how a child is going to get developed? In house, that child wants mother, a caring, compassionate mother. You have done something wrong, but mother will still protect you, tell you how to go about, but not put you down, not cut the marks. It is very easy to shout and say, I'll punish you. But no, mother can tolerate the nonsense of a child, can see when child is in a listening state, that time she will sit and very nicely mother will teach. In Shastras, basically Chanakya has written, given 4 words. They say you want to educate your child, here are 4 ways in which you can educate. I'm sure you must have heard that. Sam, Dam, Dand and Bhed. Tell your child, come on now, you are my baby, no. Come on, listen, drink the milk. It is good. Close your mouth and drink, but please, please. So little lovingly, luring, you get the work done. Dam, you do this and I'll do that for you. Give and take. You do this. If you do homework today, I will allow you to see mobile or see TV for half an hour. That goes on, and that is Dam. Danda, punishment. Punishment not to child. Punishing child is very easy. I'll put you in the bathroom or a loft and lock you or do this and that. Many parents do this. But not to child. You have to punish yourself. That if my child is not listening to my language, I am unhappy. I will not eat, or I'll not talk, or I'll just sit, not even sleep. So when a mother starts like this, it touches child, it affects child, and child definitely listens. And 4th is Bhed, which the teacher earlier was telling. Logic, reasoning. You have to reason out why you don't want child to eat chocolate every day. Now, if you want to teach child, first, no word should never come from your mouth. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't do this, don't do that. Then what will child do? Teach child what to do, rather than don't do. So I teach children how to eat chocolate. rather than telling them don't eat chocolate, and then discipline once in a week. Saturday is your chocolate day, but you have to eat it in this fashion, that after eating chocolate, have a slice of apple so that your teeth gets cleared up, or have a roasted chana and chew them up, a handful of chana, that would clear up your teeth and throat, everything. So I'm a friend of a chocolate, children, and not taking their pleasure away. Ice cream, come on. After ice cream, immediately drink garam pani, warm water. Keep warm water with you first. And after eating chai, ice cream, take warm water. And how to eat ice cream? Little bites, melt it in your mouth. Once it is melted completely, then put it in your throat, because by that time it has become warm. So when it reaches your throat, it is warm. So in, logical way, reasoning way, you tell them how to handle these stress. Otherwise, child is under stress. Child wants to do. Parents say don't do. Child is going to do when parents are not there. You are not educating child. You are just forcing child to behave according to your wish. So we have to slowly understand these aspects. Come on. Now, coming back to, as a teacher, what is my responsibility? How do I handle? Because our children are looking up to me. I know one school where that teacher in the classroom, she was a fantastic teacher. She was teaching physics in the class. And her lectures would be very, very well received by children. But then after the class gets over, she is in her restroom, then she will put her one leg up and smoke. Now that was a girls' school. It was in Mumbai. And children hidingly, they see what their teacher is doing. She's smoking. In that school, so many girls started smoking after they left the school. So what are we doing as a teacher? We have to be very careful how we are managing our body, our mind, our emotions, our intellect. We have to deal with all these things, and for that here is the path of yoga. The discipline, the management part. Yoga is a path of discipline. Atha yoganushashanam, discipline. Body. Every teacher has a responsibility to take care of her body. Because if she gets, I have seen one or two teachers fainting in the classroom. Children will have insecurity with such teacher. If mothers go into trouble, going in the hospital, mother's blood has gone low and this and that, it would create problem. Children are not going to have confidence in their life. You have to become a model. And so, what are you doing to remain healthy? Very often, jocularly, when so many people come, actually at the Yoga Institute, about more than 3,000 people come every day. And so many young girls, they come, they are at the age of 20, 22, 25, 28. And they ask me, now parents are very much behind us on Sama, get married. How do we select a boy? And I have to tell them that first question would be, of course he should be earning correctly, no doubt. And he should be confident in earning, so he should have that capacity to earn, either business or education and so on. But then, what is he doing to remain healthy? Is he health conscious or not? If no, then that person is not required in your life. Health conscious. So for health conscious, there are 4 things which person is supposed to do. One is ahar, food. We have no right to eat food if we are not hungry. Body is not ready for it. Then just take liquid, and all of us are under stress. Now in Mumbai or otherwise also, there is a tension in the air itself. Tension. Food. Person should be having a discipline of having a home food. Nowadays, all of you know that home, one burnt chapati, but made at home is far better than 5-star hotels food. Far better, I know. Our institute is 107-year-old institute, 107-year, oldest in the whole world. And we have been getting people, and all these chefs, big chefs from 5-star, 7-star hotels have come to the institute for their health. And I have discussed with them, how do they keep their salads so crispy? How the color of the vegetable, greens are so kept green, and they tell us the secret. I will not tell that because it is a secret from them, but it is very clear that it is not healthy. Home food. 4 times in a day person is supposed to eat, and your day begins from sunrise till sunset. After sunset, you are not supposed to open your mouth for food. Then you will remain healthy. I don't know how many of you eat food at around sunset time, say 7 o'clock. Hands up. Oh, so less. So then, rest of them 8 o'clock. Little more, but still not so. And then 9, 10. Don't eat only. Why are you eating? Your dinner, just forget. Breakfast, lunch and snack is enough, more than enough. Because why? You eat dinner at 9 o'clock. And 10 o'clock accordingly, because you come home late. And then your body needs 4 hours to digest your food, right? So till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, your body is busy digesting the food. You may be sleeping, but your body is busy. So your body doesn't get rest. Body needs 7 to 8 hours of rest. 8 hours. So you have to eat food early, 7 o'clock. So by 11, everything is digested, and from 11 till 7, 8, your body is going to get rest. And in rest time, the rejuvenation takes place, healing takes place, hormonal balances occur. You are talking about stress. So all this stress management occurs at night in your body. All these things are going to happen at night, and so many more things. Dead cells are removed, fresh cells are developed. Body is going through all that, and we are deprived of all that. So our health can't be so good. Fine. You don't even know that you are healthy or not healthy very often. If you are getting hungry, Ayurveda says hunger has to come. The moment you go to bed, within 5 minutes you should be sleeping. That labels healthy person. When ups and downs are there in life, you are maintaining your balance. Ups and downs are life and lifelong parcel of life. In the outside world, you maintain your balance. If you can, then you are healthy. So watch whether we are healthy or not. And it's very difficult to find a healthy person. And so be clear that at night when you come back home, if you can't sleep hungry, just take little soup. Mixed vegetable soup, corn soup, tomato soup, drink little, or warm milk with little haldi and pinch of black pepper, and sleep. And Ayurveda definitely mentions ashwagandha. Take a spoon of ashwagandha powder if you need to. But that's it. Just sleep. Once you sleep, hungry and all that will not be there. There are some people who wake up at night, they get hungry. Then in the refrigerator, don't keep chocolates and all these things. Your fridge should not have those things. You can have one carrot or cucumber or something, chew it and sleep. If we want to remain healthy, we have to be cautious about what we are putting into our mouth. And once in a while, everything is fine, Mama, everything is fine. But in routine, we should be careful. I'm not giving a talk on diet, but I'm just trying to tell you, for wellness, fitness, health, you need to take care of your food. Second, you need to take care of your routines. What time you wake up, what time you sleep, what time you eat, that awareness about time, time management, how long you take to eat your food. Where is your mind while eating? And what about body movement? Our body is structured in such a way that we are supposed to do movement. Some or other movement should go on in our body. Some activities all the time. You are in the classroom, from classroom standing at one place and teaching. Instead of that, go on walking and teach. Sometimes sit, sometimes stand, sometimes let child write and you move around. You will have to be creative, I'm sure all of you must be, to take care of yourself. Sometimes go on your toe and come back. Sometimes squat down to pick up the handkerchief from ground. We sometimes throw some piece of paper here and there and you sit down and pick up the paper. You are taking care of yourself. And children are also learning how not to throw litters here and there. So you will have to bring all these things in your life to remain healthy. All the activities which you are doing is going to help you only, nobody else. So activity. In yoga we talk about asanas. At least bend forward before eating food. Just try and touch the floor. Or stretch yourself up because gravity is working on us. So stretching upwards is very much required. Stretch upwards. Twist little bit. Your spine needs these exercises. Look back. Turn your body and look backward on the chair itself. Just go back. Relax your neck because all the teachers, their neck muscles are always in trouble. Always they may be suffering from cervical spondylosis problem or sensitive towards that area. So little neck movements are most important. Looking down and reading and writing and correcting paper, neck movements are very important. Sitting on this chair, I was not comfortable on this chair. On this chair, of course, you can sit with your legs up, if at all. Too much comfort is not going to help. So we have to be little bit more active on the chair itself. You can move your legs up and down on the chair. You can go on your toe and down on the chair. And you can take 1 or 2 long breaths. Breath and mind, it goes together. I'm just giving you little tips how you should take care of yourself. And try and go on doing that because you don't know. As we grow old, all the organs in our body are going to have slow down. But this mind doesn't slow down. And body is going to, so it creates more problem. So for mind, third is of course, area is our mind. Human mind needs training, yogis say, because it is highly developed mind. Highly developed mind. And so try to see that the human mind is given some training. So when you have to do some action, think and do some action. But when you are not doing any action, then why should you think? What would you think? That we are thinking about past or thinking about future, not about present. And that is something very wrong. Use your mind. Mind should be you should be master of your mind. Use your mind. And so try and see that a discipline, when you are not seeing here and there, just thinking, close your eyes, you conserve lots of energy. 40% of your energy would be conserved by closing your eyes. Now, if I go to talk about energy, it would be quite a thing. Close your eyes whenever possible. That itself will help mind to calm down. Second, try and see that when you are not thinking, mind wants to do something because mind's job is to think. We are structured to think because mind is trained, mind is made up of that. So thoughts are going to come. But then, they say Sahitya, Sangeet, Kala. Read something which is beautiful, think, do journaling. That is one way you can channelize your activities. And second is music. Music, everybody should be learning singing. I would always say that we should at least be a bathroom singers. All of us. We should be singing. Listen to music. You don't think, just listen. You don't think, just observe. Be a passive observer, passive listener. These things have to be there. So once we train our mind that you are seeing these lovely flowers here, but then you don't start thinking that, oh, this is better than that color, or I should have this in my house, these flowers. You don't get it. Just enjoy that moment and that's it. Passive. Joy should be there. And that's how we should be managing. So let's start thinking in all these ways and train our mind, human mind. Yes? So, well, the point is very clear that we should go on and on, but time is short, so we need to, I can continue. They'll get bored. Yes, pin drop silence. So I've told them to close the eyes, so some of them are. Which is very good. Close the eyes and listen. Very, very important. So you can apply these things into life. But that even I am traveling from one place to another place, in the aircraft, I put my legs up and sit. The best way is to bring your legs up if you want to keep your heart healthy. Because gravity force, it pulls us down. Heart has to pump blood because of gravity strongly from down upwards against gravity. So when you bring your legs up and sit in Sukhasana or Padmasana or Vajrasana, any of these, yogis have given about 28 meditative poses, not one or two. So when you do that, automatically your heart relaxes. That's why whenever possible, in school, in colleges, over here it may not be possible, but at home at least all of you should remember and sit on the floor. All of you, please. If not on the floor, at least on your chair, bring your legs up and sit. On your sofas, don't rest like that to give pressure on your spine. Rather sit straight, because spine pressure means your kidneys are getting affected, and nowadays kidney problems are quite a bit. Dialysis you must have heard. Fatty liver is very common. I start giving you names, it's quite a thing. But these little habits will help you to see that you behave in that fashion. And try and see that you are doing something which will bring little joy in your personality. So I always tell people, come on, read some jokes, memorize some jokes and laugh. memorize some shloka. Repeat that in your mind, because shloka or mantra, it protects your mind, mantras. And so few mantras you must repeat at night or in the morning when you get up from bed. The moment you wake up from bed, you are supposed to take 1 or 2 long breaths. Remember that from tomorrow morning you do that. Take 1 or 2 long breaths. Yes. Then stretch your body. Completely stretch your body. And try and see that you're taking a long breath when you stretch your body. Right in bed, okay? If your bladder is full, empty your bladder and come back in your bed and stretch your body. So do that. Then bring your legs closer to your stomach and do little abdominal compression, what we call as Pavan Muktasana. Do that. Cross your legs and sit and breathe from the stomach. So all of you, just try this. Put your hand on your stomach, on your navel, put that, okay? Now you have to experience the movement of your stomach with breath. So now when you breathe in, stomach moves up. When you breathe out, stomach goes in. Can do that? When you breathe in, stomach comes up. When you breathe out, stomach goes in. It has to sink in. Do that. Breathe in, up. Breathe out, in. Yes? Or it is going other way around? It will go once you practice. This is called as diaphragmatic breathing. When we are under stress and tension, our diaphragm is hardly used. You see a child, when child is sleeping, stomach moves up and down, not the chest. You look at the dog, you will see stomach moving. They are relaxed. It's so nice looking at a dog sleeping in the middle of the road, but relaxed. Stomach. So this stomach movement, when you do this, all your internal organs, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, they start functioning much better. Now we can help ourselves. So somebody is talking now, you can just do this. He will not see what you are doing. Your stomach is moving up and down. So this breathing practice you should do any time during day according to the situation. I very often say in the office, boss is shouting, you have done something, and boss sees it. What is it? Throws the file on your face. Nowadays, people get angry so fast. Have you noticed that? Anger is on their tip of the nose. We, as a teacher, should be very much careful to see that we don't get angry, because that doesn't reflect any good education to a child. Teachers should know how to manage the whole show. And so this pranayam number 4, we call it pranayam number 4, this works wonders. So in the morning, when you are lying down, bring your legs, fold them together, bring it towards your body, so your knees are upwards, and do this pranayam number 4. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Stomach should move. At night also, if you are not sleeping, your mind is busy, do this pranayam number 4. And that would really, really help you to sleep, because the mind calms down. Breath and mind, they go together. Chalevate chalam chittam. You can't control your mind, but you can control your breath. So control your breath and do this. So in the morning you are doing this, stretching your body, taking 1 or 2 long breaths, and doing this breathing. And then you will notice that from inside, in the morning, from inside a push will come that now you have to evacuate your bowel. Go and evacuate your bowel. You will never be constipated. Constipation should never be there. That creates many hazards, many problems. So see to it that you do this and don't get constipated. So This is how, as a teacher, as a human being, you should help yourself. I give you one example. There was one person who was a medical doctor. He came in, stood in front of me. He was really obese, three times more than my body. And few steps and he'll gasp for breath. He can't walk now. Obesity means it's a weight on your every system, every joint, every muscle. And people, if they start putting on weight, they should sleep more, then their weight would reduce. Understand? Because body is always under fatigue state. So he was very heavy. So he came, that Hansaji, please tell me how do I help myself, what exercise I should do, what food I should eat. I said, look, looking at you, let me tell you, don't do any exercise. Any something? Said, look, if you bend forward, you will get hernia. If you go to the side, you will have slip disc coming up. Body is heavy. If you walk, your knees will have lots of wear and tear, and you will have severe arthritic condition. So don't do any of this. Then how am I going to help myself? I said, look, discipline. 4 times in a day you are eating food. Eat only so that next time you get hungry. So find out how much should you eat in breakfast to get hungry at lunchtime, how much at lunch to get hungry at tea time. That you have to observe in your body. And if you are not hungry, just liquid. In the afternoon, buttermilk. In the morning, herbal tea. In the evening, lemon juice. At night, soups. This is how you manage. So fine. And sleep well. Sleep by 9 o'clock or latest by 10 o'clock. He says, he's looking at me, he says, I'm a doctor, I can't do any of these things. So I said, then you go, I can't help you. Temporary help, I don't want to give you, that you go on a trash diet and you reduce, we'll put on double weight or do any of these things. Then he went home and tell his wife, and wife said that listen to Ma now very clearly. So he took holiday from his service. He kept another doctor and went to village, some remote village where nobody knew him. And there he followed. 4 times eating, sleeping on time. After 1 month, he phones me and tells me that I am in village and I am following exactly your instruction. I am feeling lighter and better. Tell me anything else I can do. So I told him, just stretch yourself upwards. So do little bit, join your hands together upwards. So you are doing what is called as Parvatasana. Can we all do that? Join your hands from side, join them upwards. Do Namaste upwards. Stretch yourself upwards. Namaste kar lo uppar, pakad lo haath ko. Yes. Okay, what's happening? Your whole body from the side is getting pulled. Of course, your clothes are tight, so they won't allow you. But in the house, you can do. And bring your head down. Simple. Now, this though you can do. And lying down, stretching also you can do. Both hands upwards, lie down and stretch. I said only do these 2 things. So before food, do this 5 times. So 4 times you are eating, all 4 times, 5 rounds of Parvatasana you are doing. That's all. Nothing else? No. 3rd month he phoned. I am feeling much better. Anything else? Said then walk little bit in the house. 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Walking is mildest and best exercise, let me tell you. But you should walk properly. Not hurry, worry and walking. Your pace. No hurry. Your pace walking. But wherever possible in the house also you should be moving around, walk around. That would really help you. After food, you must walk for at least 10 minutes. Strict rule. See, you will not put on weight. After food, you will not have gases, you will not have acidity, no bloating, no heartburn, no, blank head, what we call as confused head. All this will not be there. Walking. After food. After dinner, walk. But this is slow walk, not fast walk. So I told him this. He did that. And after 3 months, he was standing in front of me. Do you think he must have reduced some weight because he has not sweated out, nor he has done anything excess? But let me tell you, 37.5 kg, he reduced his weight. 37.5. Simple. Want to reduce, want to see, just organize your life. You see, your body can guide you. Body can tell you how to go about. You are hungry, body will tell you hungry. Your stomach is full, body is telling you stomach is full. Still you want to finish the food on the plate. Don't do that. Leave it. Nowadays, recycling is taking place, no? Leave it. But don't put it in your stomach. So these simple discipline is going to work wonders. So take care of yourself like this. I give you one story about one teacher, since we are talking about teachers. It is a classroom where 9th standard children are there. And one boy had brought a very costly watch. He was a rich person's boy, and his watch was very costly. So he had brought so many students. He showed also, look at my watch, and everybody says. There was one boy, he wanted this watch. So what he did was, during recess time, he stole that watch. Le liya. Put him in his pocket. So when that boy came, he didn't find his watch in his compass box. So he told teacher, the next teacher who came, that, sir, my watch is stolen. And somebody from my class only has taken because nobody from outside has come. Okay, so teacher closed the room and then announced, I am closing all the lights, close your eyes, and anybody who has taken his watch, please bring it on the table. None of us will be seeing you, but just do it. Just do it. Nobody did it. So that the second was, teacher said that now I'll have to check your pockets. So close your eyes. And he started checking everybody's pocket, and he found that watch in one of the boys' pocket. He didn't say anything to that boy. Teacher was very level-headed, because teacher knew that if you are going to put that boy down, insult that boy, he will never come up with self-esteem. His self-esteem is disturbed. And don't do that. Children do sometimes desire to want something. They do mistakes. But don't put them down. Teacher was a very wise teacher. He just gave that watch to that boy whose watch was there and told him, just forget it. You got your watch, and you be careful to keep such costly watch for. So why do you bring it? And you should protect your watch. Don't blame others for that. And that the classroom, everybody fine, and everything was over. And that incident was forgotten also. Nobody was condemned, nobody was put down in anything. After 40 years, this teacher who has become very old is sitting in his garden somewhere, and one person comes, one boy comes, and now he is no more a boy. He is grown up, well-educated, well-settled person. He comes. He touches the feet of the teacher and says, sir, have you recognized me? Teacher looked at him and says, no, beta, my memory is not so fit that I would recognize everybody. I was a teacher, and so many students have gone through my class. I don't remember. He said, remember, you should recognize me. Do you remember this incident that one boy stole the watch and teacher found the watch? He says, yes, that incident I do remember. Do you know, that boy was me. You must have seen me. You don't remember? I said, I remember the incident. But let me tell you, my child, I didn't look at you. My eyes were also closed so that I don't see you. and form an opinion that here is a child who has stolen. And that boy, person started crying that what an ideal teacher you are. So to come to that level, a teacher has to have control on his emotion. He should not take any easy solution of calling parents that how your child has done this, and all that stuff. Teacher has to be yogi. So I want every teacher to be a yogi in sense to maintain his body health, fitness only if you are following little walking, moving, this and that, and mainly mental strength. Mind, to remain positive, mind needs strength, pran, energy. And your mind should be strong if you give rest to your mind a bit. So I always say all the teachers should have at least 10 minutes of me, my time. So in the house, when you take up some corner and sit quietly, don't do anything. Don't think of anything. Just watch your breath. Watch your breath and sit quietly. A simple meditation, but very effective meditation, because that connects you from within your soul. And that soul gives you all the strength, all the energy, all the knowledge. Problems are there. You sit quietly. Stop thinking about the problem. Everything you can't solve. Stop thinking about it. And when you leave it, then the nature starts working on you. And the problem is understood by you. Knowledge comes to you, I guarantee you. But you should just do that, your part. So all of you would do that and take care of yourself. Yes? So I stop here now.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest gratitude to Yoga Guru Dr. Hansaji Yogendra for a profoundly calming and enlightening session. She not just taught us how to manage stress, but also how to manage our weight and anger. Essentially, through her timeless wisdom rooted in yogic science, yet perfectly suited to modern life, she just reminded us that managing the mind is the key to managing life itself. Thank you once again, ma'am. As a token of our respect and heartfelt appreciation, I request Chairman AEES, Shri Ranajit Kumar, to kindly present a memento to our esteemed speaker. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
So once he starts leading normal life, it was more an education for him. Yeah. Then when he came back, he knew now how to live life. That I didn't go into detail to tell. And very now he is 98-year-old. 98. And he is very fit and fine. Great. He's there. Wonderful. Very enlightening. Thank you so much. I have to leave now. Great idea.
Good evening to all of you, and after such an enlightening session by the yoga master, so it'll be a bit of a letdown, but anyway, we'll have to continue, and as they say, the show has to go on. And the next paper will be presented on the topic, Empowering Teachers to Lead in a Changing World. We have already seen that technology is something which empowers a skillful and a seasoned teacher, but it could be subject to misuse as well, through overkill or through inappropriate use of technology. But apart from technology which empowers teachers directly and then through the teachers ultimately empowers students as well, there might be other factors empowering teachers in a changing world. So the world is a changing world and we have to move on moving sands. So it becomes incredibly challenging, and then we also have to deal with adolescents. And the word adolescent etymologically means somebody who's neither a child nor an adult, who is in a transitional phase, who's too young to be called an adult and who's too old to be called a child. In fact, Shakespeare in his drama Twelfth Night has said, he has described this wonderfully by giving the example of an apple and a peas cod. An immature apple is referred to as a peas cod, and he says this phase, adolescence, is like too young to be an apple, too old to be a peas cod and too young to be an apple. So these are kids who are too young to be termed children, too old to be called children, at the same time too young to be called adults. So apart from technology, there might be other factors which empower teachers. And I would also like to have the presenter, the teacher, tell us how technology and other factors can empower teachers and at the same time help us to contribute towards conceptual enrichment as well. So I just call upon Shri Arul Kumar to present the paper and enlighten us on this particular topic and how he is going to deal with the challenging times where everything seems to be, where the carpet seems to be pulled from under our feet. Shri Arul Kumar, and I invite all of you to bring your hands together and then give him a rousing applause.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, one and all present here. This is Arul Kumar from ACS Anupuram, and here I would like to suggest you some strategies how teachers can use the technologies inside the classroom to make our students energetic and more thoughtful. So here, first I would like to start my presentation with a quote. Education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. Yes, by Mr. Nelson Mandela. Here, we are in 2025. How many of you thinking that we upgraded ourselves into technology? Are you? Yes, of course. But when we started this, after pandemic, right? My dear fellow mates, you have to understand one thing. The first generation of computer which has started in the year of 1950, but right now we are in the 5th generation, right? What is the 5th generation? Can anyone give the answer? What is that? Yes, that's correct. That's AI. We are in the 5th generation. And do you know when the generation has started? From 1975 itself, it has started. But we are just emerging ourselves, or we are just starting ourselves to change into a technological world right now in 2025 itself. And my dear fellow mates, I would like to thank AES for providing interactive panels to all the schools. Thank you, AES. But here, I would like to ask something more. We need the language labs for enlighten our students more. Because without that, we are facing a lot of difficulties. For example, if you are conducting ASL activities, assessment of speaking and listening, we are facing a lot of difficulties. Using only one interactive panel, we have to test all the 40 students inside the classroom. Is that possible? So that's the reason here I've gone with why change is urgent. So as per NEP 2020 and NCERT guidelines, as well as NCF and SDG4 goals. So we should be note one thing, that is education must be collaborated with technology. And I'm just telling you, my dear fellow mates, AES is one of the richest institutions in India. Am I right? Do you accept this? AES is one of the richest institutions. That's the reason when we are asking for something, immediately we are getting that for our institutions. So, for example, here I would like to quote a small thing. That is what we have seen in class 10 textbook, The Fun They Had, which is written by Isaac Asimov, which is written in the year of 1951. In there itself, he has just mentioned about the virtual classrooms, how it will be. He just mentioned about the robotic class teacher and how the classes will be. But it was comic in those days. But now we are just remembering that it is possible, quite possible, as early as possible. So here, we have to know many of the things. Role of teachers in EdTech era. Teachers act as Check. Thank you. So role of teachers in EdTech era. Teachers are acting as designers of learning, facilitators, and ethical guardians where technology is used in the classrooms. So we have to know many of the technological things while teaching for our students. So what are the strategies we are following? So vision and planning, ICT infrastructure, educator and teacher professional development, skills and competencies, learning resources, assessment and examinations, and all the things which we already discussed about this. So what are the principles we need for this EdTech era? So the strategies are included with involving everyone who is here, teachers, students, parents, all should be included in this. So we need the infrastructure, strong infrastructure also. And then the curriculum should be changed based on the technology. So technology is taking part each and everything. Without knowing technology, I would like to say a small thing, my dear teachers, we are under risk if you are not knowing technology. Maybe nowadays the lecture method will work out, but I'm damn sure that within 5 to 10 years, without knowing technology, we can't survive in education field. So we must know all the things in educational as well as technology based. So some of the gamification as well as game-based learning I would like to suggest you, as you are already just using that. So some of the things I would like to show here. So these are the two apps which is used for language-based things. So Duolingo, Quizlet, already we are using for it. Then some of the things you have to know, that is Photomath, Prodigy Math Game. These are the things for maths, science, such kind of related things. And then Khan Academy, Kahoot, there we can use it. And everyone, Google Classroom, Class Dojo, such a kind of things we can use inside our classrooms. So these are the things we can use inside the classroom to make our children fun, and it is fundamental to teach the subject topics or the things to the students. And here we are having some other apps. So some of the platforms that we can use that for assessment also. Normally when the pandemic occurs, we use most of the things like exam, such a kind of things in Google Forms and Microsoft Teams, such a kind of things. But how many of you use exam.net for the exam purpose? Yes, if any of them use, in a sense, you must know about that, because maybe you are telling that if you are using Microsoft Teams and Google Forms, they may copying from some other sources and they may deceive the teachers. But in exam.net, if suppose once they are just going out of the tab, immediately the exam will be closed and they will get 0 mark. So we have to upgrade ourselves for this kind of field. So here, I would like to conclude my speech by saying like this, by George Couros. George Couros' words: technology will never replace great teachers, but in the hands of great teachers, it's transformational. As well as I would like to say David Warlick's words: we need technology in every classroom and in every student and every teacher's hands, because it is the pen and paper of our time, and it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. Thank you.
That was an excellent presentation by Shri Arul Kumar, TGT English from ACS Anupuram. I just want all of you to bring your hands together and give him a loud round of applause. And I just wanted to ask him, as a supplementary question, you have a lot of technology, and of course he has also spoken about gamification and other technologies which he has been using at ACS Anupuram. Could we have a technology which weans away children from the use of smartphones, tablets, iPads, etc.? The question could be an oxymoron, but we really need to do something about improving the reading habits of students. We already know that there has been a steady deterioration. Their understanding of contemporary society, their knowledge of current affairs, their general knowledge has dipped to abysmal levels. And Mr. Ashokra was mentioning something about cyber security and things like that. And it is somewhat disappointing that we have not had anyone dwelling on what we can do to improve and enhance the reading skills of the students, and the reading habits have completely come down to almost nil. So anyway, it's been a wonderful performance on the part of Shri Arul Kumar, and we thank him once again and for maintaining time and for presenting it in a very crisp and concise fashion. The next paper will be presented on the topic innovation. The full topic is teacher-led innovation in AES for English language. So again, this comes from a person who has been specializing in English. And innovation, etymologically speaking, it comes from the Latin word innovus, novus, which means new. And it is also related to the Sanskrit nava, which also means new. And this is a word which goes back a long way. You can trace it all the way back to a Proto-Indo-European cognate. And innovation today is a really challenging subject. And we know that over the last 20 years, a lot has changed in our AEC schools. And anyone who's joined AES in the late 90s or early 2000s will vouch for that. You had a time when for teachers there used to be a lean time in the month of March and April, apart from the correction of answer scripts of the annual examination, but you don't have a lean season. You don't really have an off season at any point of time in the year, whether it be for the teachers or the administrators. It seems that we are running faster to stay where we stand, right? To borrow the words of Lewis Carroll from Alice from his fiction. We seem to be running faster to just stay where we are. It's like taking 2 steps forward and 1 step backward. We seem to be cramping and scheduling a lot of activities into a shorter span of time. So in this particular context, in a world where we have no time to stand and stare, innovation is a real challenge. I now call upon Shri Yashwant Kedare of ACS Mumbai to present his paper on the challenge of innovation in very challenging times.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Madam, beloved principals, and my dear friends. When we think, we get ideas, and when we get ideas, we try to implement it and we innovate. Earlier we had, before Macaulay coming, it was head vision, mouth vision, and heart vision. Now the policy changed and it has turned to head vision, heart vision, and then hand vision. By hand we create innovations. And innovations are something very great. Dr. Jitendra Singh says that those who dare to innovate, they may fail, but they will learn. Similar manner, I would like to give you one story, imaginary one, that earlier there was one sage called as Acharya, and one of the boy from present contemporary area had gone to that era to meet him. And he asked him that how could you teach in the Gurukul? There is nothing such happening, questions and notes and then PDF and so many things. So Acharya told him that I'll assign you one work. Tomorrow you go and observe sun and tell us what is your learning. This boy went home back and he searched, Google search, and tried to know what his sun is about, what sun, and by putting this prompt as sun, he couldn't get anything. Now what is this prompt is? In ancient script it has been written that in the beginning was a word and the word was with God and the word itself was God. Through word, God created the world. But here now see the word is changed. The word is come to prompt and people are looking out for prompt. And if the prompt is not correct, you're not going to get anything. And maybe through prompt you may create some kind of a knowledge, right? And that knowledge, when it comes to innovation, it is something new. And this boy, when he came back and met to Acharya, he asked him that what you wanted to teach me. And then again, second day he said, go and observe. At the end, he came with the conclusion that there are 11 kinds of a sun, and the sun which we see is called as a present sun, the name he discovered. So this is what is something innovation. So in this paper, I would like to go fast little because time constraint is there. The Mumbai region, what practices we have regarding innovation. Innovation is very simple thing. Nothing related to technology. Not only technology, it can be done the way this old teacher did, Gurukul system. Similar manner, this system was existing, but after Macaulay, the system was changed, head, heart, and mouth. Now we are going to have hand vision too. So here my paper, I present teacher-led innovation in ASS Mumbai region for English subject, opportunity, challenges, and scalable model. So for this paper, I interviewed many people. Just now I saw Helsinki and Finland. I spoke to the person in charge, Dr. Nicholas Correa, who look after this Finland education system. I spoke to one of the renowned person, Dr. Eugene D'Souza from ZIT, and I could get many ideas from there also, and some other people around the country and around the world. So let us go with our teacher. why innovation is necessary? Because English is a skill-based language and it is application-oriented. Since it is a skill-based language, we don't have to do the rote learning of grammatical theories. Grammar is not that much important because it is a skill-based education. That is what NEP's 60 pages draft suggests us, that let us go skill-based rather than rote learning and learning the grammatical theories. So NEP 2020 demands about experiential learning, critical thinking, multilingualism, technology integration. And these all things are there. They were already existing, and theoretical framework, I have quoted some of the age-old people, those who have given these theories. And AECS is encouraging our teacher to change this pedagogy and creativity we are trying to bring. As I earlier said, that when you think, you create. So similar manner, AECS is giving us the platform to create something new which will turn into innovation. Now, to do this, we have a lot of opportunities, challenges, and we need to have little scalable models so that these technologies can be transferred. So here, literature review, I have taken about Nunan, our person coming from education, and who has given this learner-centered approach, and we practice that. Then we have innovation sustained, that is from Duke, and then comes experiential learning, that is by OLabs, and then we have critical pedagogy that comes from the theories of social critic. And there are many. Then Freire, how to forget him, because he has given the critical pedagogy. So pedagogy is what the way the teacher taught in ancient time in Gurukul system. Same method is been applied right now, but the content and the innovation, these are the two parts we are going to change. And our perspective, looking at this all knowledge system, is going to change, and we are changing rapidly. To the next slide, I found a research gap. Then in AECS, we have very few teacher-driven this kind of innovations done, and probably not spoken about these papers. And this is first time we are getting a chance. So I found the scope, and indicating this gap, I have forwarded this study. So theoretical framework, we see Jean Piaget, constructivism, and then experiential learning, OLabs, teacher agency, Priestley, and PCK, that is a pedagogy, content, knowledge, and these things are there. Then diffusion innovations, that is about Rogers. Diffusion is what you give this kind of innovations to the other schools, nearby vicinity, and they must learn something new from this. And as a program, mentoring this student, 4 of them, and 1 from Homi Bhabha Sciences, we are there working on this in AECS Mumbai region. Conceptual framework, teacher need to have autonomy, and then we have institutional support, we have collaborative learning through this, and aim of my study was to understand and scale teacher-led innovations in English teaching across AECS. Now, research objectives were identifying existing teacher-led innovations and explore opportunity of innovating AECS, and examine challenges faced by teachers. Now, research questions, what innovations are, already I spoke, what are opportunity, challenges, and then innovations. AECS sentence, we are strong academic culture. From 1969, we are working on this, and AECS policy is aligned with NEP 2020. Students of diverse background are included in our system. Inclusive education is there, based on the Ambedkarite theory. And apart from this, the methodologies, mixed methodology was used, that was related to one teacher questionnaire was made, and that questionnaire was totally based on all these methodologies, and not made within a day. And then we took some interviews, and then some observations were documented. The total number of years of experience in Mumbai region, people have 69.2% are greatly experienced people. And since the teachers are greatly experienced, they're required to have a platform where they can diffuse this knowledge to the nearby area. And it is related to NEP 2020, para number 5.1, part where experiential learning can be transferred and it can be diffused. And classes handled teachers, mostly 10th standard, 9th standard teachers were there, 69.9% people were there, and the data reflected strong inclination towards experiential and learning based. I would like to go to the methods, digital classrooms, flipped classrooms, then debate circles, role play, and project-based tasks were there, competency-based assessment were there. I would like to tell you that these things are not only documented, but we practiced it. Recently, before 2 weeks back, we have made one movie, and that movie was telecasted over here. It was shown over here, and children have made that movie. And that movie was their Red Wristband. I would request you to go to YouTube and just see. And there are many activities which children are doing in the class as an innovation. not only related to technology, apart from that, some other paperwork, as well as documentation part, portfolios, and role play, and debate, in-circle debate, like two circles are made, inner circle turning to outer circle and discussing about different topics, like-minded people and dislike-minded people, sharing their ideas and coming to the conclusion. This was the motive of NEP. I have a lot to speak, but there is a time constraint. Time limitation is there, and this is what a main challenge even teachers they have, because they have a lot of administrative work by state imposed upon them, and they hardly find time to innovate something. And even then, our ratio is 69.5, is a quite high ratio, and even though we don't have much of training of digital handling, we have OLabs like that. I have found some AI sites in that flickr.com I found, where you get a free Flickr cards, and those cards I would like to show you. These are the data findings, like how innovations were done in AECS region, in Mumbai region, basically. So here one project was made on AI, 1 minute, but I won't show it because already time is there. And this is the team of the children, those who made one short film, right? And these are some activities I have suggested: 60-second strategy, double circle, flipped classroom, Flickrs, assessment, project-based learning, and these are the Flickr cards. Flickr cards you can use freely. It is available. You can assess the children through your mobile app. You can see their daily performances, and this is one of the great app I found. OLab also have so many apps like that, AI-based apps. And now see, taking risk is what? That is what Jitendra Singh said, that innovation is for those who take risk. This is the way. With the phone you can scan them, and more inquiry-based uses, smart boards, and we have so many activities here, inquiry learning and all. And these activities are practical, and we have some videos based on this. So what support do we require from ACS? That our training program should be linked or lineaged through this kind of a way, where AI and technology training can be done. And we require to have a lot of sufficient time to create all these kinds of innovations. And opportunities are there. We have regular ASS trainings are there, multicultural student diversity program, and we already have in our school. CCA activities are there. Through that platform, children are coming out with colors and with their new ideas and innovations. NEP supports this innovation, and the challenges are high administrative workload already. I told you that board exams are there, insufficient ICT training is there, large. And 3T, this scalable innovation model, I'm suggesting that is training, technology, and teamwork. So training should be aligned with the present scenario, that is NEP, their objectives and the NEP core learning should be done. Technology training also should be based on AI use and other new methods, new pedagogies of learning. And the teamwork is what the teachers around us, we should share new models, new innovations, new practices done by sharing each other's work. And we need to have AES Innovation Lab, already spoken here a lot about it, AI-powered labs, and then we should have AES Innovation Rubrics, basically, working with creativity, feasibility, scalability, and student engagement and learning effectiveness. And school level impact is better student engagement. Our full school is engaged, doing practicals as well as English learning, making movies, making projects, making AI use apps, and so many things. Higher teacher motivation, teacher became the guide and the motivator, and students are doing well. Conclusion, ASS teachers show strong motivation to innovate. Structural support is essential, and the 3T model, I request you to kindly look into that. And here 60 pages NEP is there, and I have made 80 pages this research paper. I want you all to go through this because a lot of hard work I have put into it. And I may be giving you the scanning thing and my few videos. My videos, the student have made that. I was the mediator who handled this IT, and they were not directly given the chance to handle this. And these movies, if permitted, just 2 minutes movie, no problem. So it can be shown. Many of them audiences already had seen this, and thank you so much. So this is not only for just speaking. I got tremendous references, and here I could only list maybe 20, 30. I had a 50 and more than that. Many theories I had gone through, and some are very useful one about related to NEP 2020, and those theories, they speak a lot, and it has a knowledge, and it can be converted into creativity and then innovation. So this is what, thank you so much. Thank you so much for bearing with me.
So we commend Shri Yashwant Kadare for presenting a very detailed exposition on how it is still possible with all the challenges and constraints faced by the teachers. Even now it is possible. Where there is a will, there is a way. He has exemplified that spirit. And with all the constraints, you can still make it happen. Of course, it is a challenge because to innovate, your mind needs to be in a good space, and you need also space in the mind. The next paper will be presented on the experience of a teacher with respect to handling and teaching English in rural India. We are talking about a teacher from ACS Manuguru and her unique experiences with respect to teaching English to students coming from SEEP and non-DAE background. To be more specific, SEEP and RTE background. We know that broadly speaking, we have three categories of wards here in our AC schools. First, we have the DAE wards who are wards of DAE employees, and then you have non-DAE wards who are of middling level coming from other schools, and then you have children who are enrolled at the level of class 1 under the RTE Act 2009, whereby 25% of the children are from the disadvantaged groups and from the weaker economic sections, and it becomes a real challenge. And again, you see, since English is not the first language of any of us, it is already a challenge. What makes it a really Herculean task, swimming against the tides, what becomes a real ordeal is to teach children who come from a vernacular background and who don't have any support group to fall back upon, and the parents also naturally are of a vernacular background. So again, it becomes a multi-dimensional challenge. And when I went through this abstract which was presented to me, it has an anecdotal impression, it has a journalistic streak to it, and it was very reminiscent of that piece in class 12, Lost Spring, Stories of Stolen Childhood. But I would encourage the teacher to be working on it, and then over a period of time it can yield rich insights which can ultimately form the bulwark and framework for planning a coherent strategy to help these children coming from a SEEP or RTE background. And we find that many of them slip through our fingers and disappear into the tunnel of time. So now I call upon Srimati Sharmishta Mondal to present her paper on this unique challenge, which is a mixed kind of experience, but certainly something which would be presenting her with a lot of job satisfaction and Atmatripti. So I want all of you to bring your hands together and then applaud Srimati Sharmishta Mondal, who will be presenting the paper on this very challenging topic.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a detailed description almost of my paper, and thank you so much for such an elaborate introduction. Good evening, everyone, and I know you don't have much energy left to listen to yet another paper, and I'll really be quick with it, because I am also, well, I was just sitting there where you are sitting right now, so I'll be really quick with it. And the title of my paper is The Road to English, and this title I have borrowed from the title of another paper that is called The Road to English, Slow Migration of the Economically Weak Child to Elite India by Peggy Mohan, an author and a linguist. She wrote that article, which I'm referring to right now, from her experience of teaching in a private school in Delhi, where government rules have made it mandatory to give admission to children from socially and economically weaker section of the population. She noticed how such children often go through an extended phase of, I'm quoting here, extended phase of muteness and incomprehensibility before they finally pick up the language, and which is English. And by the time they miss out so much while going through this phase, which she calls dark phase, they probably conclude that there is much in this world that they should never even expect to understand. When I read this article initially, I was teaching in a school under Vishwabharati in West Bengal, and this article didn't mean much to me at that time, because the children I was teaching, they had English as their second language, not the first language. And even though some of them did not know English well, they could confidently speak in Bengali. They did not turn mute, or more importantly, the system did not turn them mute. But when I joined Atomic Energy Central School, Manuguru, my experience, or I would say, my reading of the paper, I could read the same article that I referred to by Peggy Mohan in a completely different way, in a much more meaningful and nuanced way. I could read the article in a different way because I was dealing with the children that she referred to, Peggy Mohan referred to. I could see the children right in front of me. I could see them silent right in front of me. So, as sir already mentioned in the introduction, that we have, apart from RT, we have Societal Enrichment Educational Program, in short, SEEP, and many of the children who take admission under the SEEP category, they are first generation learners. And what was alarming, what seemed alarming to me, the wide learning gap they have from their DAE or non-DAE counterparts. So, moving on to the next one. So, this particular paper was an attempt to understand language-related difficulties and to find some answers to the question that surround this muteness, pointing to the use of technology that lies ahead of all of us, solidified by the recent phenomenon of installation of the interactive flat panels. So, language becomes a barrier, language which is supposed to help them communicate and express their ideas, understand the concepts. We talk about centrality of language all the time, but they find it difficult to understand the language for multiple reasons. One is it's not the language that they speak at home. Teachers come from diverse backgrounds. For example, I come from West Bengal. I don't know Telugu much. I'm trying to learn, but I don't see myself competent in Telugu in another 2-3 years. So competent enough to teach them or interact with them freely in Telugu. So what happens as a result? The learning becomes exhausting and discouraging. And that's the part which hit me hard. That why should learning be so difficult for them? They are children, they are coming to school like any other child, and they are finding language to be difficult. Language which is supposed to be the medium of instruction, they don't understand the language. And what Peggy Mohan said, that they are not bored, they don't get bored. When they yawn and when they look out of the window, they are not bored, they are unspeakably tired. And that phrase meant a lot to me, the heaviness that it conveys, unspeakably tired. They don't know what to do, how to do. So the last point, emotional and cognitive fatigue, and rather than lack of interest. Diglossia, using different language for different purposes. English restricted to school. Unequal power relationship between language, I'll come to that. So what's the solution? Shall we send them to Telugu medium school because they will understand the language better? But one of the simple answers to this question is no, because language is not, I mean, we have come far away from understanding language to be a simple way of expression. It is far more complicated. It is integrally related with our social aspirations and identity. So for many of the parents living in, I mean, we are living in a post-colonial world, English is a language we need to aspire for. English is a language we need to speak. English is a language, I mean, well, we take English way too seriously than I personally think we should, but we are taking it. And these people, the students I'm talking about, they are coming from C background, as I've told you already, that many of them are first generation learners. Even people from other strata of the society, they prefer English over anything. I can remember a poem written in Bengali, Banglata Thik Ashe Na by Bhavani Prasad Mojumdar, where he mentions a mother who proudly says how her child can speak, can say rhymes in English, but cannot manage speaking in Bengali, which is his mother tongue. That made me feel more for the parents, these first generation learners, who send the child with lots of hope and pride to an English medium school, a central school, and think that they would bring dignity to them. And the road to it is English. So, well, of course, I have been dealing with the situation because I can't really allow it to happen that the children are sitting simply mute in my class. So I started giving them this case study that I would talk about, I started giving them some extra work that they can do after their classes. And I would just mention one incident, one child. She is in class 8, and I read a paragraph aloud to her, and I asked her to read it back to me. She stopped many times. She couldn't pronounce correctly some of the words that are part of her active vocabulary. And so I asked her whether she has access to technology at home and smartphone and internet. She said no. So I asked a student from class 10 who knows Telugu, and I asked her to write everything for her so that she can study at home. Next, I asked her whether she has done the homework. She said no. I kept on asking for 2-3 days. The answer was still no. So I asked her for her parents' number just to scare her into doing the work. And what happened while I generally hide the parents' WhatsApp status in order to avoid looking into them. So what happened, that was I just saved the number, so I forgot. And while checking my friend's WhatsApp status, I came across the girl's father's WhatsApp status. And what I found is, there is an Instagram reel of her dancing to some song and with jewelry and everything. So that, I felt I was very frustrated at that moment, that this girl said a few days ago that she doesn't have access to internet, and how is she now going on making reels? And that was kind of an sorry, I didn't change the slides. Okay. So that was kind of an eye-opener for me, and it led to an unexpected, I would say, sight for me. I understood that she, without even knowing it, has slipped into the poor use of technology. She perhaps even doesn't know that she can use technology for better purposes, in order to, she can technology in a way that will help her to study better. So that is why I think we can be very optimistic about this recent installation of interactive flat panels. Teaching them directly involving technology would help them see us as someone who belongs to the same world as they do. They often think we are very different from them, we won't understand them, but when we start using technology, maybe they will have a different way of perceiving us, which in turn will benefit them. And of course, it will help it will enable us to teach them how to use the same technology for their benefit. Many of them, as I told you, may not even be aware that they can do much more than making reels, how they can use technology to their advantage. So in conclusion, I would like to acknowledge that this is just one way of looking at the issue, while the full spectrum may be far broader than my understanding or beyond the scope of this paper. This, of course, calls for some attention, more questions, deeper reflections, and further answers. I hope this paper serves as a humble contribution in this direction. Thank you so much.
There is a biblical saying, it is better to light a lamp than to curse the darkness. So being translocated from, say, Bengal to a very unfamiliar milieu, to a place called Manuguru, where you have Telugu-speaking people, and then not being able to communicate with them, it is easy to feel very despondent and beat yourself over the fact that you're helpless. But I appreciate the spirit in which she has taken up the challenge, and that is the spirit of positivity which all of us need to imbibe. And I'm sure that since she has this positive spirit, these anecdotal experiences, this journalistic streak, has the potential of fulfillment in the form of yielding rich insights which can ultimately lead to framing of coming up with a framework which can help them in a very in a positive manner, and that is the spirit of positivity which is required. And let us not beat ourselves over the fact that we are not able to do much about it. So I once again commend the efforts of Sharmisha Mondal ma'am, and I want you all to again bring your hands together and then applaud her. I now call upon Dr. Basu to take the stage and then introduce the next paper presenter and then wind up the proceedings. Thank you.
So thank you, Raghavan sir. And now we come to the final paper presentation of this two-day-long AES Teachers Conclave. This paper is to be presented by Madam Mudita Bajpai, TGT, Atomic Energy Central School number 3, Mumbai. Her paper is titled as Developmental Differences in the Association Between Screen Time and academic performance, a cross-sectional study of primary, middle, and high school students. Even as I think of screen time, I am tempted to think about artificial intelligence because that was the buzzword, and everyone spoke about artificial intelligence over the last 2 days. And I remember a very famous quote by Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, who said that artificial intelligence has the capability, has the potential of solving world's most complex problems. But it has to be developed in such a way, that it reflects human values. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage Madam Mudita Bajpai for presenting her paper.
Good evening, sirs and ma'ams. Am I audible? Am I audible? Good evening, sirs and ma'ams. कल से बात चल रही है AI के बारे में. बहुत अच्छी बातें कही गई AI के बारे में. फिर भी बट्स थे. कहीं डर है कि कुछ छूट न जाए. फटाफट सब इम्प्लीमेंट कर लें. Point to be noted is डर. आइए स्कूल में चले. स्कूल में जैसे ही कंप्यूटर टीचर दिखती हैं पेरेंट्स पीटीएम में या फिर ऐसे ही बातचीत करते समय ये कहते हैं उनके ये कंसर्न्स हैं that children are spending too much time on mobile for doing their homework. They have reduced interest in books. They have frequent eye strain and headaches, irritability when the mobile is taken back from them. There's little or no exercise and little family interaction. इन सारे पॉइंट्स के साथ हमने स्टाफ रूम में डिस्कशन चालू किया एंड सरप्राइजिंगली टीचर्स आल्सो हैड देयर ओन सेट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स कंप्लेंट्स व्हिच वर द हैंडराइटिंग इज बिकमिंग बैड डे बाय डे देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक्स व्हाइल चिल्ड्रन राइट द अटेंशन स्पैन इज शॉर्टनिंग वी आर गेटिंग स्लीपी स्टूडेंट्स in the classroom. Maybe they were awake late at night, late the previous night. Most importantly, exposure to non-educational content on YouTube, games, and maybe more. They are anxious mentally, and there is no, we cannot make out where the difference between the academic material and the non-academic time starts. These were the problems for the teachers, and for all stakeholders, there was difficulty in monitoring, as I said, actual academic use of the screen. There was pressure to comply. क्यों? सबके पास मोबाइल है, सब यूज़ कर रहे हैं, मुझे ही क्यों मना कर रहे हैं? Conflict between parents and kids. Concern about long-term health impact. Problem in one line, screen time. But is the screen time affecting everybody the same? Hence came the study, developmental differences in the association between screen time and academic performances across primary, middle, and high school students. Here's the introduction. The digital shift in the screen. The digital shift in the screen has become ubiquitous now. There are mobiles everywhere, laptops, phones. Tabs, etc. And technology is offering learning opportunities, but at the same time raising concerns about excessive use. It has emerged as a double-edged sword. It has non-academic as well as recreational uses. It has educational use as well. Age matters. Children of primary, that is 6 to 10 years of age, were vulnerable. Middle school have increased independence but heightened social media and gaming exposure. High school students, they were better self-regulated, but again, after a threshold time, they were tired, they could not focus. Now here, the research gap was, there was limited age-specific research, especially in Indian schools. Most studies examine single age groups instead of cross-sectional studies, and there was a need for comparative analysis across developmental stages. This study compares the screen impact across class 5, 8, and 10, examines duration, content type, attention, sleep, and academic performance. The goal is actionable insights for educators, parents, and policymakers. This is the hypothesis. I think it's already clear by what I've told, so I'll just skip this. The research methodology was the use of these tests, the sample demographics, key variables, data collection methods, and the analysis tools used here. I won't be digging in deep here. These were the results. The first slide shows कि सबसे ज़्यादा screen time जो है वो बड़े बच्चे use करते हैं, छोटे बच्चे सबसे कम screen time use करते हैं, as we can see on the screen. Also, the impact on academic performance. आप देख सकते हैं ये वाली जो line है, ये primary students की है red line. जैसा ही screen time जो है जैसे जैसे बढ़ते जा रहा है वैसे वैसे academic performance कम होती जा रही है. With middle school and secondary school, they remain stable for quite some time. लेकिन जैसे ही threshold limit आ जाती है, concentration crash हो जाता है. This is the finding here. Next is the cognitive sensitivity. As you can see, the highest vulnerability is with the primary students, and class 10 students showed cognitive endurance. When we look at age as the moderating variable, we can see that class 10 students were better able to manage, they were better able to adapt to the screen than compared to the younger ones. Conclusions of the findings are, screen time is increasing with age. Excessive screen time has a negative impact on attention and concentration. Academic performance is adversely influenced when screen time exceeds, etc., etc., etc. Summed up as, screen time impacts attention negatively across all ages, but older students show greater academic adaptability up to a critical threshold. इसका मतलब ये है कि primary students, secondary students और middle school students, इनका time जो है जितने समय के लिए ये लोग screen use करते हैं, ये अलग अलग होता है. हर एक विद्यार्थी को हमें same category में लाकर गुस्सा करने की, समझाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. उन्हें पढ़ने के लिए हमें समय देना होगा. Anyway, these were my findings, but the most important thing I feel is that while I conclude this presentation, I feel research, when confined only to data and stats, remains incomplete. Its value lies in how effectively it is translated to the actionable practices. So here are some recommendations, age-wise, for teachers, for parents, as well as for administrators. For primary teachers, long videos should be avoided maybe. We can have more of interactive quizzes, digital drawing, and scrolling and surfing, again, should be strictly prohibited. This was for teachers. For parents, the children must have screen-free zones at home. There should be active co-viewing. अकेला नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए हमें. They should have earned screen time. इतना काम कर लोगे तो ठीक है, 15 मिनट और सही. Content should be audited. सब कुछ नहीं दिखा सकते हैं, इसके लिए softwares available है, या फिर parents खुद उनके साथ बैठे. And the last one is parental modeling. रात में हम खुद मोबाइल चला रहे होते हैं और बगल में बैठे बच्चे को बोलते हैं, बंद करो मोबाइल, सुबह स्कूल जाना है, सो जाओ. This is not done. Again, recommendations for the school administration is curriculum rebalancing. जैसे कि 2 computer based periods के बीच में एक physical activity या library का period रखा जाए. Faculty training, we need to be made aware. ये जो आज डर है AI का, ये धीमे धीमे निकल जाएगा if there's enough faculty training. And then the most important one, the parent awareness program, which needs to be held regularly as to get the feedback about what the students are doing at home and also how that can be regulated. Recommendations for middle school students, which is class 8th, 7th and 8th, is for the teachers is Digital literacy training, we need to distinguish between recreational rabbit holes and credible academic resources. उन्हें बताना पड़ेगा कि ये आप जो कर रहे हैं ये समय की बर्बादी है और academic resources कैसे यूज़ किए जा सकते हैं तुरंत का तुरंत. उसके अलावा ग्रुप प्रोजेक्ट्स दिए जाए जहाँ पर कुछ बच्चे साथ में बैठकर अगर ये प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं तो इन लूप होल्स में जाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. और तीसरा टाइम्ड डिजिटल इंटरवल कि थोड़ी देर रिसर्च और उसके बाद डिस्कशन, ये काम अगर हम करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि जो एडिक्शन है वो कम होता जाएगा. फॉर पेरेंट्स, पर्पसफुल यूज डायलॉग, दे नीड टू बी श्योर कि जो भी बच्चे काम कर रहे हैं घर पे बैठ के वो एकेडमिकली पर्पसफुल है या नहीं है. Designated study tech time. Every study time cannot be tech time. There has to be a designated tech time. Monitor multitasking. 4 काम साथ में जब बच्चे करते हैं तो सीखना मुश्किल हो जाता है. ये किसी भी हालत में हमें मिडिल स्कूलर्स के लिए अवॉइड करना चाहिए. एस्टैब्लिशिंग अ डॉकिंग स्टेशन, सारे डिवाइसेस एक ही रूम में चार्ज हो रहे हैं क्योंकि वहाँ पर हम उन्हें मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं. जब सब लोग अपने अपने अलग कमरों में हैं तो उन्हें मॉनिटर करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है. नेक्स्ट, इंकरेजिंग डिजिटल हॉबीज विच आर क्रिएटिव वंस. एक बार घोष सर को मैंने कंप्लेन किया था कि सर बच्चे रील बहुत बना रहे हैं स्कूल में, तो सर ने बोला कि उनको बुलाइए और उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला कि आपको रील जो है देखना पसंद है तो आइए रील बनाइए. और इस बार हमने स्कूल में यही किया. जिन बच्चों को रील बनाना बहुत पसंद है उनसे एनुअल डे के टीजर्स बनवाए हमने, डे 4, डे 3, डे 2, डे 1, एंड दे रियली लाइक्ड इट. दे सॉ हाउ creative it could get. Next is for school administration, we should have again balanced digital curriculum. Focus mode infrastructure कि बहुत सारे हमें सॉफ्टवेयर्स लगाने चाहिए ताकि एटलीस्ट स्कूल में एक्टिविटी बच्चे ना कर सकें, गेमिंग ना करें, वाईफाई का गलत इस्तेमाल ना करें. पेरेंट अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स येट अगेन, एंड देन साइबर एथिक्स वर्कशॉप. आज जो सीडैक के लोग आए थे वो जगह जगह जाकर साइबर हाइजीन, साइबर अवेयरनेस के वर्कशॉप्स कर रहे हैं. मैंने खुद अटेंड किए हैं और उनका मानना ये है कि जैसे हमारा फिजिकल वर्ल्ड है वैसे ही आज की दुनिया में एक वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड है. फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में माँ बाप सिखाते हैं कि आप दोनों तरफ देख के चलिए, संभल के चलिए, किसी से लड़िए मत. लेकिन डिजिटल वर्ल्ड पेरेंट के लिए भी नया है, वो भी कंफ्यूज्ड हैं, तो वो बच्चों को क्या सिखाएंगे. तो इसलिए साइबर अवेयरनेस के वर्कशॉप्स होने बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, रिक्वायर्ड as a step to be taken up by the administrators. Next is secondary school students. For teachers, we need to integrate the Pomodoro, 20 or 25 minutes of screen and then 5 minutes or 10 minutes of looking away. Efficiency training. एफिशिएंसी ट्रेनिंग में आज के डेट में पॉसिबल हो गया है कि भाई गूगल पे जाके सर्च करने की अपेक्षा ChatGPT और कोई भी LLM मॉडल वहाँ पर जो है या कोई असिस्टेंट है उस पे जाके सर्च कर लीजिए, आपको बेटर रिजल्ट्स मिलेंगे, जल्दी मिलेंगे. तीसरा है एनालॉग नोट टेकिंग. कितना भी कह लें कि PDF है, आपको याद होगा कॉलेज में हम सब लोग ज़ेरॉक्स लेके रख लेते थे चीज़ों के कि एग्ज़ाम में पढ़ लेंगे. ऐसा कभी होता नहीं था. उसके बाद सब कोई नहीं पढ़ सकता था. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि नोट्स भले ही PDF में हो, उनकी नोट टेकिंग हो, चाहे घर में हो या स्कूल में हो. एंड द नेक्स्ट वन इज़ फटीग मॉनिटरिंग. कभी भी किसी भी टीचर को, पेरेंट को ऐसा लगता है कि बच्चों की आंखें देखकर, उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ देखकर दैट दे आर फटीग्ड, इट शुड बी इमीडिएटली ब्रॉट टू द नोटिस ऑफ द पेरेंट्स, ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स ऑफ द चिल्ड्रन, so that the remedial measures could be taken to take care of this problem. Next is for parents. They should have digital deep work zone, which is a place which is screen free. Next, the blue light curfew. 10 बजे के बाद मोबाइल बंद, क्योंकि ब्लू लाइट जो है आंखें खराब करती है, थोड़ा थोड़ा दिमाग भी खराब करती है. नेक्स्ट, मॉनिटर स्टडी एफिशिएंसी कि पढ़ तो लिया है लेकिन समझा कितना. ये एक जनरल क्वेश्चन होता है पेरेंट्स का टीचर्स को कि बच्चा पढ़ तो रहा है सर, वीडियो देख रहा है, लेकिन उसे कितना समझा है ये हमें नहीं समझ रहा है. शायद बच्चे को भी नहीं समझता है. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम टाइम टू टाइम फॉलोअप लेते रहें कि उसने चाहे वीडियो से पढ़ा हो या फिर चाहे खुद से किताबों से पढ़ा हो, उसे ये समझ में आए कि उसने पढ़ा क्या है. नेक्स्ट इज फिजिकल रिकवरी ब्रेक्स एवरी 15 minutes of outdoor activity, maybe after 2 hours of work. And then collaborative tech audits. बहुत ज़रूरी है कि टाइम ड्रेन्स वाले जो भी वेबसाइट्स बच्चे यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो न इस्तेमाल हो, और इसके लिए ऑडिट्स या तो पेरेंट्स खुद फिजिकली कर सकते हैं, हिस्ट्री चेक कर सकते हैं, या फिर आज के डेट में बहुत से ऐप्स अवेलेबल हैं जो बच्चे के डिवाइस में जाए बिना ही ये देख कर बता सकते हैं कि बच्चा एग्जैक्टली कर क्या रहा था, विच इज़ एक्चुअली अ टाइम ड्रेन. So this was for parents, and then for school administrators, we should have ergonomic lab standards, achhi chairs, anti-glare screens. This is all I can think of right now. Integrated counseling, offer digital wellness counseling sessions focusing on exam stress and screen addiction. Hybrid schedule design, screen analog balance, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. 10th के बच्चे बढ़ते हुए बच्चे होते हैं, उन्हें क्या सही है क्या गलत है ये समझ में आता है. ज़रूरत है उन्हें सिर्फ समझाने की कि कितना स्क्रीन टाइम ठीक है और कहाँ से चीज़ें बिगड़ने लगती हैं. So this was all from my side. This was my study summary. These were some recommendations. I'm just through with it. The problem is, I would like to end it with this, that we have given our kids a messed up world. Polluted air, water scarcity, food full of chemicals, and not only this, we want them to be excellent in whatever they touch, whatever they try doing. The anxiety levels of children this age are already making headlines, and we are all aware of it. As a matter of fact, it is a matter of grave concern. एक एग्जाम्पल उसका ये हो सकता है कि हम खुद बहुत जोर से चिल्लाकर कहते हैं कि चिल्लाकर बात मत करो, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, और हम खुद भी चिल्ला रहे होते हैं. This is exactly what we are doing. तो इसलिए एक छोटी सी पहल, हम सबसे पहले अपना स्क्रीन टाइम खुद कम कर दें. Again, connect before we correct. Appreciate their efforts rather than their results. This was my time. Thank you all for patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mudita Madam, for your very effective, elaborate, and commendable presentation. In fact, we have seen that you have collected many data, compiled the data, and most of all, you have prepared even graphics on it. You have given very many recommendations, which really go a long way to prove that you have really worked hard on what you wanted to do. So it is, your effort is really praiseworthy and should be appreciated. A big hand for Madam Mudita Bajpai. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this paper presentation session, which I hope you have enjoyed. And I also do hope that you would take something back to your home, to your school, from this 2-day-long AES Teachers Conference in general, and also the sessions on paper presentation in particular. I take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to the Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission, and Secretary to the Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, Dr. A.K. Mohanty, for having envisaged this very effective and fascinating program and event for the teachers. I extend my sincere thanks to our Chairman, Sri Ranajit Kumar Sir, and to our Secretary, Dr. A.K. Dureja Sir, for having shown this event to light of the day, for making this program a grand success. I extend my sincere thanks to the convener of this program, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, to the Principal and Head Academic Unit, Madam Neena Bupaiya, to the Deputy Head Academic Unit, Sri Tarun Kush, to my good friend, Mr. Ghosh, to Senior Principal, Mr. Balatia, and to all my principal friends and colleagues, to the vice principals, to the HMs, and to all the teachers who have really made this program a grand success, because without your presence, as they say, no program would be a success. You have given your time to us. You have really taken a lot of effort in listening throughout the day, each and every aspect of this event, this elaborate and extensive program. I also take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. M. Senthilnathan for having designed and prepared that fascinating and very informative logo of this 2-day-long AES Teachers Conference, and the Rangoli, which was prepared by, or rather it was prepared under the guidance of Madam Ashwini Manjrekar, TGT, PET, AECS to Mumbai. And last but not the least, a special word of appreciation and praise for my very good friend, Dr. Anand Kumar, who has originally given the concept, and this idea was originally his. This idea belongs to him. A word of appreciation and praise for Dr. Anand Kumar for having conceived this idea and for having even worked in tandem with all of us, even after his superannuation from the system. All said and done, a few quotes as always, talking about AI. Since this was the last of the presentations, I remember a very famous quote of Mr. Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, who said that AI has the potential of becoming more transformative than even electricity or fire. This is the kind of potential that AI really has. But as so many speakers have said over the last 2 days, and as has been emphasized so effectively by Honorable Chairman AES, Sri Ranjit Kumar sir, in his address yesterday, that AI has got great potential, but we should handle it very carefully so that it doesn't start dictating terms on us, it doesn't become our own masters. All said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to wind up this session on paper presentation, and as always, I would like to do it by uttering a very famous quote of the great educator and philosopher that our country has ever produced, the greatest youth icon. We are going to celebrate his birth anniversary in another 15 days from now. The great Swami Vivekananda, who had said that education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. Indeed, it's very difficult to attain perfection in any area, in any field, but it's also true that in our quest for perfection, we may attain excellence. And that should be our motto of all the teachers, of all the educators who are present here, that when we go back home, after attending this 2-day-long conference, we go back home a different person, so that when we go back to the classes of our own respective schools, we can really make a difference in the lives of our students, our learners. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for your kind hearing, for your patience, and the way that all of you have conducted yourself during this 2-day-long AES Teachers Conference. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear educators, a very warm welcome to the valedictory function of the Teachers' Conclave. As we come together for this concluding session, we do so with a sense of fulfillment, reflection, and renewed purpose. Having spent 2 enriching days exploring ideas, policies, and practices aimed at transforming education for the future and empowering teachers to lead change. At this juncture, I request the presence of our esteemed dignitaries on the dais for the valedictory proceedings. It is my proud privilege to invite our chief guest, Professor U. Kamachi Mudali, Vice Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, HBNI, Mumbai. I request Mr. Ranjit Kumar, Chairman AES, to present him with a potted plant as a mark of our gratitude. To formally commence the valedictory session, I now invite Mr. Ranjit Kumar, Chairman AES, to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. U. Kamachi Mudali, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute,
Now, I don't want to give a big introduction. He is is very well reputed, well respected respected person in the education sector. And before coming to the education sector, he has served as a distinguished technologist, and he was a chief executive of the Heavy Water Board. And before that, he had a long career in Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research, the IGCAR Kalpakkam. Of course, as an educationist, he has served as Vice Chancellor in VIT Bhopal, and of course now he is currently serving as Vice Chancellor of HBNI. Now to get him, I am very fortunate. I must say that my association with him has been very useful. So when I requested him, he of course was very candid, and he admitted, I mean, it is my mistake. I approached him in the last moment, but he was gracious enough to accept my invitation. And it will be really, I must appreciate his gesture that he wanted, because he wanted that he would like to interact with teachers, he would like to come to the teachers, and that's the point. And I welcome Dr. Kamachi Mudli, Dr. A.K. Dureja, Secretary AES, and of course he is also Associate Director of the Knowledge Management Group in BARC, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, and the others in the organizing committee and in different format, and the esteemed members of the organizing committee, all our principals, our head academic unit and principal and head academic unit, other principals, vice principals, headmaster, headmistress, and most importantly, teachers. You are the lifeline of this particular conclave. So I welcome all of you, all distinguished guests who are present here, our AES Central Office, and the organizing committee and other members. I welcome all of you to this valedictory function. After a long 2 days, we have discussed many areas, particularly with respect to your realm of work. I understand there have been approximately, I think there are 14 papers which has been presented, and we had a poster exhibition outside where 45 posters has been exhibited, and also there are 53 teaching aids which has been exhibited. In addition to that, we have 7 invited talk and 2 panel discussions. I know you all know all these things, so why I should repeat such thing? The issue is very clear. We have just started our journey, and a journey well begin is almost half done. Okay. So when we come to the conclusion of this first AES conclave, we have made a good beginning, and that's the point I want to emphasize. It's not that there are no drawbacks, or there are no errors, there are no mistakes. We have many. I know for sure there will be a lot of complaints coming, and that's why I will insist on you all. Please give your feedback in a candid manner. We want to improve. We have to improve. If we stop learning, that's the end of our journey. So let's be open to accept criticism. Let's be open to improvise ourselves, to improve ourselves, and see how best we can serve the community, the students for whom we all exist. And of course, if we have to bring the students up and make them worthy citizen for the next generation citizen for the country, for the Vikasit Bharat, then we have to really empower our teachers so that they can in turn bring up them in a manner which they will be really worthy of. Okay, so with that idea, this many topics are selected. I know there are many other areas where you would like to improve or change yourself and change ourselves and take it up. So please give your feedback, all aspects, whatever you feel, wherever you feel, be free. Even if you want, you can be anonymous. So that's one more thing I'd like to highlight. I think there is a lot of talk about artificial intelligence. Again, I'll repeat, please take it with your word of caution, with your, with your judgment, and give importance to your own intelligence, that is your natural intelligence. Artificial intelligence can do something which has been known to it, which has been taught to it. It cannot generate its own, and whatever it generates, it can be a mix of many things, combination of many things. Generative AI is nothing but that. But what it cannot do is what human intelligence can do. So your imagination, you have to take that. And another aspect is that artificial intelligence, as on today, lacks the emotional quotient. And that's where our teachers comes into picture. Otherwise, a simple robot can replace a teacher. Can it? It has no empathy. It has no feeling. So that's the main importance issue. Anyway, I think this is important topic for another day's discussion. I'd like to only make another comment, is that this is our first teachers' conclave. As Chairman AEC has indicated, conclave comes actually because of the meeting of people and exchange of ideas. It's much more than a conference or a symposia. So with that in mind, I think I'll also like to bring to your attention that maybe we can think of small other conferences, conclave, or whatever you want to say, or meetings, whereby you can take up specific issues. I have many times seen, for example, today we have observed one thing. There are a lot of students who are passing out for our 10th standard, that is a secondary, while coming to the higher secondary, 11th and 12th, many of them leaving our institute. It's not that they are doing something different, they are going in a different direction. They are finding it, our schools are probably not catering to their ideas, their way of looking at things. They want to look for, in a dedicated manner, for IITs and other things. So can we do something about it? What's the best way of looking at such thing? How to arrest such thing happening? It is true, they are going for some other way, the coaching and other things. But can we not do something about it? We tried something, we have failed in a limited way, we tried, but we have failed, you can say. But can we do something more? Can we bring our students, those who are, can we take our students, those who are passing out from our 10th standard to our 11th and 12th, and do better? I am sure those who are going out, maximum of them are doing very good. Can we not think of some programs? Teachers also have to contribute towards that, how to do about such thing. Anyway, I think this is the kind of thing we want to see. Let's debate about such thing. Let's, collaborate about such thing, how to go about doing such improvement so that we can take up, we can do further better. Another last thing is about excellence, which we would like to mention in every aspects. Last time I had indicated in our principals conference and other areas that we should try to achieve 100% pass mark. Yes, I agree. That's not the correct way of judging a school's performance, because overall thing has to be seen. But nevertheless, while doing such thing, that means the other overall performance, we need to look into other aspects, that is how society looks at you, how others benchmark you. That is some matrices which are taken into account. So how to go about doing 100% pass mark and then improving the quality also. This also needs to be discussed further. So I think I have put up enough. Some more ideas will come. With the feedback also we can we're ready to listen to you. So as we bring this conclave to a close, let us carry forward the shared vision, renewed enthusiasm, and collective resolve to uphold the core values of AES, that is excellence in education, innovation, integrity, and holistic development. So once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish you a very successful and memorable closing ceremony, as well as the further day onward. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and encouraging words. To truly understand the impact of a conclave like this, it is best reflected through the voices of our educators who experienced it firsthand. We now move to a brief yet meaningful segment where our teachers will share their reflections and takeaways from this enriching conclave. May I now invite Mr. Amol Pathak, PGT from Atomic Energy Central School 3, Tarapur, to share his experience of the conclave.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished chief guests of the function, Vice Chancellor Homi Baba, HBNIC Sri U. Kamachi Murli, sir, Dr. Ranjit Kumar, Chairman AES, Secretary Sir Sri A.K. Dureja, Head Academic Unit, Dr. Neena Bopaya, Madam, Coordinating Principals, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, sir, all principals, vice principals, and my dear teachers, my dear friends. I deem it a great privilege to stand amongst you here and speak at the reflection sections of this wonderful program, 2 days conclave transforming education, educators for the future, empowering teachers to lead in the changing world. Atomic Energy Education Society is an institute with its independent identity. Many features of it can be said, but the best and the foremost what we can talk about is the institute. The society is continuously thriving to inculcate the values in its teachers and making them competent enough to pace with the world. And the conclave 2 days, this first conclave that is being conducted now at this moment, yesterday and today, is the best testimony to say about this. Any classroom, what we simply say is nowadays has become a very dynamic thing. It has been pressurized with many external things like socio-economic, technology, and many other things. Many other forces are actually exerting pressure in the classroom. And so the job of a teacher has become really difficult to pace up with the world. With these conclaves, I'm very sure that Atomic Energy Education Society, under the leadership of Chairman Dr. Ranjit Kumar, Secretary A.K. Dureja, and the Head Academic Unit, is actually on the mission to make us all competent enough to go consistent with the world. Coming back to this conclave, for me, believe me, before attending this session, coming to this conclave, I had my own vision that I will do this, I will do that, but listening to all the people here, honestly speaking, my ego vaporized. I came to know that I have a lot more to do and many things can be learned as far as becoming a teacher is concerned. Such kind of conclaves not only add our knowledge to our knowledge, but they inspire us to do better in the days to come, and thus it also puts a question mark on our ability every time that we have much more things to know, and that is something serve as a motivation, the best motivation for teacher, for any teacher. That's what I believe. The arrangements done at the conclave are fantastic, no doubt about it. The facilities at this particular campus of Anushakti Nagar are better than anywhere else, and that is why for that we have no doubt. My learning at this conclave is undoubtedly amazing learning, and it was an academic experience for me. I use the word academic very precisely because that is a very comprehensive word, and it is said that teachers should not stop the learning. The moment you become teacher, the speaker righteously said that the downfall starts, but these conclaves will not let the downfall begin, and hereafter I look forward to come again next year with better spirit, with and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amul Pathak, for thoughtfully sharing your experience and valuable takeaways from the conclave. Your reflections truly echoed the spirit of continuous learning and professional growth that this program aimed to foster. Next, I request Ms. Sonia AP, TGT from Atomic Energy Central School, Anupuram, to share her experience of the conclave.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Chief guest, HBNI VC, Vice Chairman, Dr. U. Kamachi, Chairman AES, Sri Ranajit Kumar, Secretary AES, Dr. A.K. Dureja, Head HAU, Neena ma'am, our organizing committee, Kamlesh Kumar, sir. Thank you very much, and all to the principals and the teachers, vice principals, HMs who have come from all across the 30 schools of India. Good evening to all. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this immensely interactive conclave conducted for teachers to be instrumental in transforming education for the future. The session provided valuable insight into the evolving world of education and emphasized the need for innovative methods and the need to unlearn and relearn, keeping in view the needs of our young learners. The resource persons shared practical strategies on how to integrate technology, how to foster critical thinking, how to live a fruitful and joyful life, and how to promote education with the 21st century skill, which included, of course, AI, and thus making us to be, not just future ready, but actually they present ready, not exactly future ready, we should be present ready, because we are probably a little need to catch up with this. This also became an excellent platform for teachers to present their research papers, share our views through panel discussions, showcase our talents through exhibits and posters. Feedback cannot be concluded without speaking about our stay here. The 2 days of our stay was very well taken care, especially the food. I would like to take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the initiative taken by our chairman, sir, and secretary, sir, to make sure that all the teachers were able to reach Mumbai to attend the conclave despite being the Christmas week celebration. I also appreciate the elaborate planning and taking care of the smallest details by the organizing committee headed by our principal, coordinating principal, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, sir, and his team. Thank you all at the Mumbai Center for making this quite a joyful experience for all of us present here. Of course, we have come to the end of this conclave, but hope this is just the beginning of many more, as sir has said, such conclaves in the coming years, where we get to interact and learn more. And hope this conclave has made us more confident, and so that we can build better future. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sonia, for your sincere and insightful sharing. You beautifully captured the relevance and impact of this conclave in strengthening our role as educators and lifelong learners. As you all are aware, we had conducted a poster exhibition as well as a teaching aid exhibition for all the participants of the conclave. There were 45 posters presented, out of which 10 posters have been awarded as the best 10 posters. I'm going to announce the name of the 10 teachers who have been awarded with this privilege, but I want to mention that this is in no particular order. All 10 are first rank holders. So the first name is Mr. Arnab Khatwa from ACS3 Mumbai. The names that I'm taking, I request those teachers to come up to the stage for a group photograph with the dignitaries, please. Please make yourselves available to come onto the stage. Mr. Arnab Khatwa from ACS3 Mumbai. Ms. Pinky Roy from ACS2 Tarapur. Ms. Pinky Roy. Srimati Meeta Saha from ACS Jadugoda. Srimati Rajni Joshi from ACS2 Mumbai. Shri Suresh Kumar, ACS1 Kalpakam. Shri Nageshwar Rao, AJC Mumbai. Srimati CB Meena, ACS2 Rawat Bhata. Shri Kamlakar, ACS2 Hyderabad. Shri Rahul More, ACS Pazakal. Shri Manish Saha, ACS Narwa Pahar. I'm sorry if I pronounced your names wrong.
One person from that side can come here. Form a semicircle.
I thank every member who had participated for the poster competition. Similarly, we had 53 teaching aids, out of which 10 projects have been awarded as the top 10 projects. And again, it's in no particular order, all of them are first rank holders. The first name is Swastika Paul for her project on Central Dogma through Innovative Method. The second one is Mahesh Baraukar. His project was on My Classroom, a Nurturing Hub. The third is Mrs. Smita Vijay Thorat. Her project was on Blueprints of Life and Interactive Genetic. The fourth one is M. Vaniswari. Her project was on Maths Mela. The next is Dr. A. Jebin Joel. His project was titled Electricity and Magnetism. Then the next name is Savita Yargal. Her project was titled Sentence Structure and Vocabulary. The next is Aparna Balaji. Her project was titled Multipurpose Boards and Magic Board. The next one is Mamta Kumari. Her project was titled Logical Game. The next one was Varsha Thakore with a project titled Vocabulary Identification and Matching. And the last one was Hina Kausar with the project on stop motion video. I request all of you to be on the stage, please.
One teacher can come. Go and just make a semicircle.
Thank you so much, all the teachers. I'd like to mention that we will be honoring all of you with an e-certificate for your contribution to the conclave. We now come to the most awaited address of the evening. It is my proud privilege to invite our chief guest, Professor U. Kamachi Mudali, Vice Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, Mumbai, to address the gathering. Professor Mudali is a globally renowned expert in material science and corrosion engineer. With an illustrious career spanning academia, research, and national leadership, a distinguished alumnus of IIT Bombay and PSG College of Technology, he has served as Vice Chancellor of VIT Bhopal University, Professor of Practice at IIT Madras, and Chairman and CEO of the Heavy Water Board. With over 470 research papers, 25 books, 5 patents, and recognition among the world's top 2% scientists, his contributions have earned him several prestigious national and international honors, including the Frank Newman Speller Award, Sir, we are honored to have you with us.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Sri Ranajit Kumar, Chairman AES, Dr. Dureja, Secretary AES, and my former colleague at HPNI, he was Associate Dean with me, and Mr. Kamlesh Kumar, Dr. Kamlesh Kumar, and other members of the organizing committee, and my dear teachers. Good evening and a warm welcome to this concluding session. I do not like to take a longer time because we are already 7:15 and I don't want to be between you and breaking after 2 long days of sitting here in the auditorium. But for a change, you are all students sitting and then listening to others and the speeches on a subject that is very close to my heart, and as well as all of you have come for this teachers conclave. And what a wonderful, I think, theme that is given: transforming education for the future, empowering teachers to lead in changing world, with 3 sub-themes, that is inspiring educators, enriching minds, shaping the future. Hearty congratulations to AES for organizing this wonderful teachers conclave. I know that the difficulties, but I see today that it is very vibrant, and you have presentations, invited presentations, teachers presentations, the poster presentations, the exhibitions, and also a forum for all the teachers of all our AES family to network and meet and then discuss the issues, what you face and how to improve. This is one of the best forum. I am very happy that it will be continuing, and this is only just, I told, that testing the water, that how we can organize this. The success of this event is seen that at this time the auditorium is full. That is the certificate that I can tell that all of you sitting here to conclude the session and go back is the success of this program. I always consider that in any society, if you look at any person, for him 2 important things, like 2 eyes of him or her, is that one is parents and family, other one is teachers. I know that all of you just go back in your memory when you were in primary school, secondary school, or high school, or in college or university. You will all remember some of the best teachers that you have. These teachers are never erasable from our mind. Even you become very, very old, that you will always recall your teacher. That is the gratitude that we have in our mind as we grow in our society or grow in our stature. Parents and family are part of our life, whereas teachers, they come and go. They are not permanent, but the teachers are those who give the personality. Those teachers are those who give the confidence. Teachers are those who give the pathway for any student, any person who is just going to get into the education system. Without teachers, there cannot be a developed society. There are several quotes that by many eminent professionals, that teachers who create the society and develop the history. Today, India is a growing economy, and all of you know that our Honorable Prime Minister has set a target of $10 trillion economy by 2031 and $35 trillion by 2047, that is Viksit Bharat. When we are 100 years of independence, we should be a $35 trillion economy. The message, it looks like a small statement, is a very powerful message. Today, the number one economy, United States, is having $35 trillion economy. The GDP, their GDP is $35 trillion. Means we have to be like number one economy today, what is USA, we have to be like this in 2047. And that is a declining economy. There is inflation, there is recession, their economy is going down. Whereas India is growing 6 to 8% every year in its economy. India is the only country which can continue to grow as per all the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and many say that World Economic Forum. India is the only country that will grow 6 to 8% every year, continue to grow. So 2047, our target is that we should be $35 trillion economy. And 2031, we should be $10 trillion economy. Today, India is 3.8 trillion. So from 3.8 trillion, in another 5-6 years, we have to become $10 trillion economy. It's a very powerful message again. We are number 4th economy today in the rank, next to USA, China, Germany, and Japan. We are now 4th. We have just crossed Japan, and we are the 4th. So if we become $10 trillion, we will be crossing Germany. Germany is just 4.2 or 4.4 trillion dollar. We are 3.8. So our target is 10 trillion by 2031. Even in another 2-3 years, we will be surpassing Germany. That means India will become number 3, world economy. Okay. Then the story is bigger because China is today 19 to 20 trillion dollar economy. They will also be growing, but the growth is now saturated. China is not going to grow like India 68%. They may grow by 2%, 3%, 1% or so on. So India is going to grow. It is going to beat Germany. It is going to beat China. It is going to beat USA. But now this is very interesting and inspiring story to listen from me to all of you. How this can be achieved? Look at from 47 to today, okay, that we have now crossed 75 years. You look at our country, India is known for rural economy. India is known for rural sector. We have 75% to 80% villages. Now remaining 25% is only urban and something called rurban. Means neither rural nor urban, it is called rurban. So 70 to 80%, India is from somewhere, is having a rural, society. So that means our economy has to depend on the growth of this rural sector. I do not know how many of you got the message. In this present government, when we started in 2024, our Honorable Prime Minister created one ministry which was never there in the central government, Ministry of Cooperation. First time it was created. And a very powerful minister, Home Minister, was made in charge. You know why it is so? If you go to any village, you will see a cooperative society, agricultural cooperative society. If I know that many of you will have roots from village, you just remember there will be only a rural society. That is what is helping our farmers and those who are doing agriculture and any agriculture related trade, milk product or whatever it is. So this government want to strengthen because our economy is growing because of 20% is coming from services, 20% from all this IT, technology and everything. Even today we depend 60% on agriculture. We never think, we always look at the concrete, structures. What you have the jungle, urban jungle with concrete and this metro coming in Mumbai, metro coming in all cities. We think it is development. Real development has to happen in the villages. This is what is going to bring our economy to higher and higher. You cannot go to $35 trillion only with what is getting developed in the urban sector, 40%. The 60% still comes from rural. You must be wondering why I am telling all this to teachers. I should talk about something on, curriculum, pedagogy, and many things, no? I have a message for that. Now, what is India's population? India's population is 142 crores. The statistics, the World Forum say that in the whole world, 60% people are below 35 years. 60% people are below 35 years. Okay? Now you take India, 142 crore. If you take 60%, this is around 85 crore. 85 crore people are below 35 years. 35 years, why I am telling, many times you must be knowing that Gen category, something they call younger fellows, they are having their own generation. Gen Z, they are very powerful now. Okay, we are all boomer uncles. They call us boomer uncles, means baby boomers, all funny names. So this 60% of the people are below 35 years, that is about 85 crores. Now India has got 60% people, 70% people, let me say, from the rural, correct? So 70% of this 142 is around 90 crore. And 60% of this 70% is around some 65, 70 crore. Means those who are below 35 years, 70%, almost 50% of our population, okay, are from rural areas. Now you tell me, if India has to grow, whom we are educating, whom we are taking forward, where the development should happen, what we should do. Most of us know that we are all from rural area. All of us are from, majority of you are from rural area. So what is that we have to do is that, I do not know what AES is connected with that, that's what you may be wondering. So we have to do something to the society. So how we can do this? We have to improve our education system such that education is made available not only to the best students that we get from our AES community. Even my children studied from AES schools, entire education. And because all my life, I was 35 years, I was in IGCR Kalpakkam. So all my children grow there. So all our children, all the children of our employees of Department of Atomic Energy, they are getting the best education. What is that you can do little bit more to the society? This is what the message I want to tell is that if India has to grow, if you look at a patriotic view, that all of you who are having wealthy knowledge on education, on different subjects, you should also spare some time, valuable time for the society. How you will do, it is very important, but you will find a way out. As a teacher, I don't have to tell that how you will find time for that. But if India has to grow, if whatever our Honorable Prime Minister says that we should be by Viksit Bharat, I feel that each and every one of the citizen has the responsibility for that. It is not that one leader who is telling day in, day out that we have to be like this, that country will automatically become. So all of us have to look at how that we can contribute as the best educationists, we can contribute to the society's growth. How these people who are below 35 years in the rural areas can be given so that our economy can go not by Viksit Bharat, even before that we should be reaching that target of $35 trillion. This is something I was thinking that we should do that. Now coming to the education system, that what we are teaching today, I remember when I was, first time I went in 1994, I went to Germany for higher studies, postdoctoral research. 1994 I went. And whenever I used to go out to the market, to the shopping or to visit friends or anything, on working days I'll find that whenever I go, I will find a long queue of young students, okay, very small kids. They'll be keep walking and there'll be teacher in the front and teacher in the end, okay. And if you see, they will go to some place and they will be explaining something. Then you just watch, after some time the teacher will teach about how to cross the road. Like this is what is experiential learning today in NEP we are trying to tell. This experiential learning in 1994 I saw in the Western system, they were doing this for the school kids. They never had textbook, and their learning was practically how things were there. So the parents, what we do today at home, in the school it was done practically as an experiential learning. When I was the Vice Chancellor of VIT Bhopal, I told that this should be introduced. Now it is also part of NEP 2020. In the third year, one full semester, 3 months, the students go to industries. We identified industries in 5 cities, and the students go each city. They go to different related industries. Computer will go to the computer related industries. The mechanical engineer will go to related industries. Chemical engineer will go to related industries. And they try to go and visit the industry, just not like, just walking through the industry. They go and observe everything. They study everything. And finally, they come back after 3 months. They go home, they will be there, and they study, make a report, come back, and they are evaluated for assessment for that semester. Being a private university, it was part of the curriculum, it was done so. What I am telling, reading so many textbooks, coming through the, the rote learning system, and then all that, today this experiential learning is a very important thing, that you should do more and more this experiential learning to your students. Practical learning of things. I was really amazed to see some of the exhibits. I am sorry that I missed. I could have come and seen the exhibits. Some of them are very good. And you should make the students on some topic, and you ask them to do something and then explain, rather than, of course we have the exam system. In the, primary and secondary system, we should have provision for this experiential learning. This is very, very important. I understand there was a talk also on that. So this is what something that I want to tell is that AES, I want to appeal also that you should bring somewhere this experiential learning. Like when we were students, we were studying, some classes were allotted for general purpose, like sports or for cultural music or for, some storytelling. Today we don't have that. We are overloading the student with only the, the technical subject. We think that by putting everything into his mind, he becomes, great person. It is not so. There should be, because we have liberty to design our curriculum so that we should have some free hours where experiential learning should be there. And how it can be designed, that can be done by AES. It should be introduced in our system, and that is very, very important. I feel that we should introduce this concept in our system. And third important thing I feel is that the sustainable development goals. Today I think there was also a talk and panel discussion, I understand. I don't want to talk more because it is already being talked. Only one point I want to tell you. If you look at, there are some 10 or 11 points are there, 4.12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The last point they put is professional development of teachers. I do not know why they put last. Actually, that should be the first point. That should be the first point. Only when the teacher develops, the entire education system develops, students will develop. But they have put it as the last point in our government system. We have to take it first. Okay, and a lot of people today talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, how to use artificial intelligence, and somebody says that by 2040 everything will be artificial intelligence. I think first let us use our natural intelligence, do some very good development in our country, because we are Indian mind is so analytical. I don't think that in the whole world any country will have such a wonderful human resource that we have. We should use our own natural intelligence to create such systems where first thing is that teachers should be empowered, teachers should be trained for whatever that is the latest, and teachers should be given freedom, teachers should be part of the curriculum, teachers should be, sometimes even the experiential thinking when I was proposing to the management and we were discussing, they thought that, oh, teachers will go and enjoy, students will enjoy, like that. So life is enjoyment. Nobody, when there is a responsibility, you come here 2 days here, somebody will be, the teacher who has not come or somebody who has not come should not think that, oh, you are going to Bombay 2 days and enjoying. It is not enjoying. We are doing a very useful, professional activity here. So I feel that empowering the teacher and providing opportunity for professional development of teacher is extremely important. When you have studied in your college, you must have never heard about programming, you never heard about computer, you never heard about nanotechnology, biotechnology. All that is now coming very, very relevant, and teachers have to be exposed to all the modern technologies and modern, the tools that are coming also into teaching and learning processes. If you go to Japan, nowadays, they are having the teachers, the robot teachers, they are all very proud of telling all that. Even there are smart classes where, no teacher is required. But I am telling you, without teacher, whatsoever modern technology enter into, the ethical learning, the ethical practices, value-based society will never exist. Teacher is very, very important, and the empowering of the teacher is required for this purpose. Without which, I don't think that we can grow further, the society can grow further, and the technology and development, technology and economy, and whatever that I talked in the beginning about the economy, the country is growing or the world is growing, is not possible. So I feel that end of this conclave, the message that I want to tell is that we have to serve to the society back. Okay, unless we serve to the society back, we all have grown up. How we make other people to grow up, how we can contribute, that we should think about it, number one. Number two, that we should introduce more and more of experiential learning in the teaching learning process. That is very, very important. And third one is that ultimately that unless you empower the teacher, professionally develop the teacher, whatever that you talk, that is not going to happen. It is not going to benefit the country in a longer run. So if you want to become #1 economy in the world, if you want to become, Viksit Bharat, we want to be a fully developed nation by 2047, I feel fundamentally that whether it is rural or urban or rural, the education system has to improve. The education system will change and improve. Whatever you bring, NEP 20 or NEP 30, 40, does not matter. Basically, it all depends on the teachers. So that is where that I feel that the Ministry of Education should take care to see that whatever that the higher education bill now that is passed, the commission that is going to form, the first priority should be, in my opinion, empowering and professionally developing the teacher. That only will putting a kind of a, the Ganesh point, starting point for everything. Otherwise, I feel that we will be keep talking, the developments will be slow, and it will not match with what 2047 we should reach. This is the message that I want to say, and thanks for giving me the opportunity, and all the best to you.
Thank you, Professor Mirdali, for your enlightening and visionary address. Your distinguished academic journey, leadership in science and technology, and emphasis on excellence, innovation, and nation building is inspirational. Your words have provided valuable direction to educators and leaders alike, as we strive to shape future-ready institutions. As a token of our respect and heartfelt appreciation, I now request Mr. Ranajit Kumar, Chairman AEES, and Dr. A.K. Dhureja, Secretary AEES, to kindly come forward and present a memento to our esteemed chief guest. Thank you once again, sir, for gracing this conclave and enriching it with your wisdom. Every successful gathering is the result of collective effort, shared vision, and dedicated support. As we conclude this inspiring conclave, I request Dr. A.K. Dhureja, Secretary AEES, to extend our heartfelt gratitude through the vote of thanks.
Dhanyawad, Madam. Respected Professor U. Kamachi Mudali, Sir, Vice Chancellor, Homi Bhabha National Institute, HBNI, and our distinguished chief guest for today's valedictory function of First AES Teachers Conclave 2025, Shri Ranjit Kumar, Sir, Chairman AES, Shri Kamlesh Kumar, Sir, Principal AEJC, Mumbai, and convener for this event, Dr. Anand sir, former principal, and who was the earlier convener for this event, which was planned for the month of May. Distinguished dignitaries of the dais, principals, vice principals, headmasters and headmistresses, teachers, other dignitaries present in this hall and online, AES staff members, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. This first Teachers Conclave of AES, themed Transforming Education for the Future, empowering teachers to lead in a changing world in an era of unprecedented educational transformation driven by technological advancements and global shift, is not only timely but essential. This Teachers Conclave is a very important event for all the teachers of AES, and I am very much thankful to our management for this visionary idea for this conclave. The support and encouragement provided by the top layer of management has been instrumental for the success of this event. We take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ajit Kumar Mohanty sir to guide us and encourage us all the time. As we are celebrating the valedictory function for this first Teachers Conclave, I am filled with admiration and awe. All of you have worked tirelessly. Your dedication and perseverance of this conclave is really a proud moment of triumph. On behalf of AES, I would like to congratulate you all. May your future be filled with boundless success, fulfillment, good health, and joy. We express our sincere gratitude to our respected Professor Kamachi Mudali sir for gracing this occasion as the chief guest. Thank you sir for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. और जैसा कि आपने बताया कि मशीन जो है वो मनुष्य से ऊपर नहीं हो सकती, चाहे हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात करें या मशीन लर्निंग की बात करें, हमारे टीचर्स विल ऑलवेज बी अबव देन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड मशीन लर्निंग, एंड दे विल ऑलवेज बी लीडिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी. Thank you for your inspiring words of encouragement, sir, and advice to our teachers. I am sure that these words would motivate them to put their best foot forward in the service of the nation. The entire ecosystem, right from Sri Ranjit Kumar sir, Chairman AES, members of Governing Council of AES, unit heads, local management committee, are the backbone of AES programs and will always remain indebted to them for their immense contribution. We are fortunate to get the best of services from all the principals, vice principals, headmasters, headmistresses, and all other teachers, the administrative staff, finance staff, and many more. We gratefully acknowledge each of the individuals for their involvement and rendering their service in a selfless and timely manner year after year. A special thanks are due to the organizing team led by Shri Kamlesh Kumar sir and all other committee members for organizing this event in a flawless manner. I am thankful to Shri Manoj Singh ji, Head SIRD BRC, and his team for helping us in managing this auditorium services. Mrs. Vimla Tolani Madam, APO TSH, for arranging the accommodation. Shri Nitin Sinde ji, APO KMG, and Mrs. Sangeeta Jadhav Madam for arranging many things time to time. We gratefully acknowledge the contribution of all other individuals whose names I might have missed. We sincerely thank one and all. I sincerely thank our teachers for concluding this event in a very graceful manner. I would like to thank all our invited speakers for their wonderful talks, which has motivated all of us. And I am thankful to our comparing team, Mrs. Mudita Bajpayee Madam, Mrs. Sikha Sinha Madam, Mrs. Samiksha Maskarnis Madam, for stage proceeding in a vibrant manner. Finally, on my personal behalf, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to Vivek Bhasin sir, Director BRC, whose tireless and active involvement and cooperation has always helped me to meet my targets. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. As educators, we now carry forward the responsibility of translating these ideas into action. Let us commit ourselves to reflective teaching, continuous learning, and compassionate leadership, keeping the learner at the center and the future in focus. With this, we formally come to the conclusion of the Teachers' Conclave. May the discussions and learnings of these 2 days continue to inspire us long after today. Let this not be an ending, but a beginning of renewed commitment, innovation, and collaboration in education. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation, thoughtful engagement, and unwavering dedication to the noble profession of teaching. We wish you safe journeys and look forward to meeting you again in future academic engagements. The valedictory function stands concluded. I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की